So hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing great, so here is a new video for you guys. So before watching the video, make sure that you've subscribed to the channel. And also like the video. So this video is about what if Naruto revealed Madara's role in the Kyūbi attack. And this is part 1. If you want the next part of this video, comment down for part 2 below, and here we go. It was a typical morning in Konoha, the village hidden among the leaves. The sun was rising over the rooftops, and the village was waking up. Ninjas were busy at their training stalls, while merchants were unlocking their shops and preparing for the day's trade. Yet, this morning had an unusual problem. The monument to the Hokage had been vandalized. The group of Anbu and Chunin were on high alert, scanning the rooftops in pursuit of a blonde figure dressed in an orange jumpsuit. The boy had striking blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. As they chased him, one angry Chunin shouted, "What? Come back here, you brat. Ja, you're just jealous because you didn't have the guts to do it yourself. I did it because my face will be on that mountain in the future." The blonde yelled over his shoulder as he ran. He glanced back with a smirk, then turned a corner into an empty alleyway. "We'll execute you for this, demon." Another member of the group yelled, and they continued their chase. However, once they were out of sight, the blonde stopped and removed his camouflage, revealing his true identity. "Heh, fans," he muttered to himself, a small smile playing on his lips. Just then, a calm voice spoke behind him, making him jump. "Iruka-sensei. What are you doing here?" the blonde asked, feigning innocence. "I was looking for the troublemaker who vandalized the Hokage monument," Iruka said, approaching the boy. "He's about your age, blonde, with blue eyes, and wears an orange jumpsuit that says 'Kill me.' You haven't seen him, have you?" "Maybe in the mirror," Naruto replied with a hint of irony. "Orange is my favorite color. Leave my overalls out of this," Naruto added, slightly annoyed. Iruka sighed, handing Naruto a bucket and a rag. "Stop talking nonsense. You have to clean the monument before the day ends. I've already spoken to the Hokage about this. It took me 4 hours to paint it last time," Naruto said desperately. "There's plenty of time," Iruka said with a slight smile. "You are evil," Naruto muttered as he walked toward the monument with Iruka following. "Hums with the job," Iruka responded. "Being a ninja?" Naruto asked, surprised. "No, being a teacher at the academy," Iruka said with a chuckle. "I should have figured it out. Teachers are evil," Naruto muttered as they continued their task. That night, they visited Ichiraku's ramen stand. Iruka and Naruto were enjoying their meal, Iruka with his bowl of miso ramen and Naruto with his 8th bowl. "Remind me to only treat you on payday," Iruka said as he handed the money to Tucci, the stingy owner. Naruto grinned, clearly happy. "Anyway, Naruto, make sure you're not late to the academy tomorrow. You don't want to miss your exams, do you?" Iruka said, his tone more serious. "You mean again, right?" Naruto stared at him, puzzled. "I don't know. It wasn't your fault last time. Just make sure you wake up at least 2 hours earlier to avoid those mobs," Iruka added, recalling the previous incident where a mob had cornered Naruto and put him in the hospital for a week, trying to prevent the demon from growing stronger. Naruto nodded in understanding as he headed home. At night, he carefully stepped over several tripwires and crouched under a sword meant to decapitate him. It seemed that some villagers had visited his apartment once again, but instead of causing harm, they had left him more materials to work with while dismantling the traps. Among the items was a high-quality set of shurikens and an intriguing sword. The sword was made of a metal that absorbed chakra and could hold it indefinitely until released against an enemy. This particular one contained fire chakra. Pity for them, Naruto thought, knowing that he could sense chakra from great distances and differentiate between signatures. He could easily identify who the sword belonged to, but was wise enough not to file a complaint with the council. Although he attended the academy, Naruto was technically still a civilian, and the civilian council would pass judgment on any complaints. All the members of the civilian council were against him. They consistently found him guilty of everything, often fabricating charges, probably out of boredom. The ninja side of the council usually supported him, except for Hyuga Hiashi, who always sought to make his life miserable. The Hokage was often his only hope to escape the issues the council held him responsible for. Naruto could have sought justice himself, but he chose not to. The day he donned the mask, the day that had marked him more than 7 years ago, it was October 10th, his birthday, but for the village, it was the day of the Kyūbi attack and his imprisonment within a human body. The 4th Hokage sacrificed his life and soul to the Shinigami to seal the fox, asking that the boy who now bore this burden be recognized as a hero. Instead, the villagers had chosen to continuously attempt to kill the demon child to finish the 4th Hokage's job and avenge him. "Idiots," Naruto muttered, reflecting on the injustice he faced. Naruto's mind flashed back to the day he woke up in the hospital. The sterile white ceiling above him was the first thing he noticed as he opened his eyes. He blinked a few times to adjust his vision, feeling the discomfort of an oxygen tube covering his mouth. "I'm in the hospital again," he thought. At least he was alive, which he considered good news. Tilting his head to the side, he saw an old man sitting next to him, looking worried. "How are you feeling, Naruto?" Sarutobi asked, concern etched in his voice. "As long as no one tries to poison me, I'll be fine," Naruto muttered, trying to lighten the mood. "As long as I'm here, I'll be fine." Sarutobi, both amused and slightly depressed, replied, "Considering that all your wounds are healed, you can leave in an hour. So, I wouldn't worry too much." Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "What? That means I've been out for at least a week for all this to heal. Actually, you've only been here one night. You must have dreamed of more wounds," Sarutobi said, avoiding Naruto's gaze. The old man's avoidance made Naruto suspicious. He had seen this behavior before, usually when something strange was going on. Healing such severe injuries in a single night was definitely unusual. Naruto recalled the pain in his stomach just before he lost consciousness. There had been something in his belly where he was stabbed. I'll check it out later when I'm alone," he decided. "Sure, I am amazing," Naruto said aloud, causing Sarutobi to chuckle. "Sure you are," Sarutobi said with a smile, though Naruto could sense an undercurrent of concern. The next day, after the Hokage and his Anbu guards escorted Naruto home and helped him dismantle the traps that had mysteriously appeared, Naruto found himself in the bathroom, inspecting his reflection in the mirror. He stared at his belly, but there was nothing visible. "Well, there's nothing there," he said with a serious face after a few minutes of scrutinizing his abdomen. "Still, those marks looked familiar. I'm sure I've seen something like that on those cool papers that go boom. Ninja stuff," he recalled. Naruto knew the Hokage must have information about this. The old man has to know, he thought with renewed excitement. The next day, Naruto burst into the Hokage's office, his face brimming with determination. "Hey, old man. I need your help with something if I'm going to become the best Hokage of all time," he announced with a sly smile. "Naruto, I've already told you that you can enter the academy when you're 7 years old. Until then, I can't train you in any way. It wouldn't be fair to the others," Sarutobi said, sighing. "Who said anything about training?" Naruto's smile widened. "I heard that the Yondaime was famous for his seals, so I figured I should start with that first." Sarutobi's expression shifted to one of cautious amusement. "It's true that you don't need to know how to use chakra to draw seals. I suppose I could let you try them out from time to time, but Fuinjutsu is the most complex ninja art," he said thoughtfully. "Like you said, I have 2 more years to lose," Naruto shrugged. Sarutobi sighed. "Okay, I'll give you permission to search my personal library. Don't tell anyone and focus only on the Fuinjutsu section. The public library would probably kick you out anyway," he said. "Thank you, Ajisan." Naruto beamed, following the elder Hokage to the library. When they reached the Fuinjutsu section of the library, Naruto asked, "Hey, Ajisan, how do I open these containment seals?" He pointed to a section of the shelves. "You can't right now. You need to channel chakra into them," Sarutobi replied. "Then where can I learn to mold chakra?" Naruto asked excitedly. "There's probably a book on the lower shelves." "Good luck," Sarutobi said, walking away. Over the next 2 months, Naruto dedicated himself to learning how to channel chakra. It was incredibly difficult, but his drive came from the hope that the seal on his belly might reveal something about his parents. During this time, he discovered that the seal appeared whenever he used chakra. It was a powerful and complex containment seal, so intricate that it intimidated him, but he had lived with it for years. It couldn't be that bad, right? By the end of the 3rd month, Naruto decided to focus on his seal. He had found similarities between a part of his seal and a memory containment seal. According to the scrolls he read, he could access it by meditating while channeling chakra. To Naruto, this translated into falling asleep. He lay down on his bed, took a sleeping pill he had acquired during his last hospital visit, and began molding chakra. Within moments, he fell asleep and found himself in a dark, damp sewer. "What the hell?" He screamed angrily as his voice echoed in the empty space. A red light began to glow at the far end of the corridor. As it grew more intense, a low growl resonated through the darkness. Driven by curiosity, Naruto followed the sound and eventually reached a massive chamber. It was as tall as the Hokage monument, but the length was obscured by darkness. The chamber was separated from him by what looked like the doors of a huge cage. In the dim light, he could make out 2 crimson orbs with slits. As he approached, Naruto realized that the eyes belonged to a gigantic fox, its massive form barely visible in the shadows. "What are you?" he asked, confused, as the fox's eyes focused on him. "HMPH. I am the almighty Kyūbi," the fox said, raising its 9 tails with pride. Naruto sweated nervously. "Is there any chance you can tell me how you are alive and, more importantly, why you are here?" Naruto sat quietly in his mindscape, a labyrinth of his own creation, trying to make sense of the revelations he had just learned from Kurama, the Kyūbi. The fox's voice had carried a mix of weariness and sorrow, recounting the events that led to their bond. Your father, the Yondaime, knew I couldn't truly die, Kurama had murmured, barely maintaining consciousness. He sealed me inside you, Naruto, though the process involved much more than that. Before Naruto could fully grasp the weight of Kurama's words, the fox had fainted, leaving Naruto in a daze. Kurama, recovering quickly, used one of his massive tails to splash some water onto Naruto, rousing him from his faint. As Naruto came to, he blinked in confusion. Where? He mumbled, slowly coming to terms with his surroundings. Right, Naruto, Kurama's voice echoed. I'm the Kyūbi, and now you know why the villagers hate you. It's because they're idiots, a common trait among humans. Naruto, feeling a wave of depression wash over him, sighed. So that's why they treat me like this, he said, the realization hitting him hard. Kurama rolled his eyes. Can't argue with you there, the fox said, though his tone was a mixture of amusement and annoyance. At least you figured it out. For someone who's endured so much, you're not half bad. Naruto managed a small laugh. You know, for a being who wiped out half of a village in one night, you're not that terrible. Thanks, Kurama replied, his tone a bit softer. I've always had others to talk to, which kept me from losing my mind like some other Biju. At least until I got sealed away. Naruto, feeling a pang of sympathy, suggested, maybe I can find them and give them a message for you. Thanks, Kitty, Kurama said, though with a hint of sadness in his voice. But you misunderstood. I can't actually talk to them. They're right behind you. Naruto turned around, his eyes widening as he saw the crystal clear wall behind him. Inside the crystal, figures were imprisoned, their faces a mixture of fear and resignation. Kurama continued, let me give you a history lesson. Originally, there was only one Biju, known as the Jai. These beings sacrificed themselves to seal it away and prevent the end of the world. But a few hundred years ago, the seal was broken. The Rakuto Sennin used his Rinnegan to seal it within himself, and upon his death, he divided the power into 9 Biju. I was the most powerful, so these guys were sealed inside me. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. So, this means they were caught in the seal too. Kurama nodded. Exactly. The only person who might know how to release them is the one who has at least one of the control scrolls your father used. Naruto's face lit up with determination. Maybe if I ask him, Kurama snorted. Yeah, sure. Let's give a 5-year-old the key to freeing a demon. He wouldn't even show it to the most powerful ninja, let alone a brat who might be influenced by me. He trusted you with his life, I'll give him that, but a Hokage can't risk his village on a whim. Then I'll become Hokage, Naruto declared, raising his thumb with a determined grin. That's my goal anyway. The demon lord chuckled. That's what I heard. If you take it seriously, I could train you. I've got nothing better to do, and if I sleep too much, my tails get stiff. Naruto's eyes brightened. Great. Let's start. Sure, Kurama agreed, stretching his tails. First, let's rephrase this mindscape a bit. Thus began Naruto's rigorous training with Kurama, which had spanned over a month. During this time, he modified his mindscape and learned the true extent of Kurama's training methods. Despite his protests, Kurama insisted that even the most mundane physical exercises, like 300 laps and 200 push-ups, would contribute to his real body's development. Kurama's red chakra enveloped him, aiding in his absorption of progress. It also allowed him to bring objects from the outside world into the mindscape, though only in one direction. Kurama warned him not to attempt bringing the Hokage's entire library. Naruto's frustration was mitigated when Kurama introduced him to a jutsu that could create copies of books. With this new ability, Naruto quickly finished reading the Fuinjutsu section of the library and moved on to the Taijutsu section. The sheer volume and complexity of the Taijutsu techniques were exhilarating, but the practical application was challenging. Over the next 6.5 years, Naruto mastered around 10 out of 300 Taijutsu styles, recognized many of them in battle, and continued to read extensively. His proficiency in ninjutsu grew rapidly as he had studied various types and techniques in depth. Kurama had mentioned that Naruto had affinities for wind and water, as well as fire and earth due to the seal. Though Naruto had mastered several B-rank jutsus and more than 40 C-rank, his skills in Genjutsu remained average. Kurama attributed this to Naruto's unique chakra composition and the seal's modifications. In Kenjutsu, Naruto exhibited natural talent. He had learned most of the sword styles he had read about, though none felt entirely comfortable. He decided to focus on improving his existing skills while staying alert for new sword techniques. Overall, Naruto had made significant progress in ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. With Kurama's guidance and his own determination, he continued to train rigorously, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. Under his master's guidance, he concentrated primarily on jutsu that would enhance their performance with increased chakra input. This was crucial, as he had an abundance of chakra to spare, and even without it, he had begun creating jutsu that utilized 2 elements simultaneously. Unfortunately, his experiments with Fuinjutsu, despite his inherent talent, being his father's son, did not always go smoothly. He had mastered every seal in the library and had even started designing new ones. Though his creations didn't match the complexity of the Shiki Fujin he carried within him, even the Kyūbi had to acknowledge that his trap tags were quite ingenious. What intrigued him the most, however, was one of the few things his tenant insisted he learn. The separation of chakra into two distinct parts: K, the energy, and mana, the spiritual force. The Kyūbi emphasized that mastering the separation before incorporating chakra into his daily practice was essential, otherwise, controlling his chakra later would become nearly impossible. Initially, he was resistant to this idea, but once it was explained that learning to handle these two energies separately would make chakra control much easier in the future, he abandoned his reservations. Despite the initial struggle, where he often needed to use double the usual chakra for his jutsu to function correctly, he soon discovered that learning to manage the two energies separately allowed him to perform jutsu with even less chakra than the average ninja required. Overall, his training since that pivotal moment had transformed him into a highly powerful young man at least at the high Chunin level, according to Kumi. However, this progress was known only to him and his tenant. The Kyūbi understood that if the villagers were aware of his increasing strength, they would intensify their attempts on his life. Thus, he had adopted a facade of incompetence, deliberately dressing poorly and even failing the academy once. This last failure did not impact him much, as he had planned to graduate with the most promising class the academy had seen in over a decade. This class included children from major clans, offering him ample competition, theoretically. In practice, however, most of these students were either pampered or distracted. Some, like the Aruno, Yamanaka, and Inyazuka, were more interested in dating and sleeping, while others, like the Nara and Akimichi, were preoccupied with eating or pushing their physical limits. The Uchiha, notably, was a special case. The last of his clan, Sasuke, had lost his entire family to a massacre orchestrated by his older brother, Itachi. Itachi's actions had been a strategic move to test Sasuke's potential, using the newly awakened Mangekyou Sharingan. Naruto, however, was aware of more sinister truths. He had learned from the Kyūbi that the manipulation behind the attack on Konoha had been orchestrated by Uchiha Madara, once hailed as the most formidable Uchiha until his exile. Though believed dead after a battle with Asuma Senju, Madara was indeed alive, albeit diminished in power. Naruto considered informing the Hokage but decided against it as his knowledge was limited and would likely cause more harm than good. None of this mattered to Sasuke. His sole focus was avenging his family and resurrecting his clan. His quest for revenge was both a mantra and a privilege, granted by his elevated status as an Uchiha and elite, indulged throughout his life. His guardians, the two advisors of the council and former teammates of the third Hokage, ensured he received preferential treatment, reinforcing his sense of entitlement and desire for retribution. In the classroom, Sasuke's presence was dominant at first glance, but a closer inspection revealed that many of his peers were concealing their true abilities. Naruto had long begun researching the techniques of various clans to understand his competition. While clan secrets were heavily guarded, Kyūbi's rhetorical question about the aging of scrolls led him to an innovative solution. Using his clones, Naruto began collecting scrolls and weapons. His clones included Mizu Bunshin, which were powerful but left a puddle when they dissipated, and Kei's Bunshin, which were less potent but could travel long distances without leaving a trace. Naruto's clones, whether leaving behind water or simply a gust of wind, collected valuable scrolls and weapons from the aftermath of each Chunin exam held in the Forest of Death. His personal jutsu library expanded significantly, both mentally and physically. He managed to seal the contents of his vast collection including scrolls and weapons into a compact 12-inch scroll. This scroll contained nested scrolls categorized by class, and these were further subdivided, ultimately resulting in scrolls the size of a human being. The same meticulous organization applied to the weapons he chose to keep rather than sell. Both scrolls were stored in the safest location he could find, ensuring their security and accessibility for future use. Naruto lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's events as he put away his new weapons. It had been a long time coming, but he finally felt the relief of removing his mask, the facade he had worn for so long. The beatings and insults he had endured were more than enough for several lifetimes, and he was thoroughly exhausted by the persistent negativity from his classmates. Even though Sasuke Uchiha was a particularly annoying presence, believing himself superior to everyone, he wasn't the only one who irritated Naruto in the classroom. Sakura Haruno, his so-called #1 fan, was another source of frustration. With her bright pink hair and her loud, obnoxious behavior, she seemed to make a spectacle of herself at every opportunity. Naruto cursed the day he ever pretended to be interested in her. Her constant attempts to impress him, often accompanied by physical hits to his head at any slight excuse, had become unbearable. Her mother, a prominent member of the civil council, had apparently instructed her to make Naruto's life difficult, which only added to his discontent. Inyazuka Kiba was another thorn in his side. Known for his overbearing attitude and his tendency to think of himself as the ruler of any space he entered, Kyūbi treated women as if they were possessions. Despite this, the teachers kept a close watch on him and the girls tended to cluster together, discussing Kyūbi's advances among themselves, which limited his opportunities to bother them. However, amidst all the negativity, there was one person who stood out as a beacon of kindness. Hinata Hyuga. From the moment Naruto entered the academy, it was clear that she had a soft spot for him. Her affection was evident to anyone who cared to look, except for Kyūbi, who often targeted her as a way to further assert his dominance. Naruto, initially surprised by Hinata's feelings, eventually found himself drawn to her as well. Her shy demeanor and the way she blushed when he was near were nearly impossible to resist. He had decided that it was time to reciprocate her feelings. With this resolve, Naruto went to sleep, knowing that the next day held the promise of significant change. Chapter 2 began with the usual morning chaos. Naruto was jolted awake by Kyūbi's familiar wake-up call, the usual rough and sarcastic greeting that came with it. As he shot out of bed, kunai in hand, his frustration with the daily routine was palpable. Kyūbi's routine was tiresome, but Naruto had grown accustomed to it, even if he had long lost track of how many times he had complained. "Get ready," Kyūbi said with a dismissive gesture, indicating that it was time for Naruto to head to the academy. Naruto sighed, putting on his clothes while mentally preparing for the big day. As he dressed, he couldn't help but reflect on his old orange jumpsuit, a stark contrast to the sleek black uniform he was about to reveal. The jumpsuit, while bright and vibrant, had become a symbol of his past, something he was more than ready to leave behind. He retrieved a scroll he had prepared a week earlier. Channeling chakra into the seal, a black wooden box materialized before him. Opening it revealed his new shinobi attire. Black ninja sandals, black anbu pants, a black sleeveless shirt with gold trim, and a beige-gray cape with a hood. His new gear was meticulously designed, featuring a variety of seals, anti-gravity seals, elemental resistant seals, and containment seals for his weapons. His gloves were particularly intricate, with seals for chakra absorption and storage embedded within them. As he dressed in his new outfit, he couldn't help but smile at his reflection. "I don't know where you got the idea for this outfit, but I love it," he said, admiring the sleek, mysterious look of his new attire. His often silent and enigmatic companion, responded with a pleased nod. "You look mysterious," Ki agreed. Naruto grinned, eagerly anticipating the reactions of his classmates. After a quick breakfast, he set off for the academy, shrouded in a genjutsu that made him appear in his old orange jumpsuit. This was part of his plan to surprise his classmates and gauge their reactions. Upon arriving at the academy, Naruto noticed that he was not the only early arrival. Shino Aburam was engrossed in conversation with his bugs, while Kyūbi was leering at Hinata, who seemed increasingly nervous. Hinata's reaction was unmistakable, her cheeks flushed a deep red as Naruto walked in and offered her a rare, genuine smile. Kyūbi's reaction was one of rage and jealousy, his shouting becoming increasingly heated as Naruto winked at Hinata, nearly making her swoon. Before Kyūbi could escalate the situation further, the classroom door burst open and Sakura and Ino stormed in, arguing loudly about who had arrived first. Their entrance was chaotic and they quickly fixated on Sasuke, who was seated next to Naruto. Sakura and Ino each tried to claim the seat next to Sasuke for themselves, with Sakura insisting that she was entitled to it. Naruto, observing the commotion with mild amusement, turned to Sakura with a look of feigned surprise. Did you say something, Haruno?" he asked, his tone dripping with disdain as he continued to watch the chaotic scene unfold. As Sakura removed one of her earplugs, her irritation was evident. "Move, Sakura," she yelled, her frustration clear as she inched closer to Ada. "Because of those earplugs, you're not worthy of sitting next to him." Zor, who was seated nearby, scowled. "Shut your mouth, Zor. You're not worthy of sitting anywhere in this class," Naruto spat back, his words sharp and full of animosity. Sakura, usually accustomed to getting her way with just one command, was taken aback. The usual one-sentence commands didn't seem to work this time. Realizing Naruto's defiance, she surged toward him in a fury, her fist raised high. But just as her fist was about to connect with his head, Naruto crouched down, narrowly dodging the blow. Sakura's punch missed him completely and landed squarely on Sasuke, who had just emerged from his thoughts to confront Naruto. Sakura's fist connected with Sasuke's eye, causing him to topple out of his seat. A stunned silence enveloped the room as Sakura's realization of her action dawned on her, and she gasped in horror. Naruto, on the other hand, was nearly doubled over with laughter at the sight of Sasuke's newly acquired black eye. As the room filled with the sound of Naruto's laughter, even Ino and Hinata turned away to hide their smiles. After what felt like an eternity, Sasuke slowly got to his feet, his glare fixed on Naruto, who was still laughing heartily. The class was now fully engaged, many students openly amused by the sight of the injured Uchiha. "Why did you dodge, Adobe?" Sasuke yelled angrily, just as more students entered the classroom, their gazes fixed on Sasuke's bruised visage. Yeah, you should have taken the hit instead of Sasuke-kun. Sakura shrieked, her voice filled with frustration. Why the heck should I be the one taking the hit instead of him? She continued, glaring at Naruto. Rookie Uchiha. Naruto retorted with a look of disdain, how dare you, miserable scum. You're not even worthy of knowing anything about the greatness of the Uchiha. Sasuke, infuriated, charged at Naruto, his anger evident. But Naruto, with practiced ease, dodged Sasuke's attack and caused him to stumble and fall. Naruto's grin widened as he continued, for sure, your brother set a new record by killing us a few years ago. It ended up surprising all those who didn't know the details of the massacre. Sasuke's fury reached new heights. He drew a kunai, ready to attack Naruto, when someone grabbed him by the shirt. What do you think you're doing? Iruka demanded angrily. Hit me. Sasuke demanded, his voice filled with outrage. Iruka looked at Naruto, frowning. Is that true, Naruto? No, Naruto replied, shaking his head. No, Aruno-san hit him, Shino interjected, surprising everyone with his unexpected testimony. How did that happen? Iruka asked, puzzled. He knew Shino was typically honest, but the idea of Sakura hitting Uchiha was almost unthinkable. It's not like that, Hinata said shyly, though a faint smile betrayed her amusement. Naruto-kun dodged it. Iruka's confusion deepened, but before he could address it further, Miyuki interrupted, instructing everyone to take their seats. It would be better if we put some distance between you two, Iruka said, glancing from Sasuke to Naruto. Naruto nodded and moved to the back of the class, taking a seat next to Hinata. Just as Naruto settled in, Kiba approached with a sneer. Move, loser, Kiba snapped. Get lost, mutt, or I'll call the pound. Naruto retorted, his voice sharp and challenging. Before Kiba could respond, Iruka intervened, instructing Kiba to sit next to Sasuke. Reluctantly, Kiba backed off. Well, that was fun, Naruto whispered to Hinata with a smile, making her blush deepen. When the written test began, Iruka and Miyuki distributed the test papers. As Naruto touched the paper from Miyuki, he felt an unsettling sensation. His tenon confirmed his suspicion. It was a genjutsu. Hinata noticed his concern and was about to speak when Naruto placed a finger to his lips and signaled for her to watch. Knowing he could dispel the genjutsu easily, Naruto decided against it to maintain his disguise. The only ones in the room capable of casting such a genjutsu were Iruka and Miyuki. Since Iruka was ruled out from the start, Naruto turned his attention to Miyuki with a malevolent grin. He released a concentrated killing intent, which caused Miyuki to fall from his chair, eliciting laughter from the class. The genjutsu dissipated with Miyuki's fall, and Naruto, pleased, turned to Hinata with a satisfied smile and another wink before focusing on the test. The next test involved kunai and shuriken throwing. Sasuke set the class record, hitting 7 out of 10 targets with kunai and 9 out of 10 with shuriken. As Naruto's turn approached, he noted how most students adopted awkward postures. Deciding to impress, he prepared to show a different technique. Uzumaki Naruto, you're up. Iruka called out. Sure thing, Iruka-sensei, Naruto replied, his confidence evident. He held up a ram-shaped sign, causing confusion among the onlookers. Kai. He exclaimed, and in an instant, his outfit transformed. Gasps filled the training ground. Naruto's new attire, free of orange, shocked everyone. With his hood pulled down, revealing his face, he approached the target mannequins. His attire, strikingly different, garnered several blushes from the female students. Stop bragging, Naruto. You can't be as cool as Sasuke-kun no matter what you do. Sakura squealed in frustration. Kiba chimed in with his usual disdain, dope, make sure you hold the right end of the kunai. Actually, forget what I said. Just die. Sasuke's smirk was smug, but Naruto simply smiled and drew 10 kunais, 5 in each hand. He threw them with practiced precision, hitting all the vital points of a dummy. The kunais pierced through the target and embedded themselves into the wall behind it. The classroom fell into stunned silence before Kiba broke it with a loud damn. Naruto's demonstration had clearly made an impression, leaving both his peers and the instructors in awe. Naruto walked back into the kitchen, his eyes narrowing with curiosity as he glanced at his daughter. His daughter, her composure finally regained, gave him a helpful look, but the proud father noticed a trace of concern still lingering in her eyes. As Naruto took a seat at the table, he saw her glancing over the list of scores he had brought home. So, what did you think of the results? He asked, trying to sound nonchalant but failing to hide the anticipation in his voice. She hesitated for a moment before replying, so, Yame, what about you? Are you still at the bottom of the list? Naruto grinned, no, I'm not at the bottom anymore, but I am at the top this time. His smile widened. Got the highest score, actually. She looked at him with wide eyes, a perfect score. That's incredible. No one has scored perfect in over 10 years. Naruto nodded solemnly, yes, I think the last perfect score was from an Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha, to be precise. The girl's eyes widened further in disbelief. Itachi? Really? Naruto nodded again, his expression serious. Yes, Itachi. He was a prodigy. Their conversation was interrupted as Tucci, the owner of the local ramen shop, placed a steaming bowl of ramen in front of Naruto. All previous thoughts were momentarily forgotten as Naruto's focus shifted to the delicious meal. A while later, Naruto had just finished his 11th bowl of ramen when Tucci's gift arrived. He looked up to see Mizuki approaching with an unnaturally wide grin. Naruto Uzumaki. Just who I was looking for, Mizuki said, the fake cheerfulness in his voice evident. Naruto's instincts flared Mizuki was up to something. The Kyūbi, ever the perceptive companion, added, that smile is way too forced. He's definitely plotting something. Hey, Mizuki-sensei, Naruto greeted, trying to sound friendly while masking his suspicion. I hope you're not holding a grudge about earlier. Mizuki's internal frown betrayed his outward smile. Oh, don't worry. It's all part of the job, he said smoothly. Actually, I need to talk to you about something related to your graduation. Follow me. He led Naruto to a nearby park, motioning for him to sit down. Mizuki's demeanor was overly enthusiastic, which only fueled Naruto's suspicion. So, what's this about? Naruto asked in the most innocent tone he could muster. Mizuki's smile widened. Well, since you got a perfect score, we decided to give you a chance to advance to Chunin if you pass a special test. Naruto's eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and skepticism. Really? What's the catch? Mizuki's grin turned into a smirk. All you have to do is steal the Hokage's forbidden scroll and learn a jutsu from it. Naruto barely contained a smirk of his own. Sounds almost too easy, he said mentally, communicating with the Kyūbi. There must be hundreds of powerful jutsus in there. The Kyūbi responded with enthusiasm, deal. I'll help you corner Mizuki, and in the meantime, you can learn some new techniques. Mizuki handed over a schedule of the guard shifts and instructed Naruto to meet him in the southern forest at midnight. As Mizuki left with a hint of triumph in his stride, Naruto wasted no time heading towards the Hokage's mansion. Upon arrival, Naruto found the Hokage, Sarutobi, in his library. Hey, old man, I need to talk to you about something, he said, barely concealing his urgency. Sarutobi looked up with a warm smile. Ah, Naruto-kun. I was just about to send for you. I received your exam results early. How did you get a perfect score after being at the bottom for so long? Naruto chose to deflect. We can discuss that later. Right now, we have a security issue in the village. As Naruto detailed Mizuki's plan, Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly serious. I see. But your plan is risky. Mizuki is only a Chunin, but his senses are keen. He would detect an ambush. You'd have to face him alone. Naruto's confidence was unshaken. Don't worry, I can handle him. I knocked him out easily during the Taijutsu exam, and I was holding back. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. He might have been holding back even more than you. Are you sure you can beat it? Naruto's smile was reassuring. He was definitely out for blood. Plus, I've been training intensively with the Kyūbi for the past 7 years. Sarutobi's jaw dropped. 7 years? How? Naruto chuckled, I've learned a lot, including some information about the Kumi attack. But we can discuss that later. For now, are you with me on this? Sarutobi took a deep breath. Yes, I think you're ready. But be cautious. This will be classified as a B-rank mission. He led Naruto to the vault and pulled out a large scroll. You'll need to knock me out to make it look real. Just don't overdo it. Naruto grinned, his eyes glinting with mischief. Understood. Without hesitation, he performed the Warak no Jutsu, enveloping himself in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, a stunning, naked woman with long blonde hair and curves in all the right places appeared. Sarutobi's eyes widened and he was momentarily overwhelmed, resulting in a comical jet of blood shooting from his nose. Naruto seized the opportunity, grabbing the scroll with a triumphant grin. Got it. He exclaimed before vanishing into the night. In the designated meeting spot, Naruto realized he had arrived 5 hours early. He quickly pulled out his paper and ink, preparing to transcribe jutsus from the forbidden scroll. The Kyūbi's voice echoed in his mind, take it slow. No more than a dozen. You don't want to arouse suspicion. Naruto nodded mentally. Got it. I'll study the techniques the old-fashioned way, for now. Even a minute of unconsciousness could cost me my life. As Naruto began the meticulous process of copying the jutsus, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but with the forbidden scroll in his possession and his confidence boosted, he was ready to face whatever came next. 10 minutes had passed since Naruto had begun transferring the jutsu. He had just finished transferring the 10th jutsu when he was abruptly forced to stop. His brow furrowed as he inspected the object in his hand. It was a seal, marked with what looked like dried blood. What's wrong? The fox, Kurama, inquired from within the confines of Naruto's mindscape. The huge fox's voice resonated with concern. Naruto studied the seal carefully. "There's something odd about this. I have a feeling this might be linked to my blood," he admitted. Kurama's interest peaked. "You think it's something your father left for you? Or perhaps something the third Hokage wanted you to receive?" Kurama suggested, though his tone was speculative. Naruto nodded, his curiosity growing. "Either way, I'm going to open it." With a determined smile, Naruto touched the seal. Kurama, sensing the seriousness of the moment, applied some of his own blood to the seal. A small puff of smoke enveloped them, and as it dispersed, a red scroll appeared before Naruto. Naruto unrolled the scroll, his eyes scanning the contents. The words Shiki Fuin 101 were inscribed in a precise, elegant script, followed by the figure of the fourth Hokage making a peace sign. Sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead as he read the scroll's instructions. "Well, I can already see the similarities between you two," Kurama said, rolling around in amusement within his cage. "It's almost like looking at a younger version of Minato." Naruto, barely acknowledging the comment, shouted, "This is the control scroll for the seal. We've hit the jackpot." Kurama's voice turned serious. "Don't bother making a copy of it now. Once you've broken the blood seal, it's too dangerous to keep around." Naruto absorbed the scroll along with a stack of copied jutsu, his mind racing. "I still have a little over 4 hours. It's best if I work on the seal before seeing the Hokage again." Kurama, with his characteristic impatience, said, "Just make a clone to keep watch and get over here. I'm eager to get started." Naruto chuckled at Kurama's enthusiasm. "Easy, easy. Don't get your pants in a twist." He paused, then added, "Oh wait, you don't wear pants, do you?" Kurama roared in mock indignation. "You brat." Naruto sighed, shaking his head as he created a clone to keep watch. He then entered his mindscape, preparing himself for what lay ahead. Upon entering, Kurama's voice was laced with irritation. "So you finally decided to show up, pervert." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Hey, it's not like I was thinking about that. Besides, you're a giant fox. And male." Kurama, with a smirk, responded, "Well, genius, breaking news. I'm a woman. And who said I don't have a human form?" Naruto's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Seriously? You're a woman?" Kurama nodded, and with a burst of red light, her fox form began to shrink and transform. When the light faded, Kurama stood before Naruto as a strikingly beautiful woman. Her crimson hair flowed gracefully, her eyes were sharp and slanted, mirroring Naruto's own. She wore a black and crimson kimono that accentuated her graceful figure, one that would put any jutsu to shame. Naruto, taken aback, could only manage a stammer, wow." Kurama smiled, clearly enjoying his reaction. "So, what do you think?" Naruto, recovering quickly, retorted, "I think you should have mentioned this sooner. But seriously, why were you able to change form and slip through the bars? The seal was supposed to restrain your power." Kurama frowned. "I guess the seal messed with my head more than I realized," she muttered, rubbing her forehead after receiving an annoyed punch from Naruto. "Well, would you mind coming over to this side to help me with this scroll?" Naruto asked, his voice full of determination. Kurama's smile widened as she stepped through the bars of her cage, but when she emerged, she found herself feeling weakened. Naruto extended a hand to her. "Your power's been limited, hasn't it?" Kurama took his hand with a sigh. "Yeah, the seal was designed to keep my power in check. I can only use the equivalent of 2 taels worth of chakra right now." Naruto, trying to lighten the mood, remarked, "I was expecting some sort of reaction from you when you changed forms." Kurama looked slightly hurt. "Really? Nothing." Naruto shrugged. "I'm not really focused on that right now. We have work to do." Kurama, still slightly pouting, took Naruto's head in her hands, guiding his face towards her. His cheeks flushed red as he awkwardly tried to avert his gaze. "Okay, enough of that," Naruto said, pulling away. "We need to focus on this scroll." Kurama, her smile returning, followed him to his inner library. The room was filled with a vast collection of books and scrolls he had absorbed over time. For the next half hour, Naruto and Kurama studied the scroll intently. They discovered that it was designed to gradually transfer Kurama's chakra link into Naruto's own. The seal modifications had to be done in stages to avoid catastrophic results. They could only release 3 of Kurama's tails at a time. Naruto, determined, performed the necessary hand seals. His hands glowed with a golden light as he touched the crystal prison containing the 3 powerful figures. The light enveloped them, and one by one, the figures emerged from their confinement. As the light faded, the 3 figures, 2 of whom looked about Naruto's age and one slightly older, were gently laid onto the beds Naruto had conjured. Naruto took a deep breath, knowing that the real challenge was just beginning. Naruto and Kyūbi's relationship had always been a complex one, fraught with the tension of their intertwined fates and the burdens they bore. Yet, in this peculiar moment, their bond deepened in a way neither had fully anticipated. The red light of the magic circle illuminated their faces, casting an ethereal glow around them as Kyūbi replenished Naruto's chakra. The soft hum of magic mingled with the palpable warmth of their connection. As the light dimmed, the other participants in the ritual Anna, Niji, and Evangeline watched with varying degrees of curiosity and bewilderment. Anna, who had blushed a deep crimson after her kiss with Naruto, now looked away awkwardly, her expression a mix of confusion and lingering shyness. Niji, standing next to Asuna, tried to mask his amusement behind a stoic face, though his eyes betrayed a hint of a smirk. Evangeline, who had engaged in a more intense and passionate ritual with Naruto, observed the scene with a knowing smile. When the red light faded completely, Naruto and Kyūbi reluctantly pulled away from each other. The initial surprise on their faces gave way to mutual understanding and a renewed sense of purpose. Naruto looked around at his newly bonded allies, the realization of their collective strength settling in. "Wow, it's been years since I felt so exhausted," Naruto said, his voice tinged with both relief and exhaustion. "That's because most of your power was used up and your Kamana capabilities have been integrated with ours," Kyūbi explained, her voice carrying a blend of satisfaction and lingering exhaustion. She was visibly tired but maintained her composure with a grace that belied her weariness. Kyūbi gently placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder, her eyes reflecting both pride and concern. "You've done well, Naruto. The ritual is complete and now we are bound not only by our shared past but also by this new pact." Naruto nodded, acknowledging the significance of the moment. "Thanks, Kyūbi. I appreciate the help." Asuna, still somewhat disoriented but regaining her composure, finally broke the silence. "So, what now? We have this new pact, but what's the plan moving forward?" Evangeline stepped forward, her demeanor calm but authoritative. "First, we need to ensure that our new connections are stable and that the energy exchange has settled properly. This process may have left us a bit drained, but it also means our combined strength is now formidable." Niji, his face now serious and determined, added, "We need to assess our current situation and strategize our next moves. Our friends are missing and we have unresolved issues with the Kyūbi. We can't afford to waste time." Naruto, invigorated by the ritual and the supportive presence of his allies, nodded in agreement. "Right. Let's focus on finding out what happened to our friends and deal with any threats that come our way." Kyūbi's expression softened as she looked at the group. "We've made significant progress today. The bonds we've formed will strengthen us, but it's crucial that we stay united and focused." As they began discussing their plans in earnest, the atmosphere lightened and the group's camaraderie became more palpable. The tension that had initially surrounded them started to dissipate, replaced by a shared sense of purpose and determination. Hours later, with their plans in place and their resolve strengthened, the group prepared to move forward. Naruto, now more confident and energized by the ritual and the support of his allies, felt a renewed sense of hope. The journey ahead was uncertain, but with his new companions by his side, he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As they departed from the ritual site, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the setting sun, Naruto couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude for the bonds they had forged and the new chapter they were about to embark upon. Naruto's new training session had commenced with an unexpected twist. With the assistance of Kyūbi, who had given him an unusual power boost and adapted his physical body, Naruto was now grappling with the implications of this new transformation. The adjustments Kyūbi made were essential to Naruto's progress, yet it also meant that his new abilities and limitations were complex and somewhat unclear. Kyūbi, in her typically straightforward manner, had facilitated Naruto's transformation with a unique kind of bloodline adaptation. "I didn't just give him chakra, I had to adapt his physical body to the changes," Kyūbi explained. "It's like the magic cancelling of Asuna or Evangeline's vampirism, but with a twist." Naruto, still catching his breath, raised an eyebrow. "You turned him into a vampire without asking. How exactly does that work?" Eva, recalling her own transformation, was clearly not pleased. "Partially," she replied with a sharp tone. "That's how I received my transformation. What about the weaknesses and benefits?" Kyūbi's expression remained nonchalant. "He doesn't have any of the weaknesses associated with traditional vampires, but he does get all the benefits. Plus, I've thrown in some bonuses." Niji, ever the curious one, asked, "What kind of bonuses?" Kyūbi smirked. "Although drinking blood isn't necessary for him, if he consumes blood from a bloodline holder prepared in a specific way that'll show him he'll gain that bloodline." Bloodlines, after all, are connected to Biju interactions. Eva's aunt, ever meticulous, inquired further. "Did he acquire Vesper's royal bloodline? Or can he use Herdian magic?" Kyūbi shook her head slightly. "He has the bloodline but can't fully utilize it. As for the Herdian magic, well, the runes have become intertwined with the seal. Instead of being consumed by his dark emotions, they will be absorbed by me, potentially increasing their potency. With enough use, I could even become the new Kyūbi." The group exchanged looks of both intrigue and concern as Kyūbi continued. "He still needs to learn how to control it. As for artifacts or pact cards, Niji will need to find them in the physical world." But that, Kyūbi's departure was imminent. "I need to learn Kage Bunshin before my next arrival," she said, vanishing into the forest with a flick of her wrist. Naruto was left to his own devices. From his Kage Bunshin training, he'd learned that only 4 minutes had passed since Kyūbi's departure, during which his chakra levels had fluctuated drastically. Now, they were 5 times higher than before, thanks to a strange glowing circle that had appeared beneath him during the process. He discarded the clone and continued perfecting his Kage Bunshin technique. As he approached the final stages of mastering the technique, Naruto was interrupted by an approaching chakra signature. He recognized it as Mizuki's and braced himself. Mizuki, known for his treachery, was not someone Naruto wanted to deal with while his chakra was still stabilizing. "Why the hell did you steal the forbidden scroll? Come with me to see the Hokage. If you're lucky, she might forgive you," Iruka's voice called out as he approached, breathless. Naruto played along, hoping to buy time. "Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here? Mizuki-sensei told me I'd become Chunin if I learned a technique from this scroll. Were you here to congratulate me?" Iruka's eyes widened, realizing Mizuki was getting closer. "Mizuki is trying to steal the scroll. Don't listen to him." But Mizuki had already landed on a nearby tree. "Naruto, hand over the scroll. Iruka's a traitor. He's just using you." Iruka countered, "No, Naruto. Mizuki is lying. He's trying to deceive you." Naruto's mind raced as he saw Mizuki preparing to attack. "Iruka-sensei, are you hiding things from me? 12 years ago, was there really a law prohibiting anyone from revealing what happened?" Mizuki's smirk widened. "Yes, the Sandai made that law. Breaking it wasn't just a death sentence, it was worse." Naruto, barely containing his amusement, taunted Mizuki. "So, you think you can take me on, huh? Even with all the power Kyūbi has given me, I'm still just a container." Mizuki was momentarily surprised. "Kyūbi? So you're the host for the 9 Tails. No wonder you're so powerful." "Yes, and I know what happened to your parents during the Kyūbi attack," Naruto said seriously, his facade dropping for a moment. "But I'm not the monster you think I am." Iruka nodded, his face reflecting a mix of sadness and resolve. "Naruto, you're not the same as the Kyūbi. We need to stop Mizuki." Mizuki, clearly enraged, sneered at Naruto. "You're just a kid. You can't possibly challenge me. Watch me," Naruto said with a smirk as he performed the hand sign for Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clearing was soon filled with clones, at least 50 of them, surrounding Mizuki. Mizuki, undeterred, pulled out a giant shuriken and began to slice through the clones. "They're weak. I'll destroy them easily." But Naruto's voice rang out through the smoke, "You're mistaken, Mizuki. These clones have a surprise for you." The clones glowed blue as they charged at Mizuki. "Bunsinda, I back you." Naruto shouted, and the clones exploded in a massive burst of energy. The shockwave from the explosion shook the forest, leaving a large crater in the ground. When the dust cleared, Mizuki was left bloodied and unconscious at the bottom of the crater, his treacherous schemes thwarted. Naruto looked at Iruka with a sense of quiet triumph. The battle was won, and the scroll was safe for now. Number Chapter 3. Team dispositions. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the bustling streets of Konohagakure. Naruto, Iruka, and their prisoner Mizuki walked in silence towards the Hokage Tower, each step resonating with the gravity of their mission's success. Naruto, still buzzing with the excitement of their victory, formed a couple of shadow clones to carry Mizuki, their former comrade turned traitor, ensuring he was escorted securely. As they approached the Grand Hokage Tower, Iruka's eyes lingered on Naruto. The boy's transformation had been striking. He was no longer just the mischievous, loud-mouthed kid of the academy. Naruto had grown into a formidable ninja with a powerful presence. Iruka, though proud, was troubled by the weight of recent revelations. "Naruto, I can't help but wonder about the true nature of what happened tonight," Iruka said, breaking the silence. "You mentioned the Kyūbi was being manipulated. How can you be sure it wasn't just a monster's inherent nature coming through?" Naruto, sensing Iruka's concern, replied thoughtfully, "Iruka-sensei, I know it's hard to believe. But let me tell you something. Throughout history, the Kyūbi has appeared only twice, both times because it was manipulated by humans. It wasn't just a mindless beast." Iruka's eyes widened. He knew the tale of the Biju well, but Naruto's perspective added layers he hadn't considered. The Kyūbi's rare appearances and its unique history as the first Biju to be contained had always been a point of speculation, but Naruto's insight was eye-opening. As they reached the Hokage Tower's entrance, Iruka's thoughts raced. But where could it have hidden all this time? He murmured, lost in contemplation. Naruto chuckled softly. "If only I could have taken its human form, things might have been different." Iruka turned to look at Naruto, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. "You didn't let yourself be swayed by that form, did you? It's easy to get confused, especially when it comes to powerful beings like Kyūbi." Naruto blushed slightly, but managed to maintain his composure. "No, Iruka-sensei. I wasn't fooled. I know what she truly is, and I don't see her as a monster. I won't let anyone call her that again." Iruka was taken aback by Naruto's resolve. He nodded, understanding the depth of Naruto's feelings and the bond he shared with the Kyūbi. "Very well," he said, a hint of relief in his voice. As they reached the Hokage's office, they were unexpectedly surrounded by Anbu Black Ops, their masks hiding their expressions, but not their intent. "Uzumaki Naruto, you are under arrest for treason. Surrender now, and you won't come to much harm," the leader of the Anbu declared. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Why are you here? The Hokage didn't send for you. Is the supposed robbery just a cover-up?" The Anbu leader remained impassive. "Take Mizuki into custody. The Hokage will decide his fate." Without another word, the Anbu whisked Mizuki away, leaving Naruto and Iruka alone with the Hokage. Sarutobi, looking older and more solemn than usual, gestured for them to follow him into his office. Once seated, Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, his eyes sharp and assessing. "Report." Naruto, still brimming with the thrill of their recent victory, began recounting the mission. "After you gave me the scroll, I followed the instructions and quickly learned the Kage Bunshin technique. Iruka-sensei arrived and informed me that Mizuki was behind the whole situation. When Mizuki attacked, I created multiple shadow clones to confront him and eventually finished him off with a special jutsu, the Bun Sinda Ibakua. We came here as soon as we could." Sarutobi listened attentively, nodding occasionally. "Yes, I saw much of it through the crystal ball," he confirmed. "But there were elements I couldn't have anticipated." Naruto's gaze was steady. "I've also learned a lot about seals and their applications, and I'd like to discuss the Kyūbi and my lineage." Sarutobi's eyes widened slightly, his composure faltering. "Your lineage?" "Yes," Naruto replied firmly. "I know who my parents are, and I think it's time for me to claim my inheritance. However, I wish to keep it a secret for now. Konohagakure can't afford any more conflicts." Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. "We'll need a convincing story about why you're moving to your father's house." Naruto's response was prompt and clear. "I'm creating a new clan and needed more space. I purchased the house for that purpose. That should suffice." Sarutobi's expression turned serious. "You'll need to demonstrate your new abilities to the council. From what you've told me, it seems you're not quite ready for that yet. We'll need to arrange another meeting for that." Naruto nodded. "I understand." "Good," Sarutobi said, leaning back and sighing. "For now, we'll transfer the funds from your parents' account to yours. Please come by tomorrow after the team placements to collect the documents." Naruto's face lit up with a wide smile. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." As the meeting concluded, Naruto and Iruka left the Hokage Tower. The tension of the day gave way to a sense of accomplishment and anticipation. Tomorrow promised new beginnings and new challenges. As Naruto and Iruka walked back towards their homes, the night air was filled with unspoken promises of growth, friendship, and the ever-unfolding path of a young ninja destined for greatness. The academy buzzed with a rare excitement that morning. The anticipation for the team placements had everyone on edge, eager to learn their new assignments and who their senseis would be. Naruto Uzumaki entered his classroom, expecting a typical chaotic day, but what he saw upon arrival was anything but ordinary. A loud screech filled the room as Naruto pushed the door open. His eyes instantly zeroed in on Sakura Haruno, who stood in front of an injured Hinata Hyuga, who was on her knees, looking pale and disoriented. Ino Yamanaka was doing her best to support Hinata, her own cheek marked with a red bruise. "What the hell is going on here?" Naruto roared, his voice booming louder than usual, a result of the Kyūbi's influence amplifying his anger. The room fell silent, the energy shifting from excited anticipation to stunned shock. Students exchanged nervous glances, some visibly trembling at the ferocity in Naruto's tone. Naruto was at Hinata's side in an instant, concern etched across his face. "Hinata-chan, who did this to you?" he asked gently, his voice softening. Hinata, still dazed, looked up at Naruto with gratitude and a hint of fear. Ino, her face flushed with embarrassment and pain, spoke up. "We were discussing team placements, and I mentioned wondering if I'd be on Sasuke's team. Sakura got mad and slapped me, saying that only the best, like her, deserved to be around Sasuke-kun. When Hinata reminded her that she had the highest scores, Sakura hit her too." Naruto's eyes darkened as he turned toward Sakura, who was still standing smugly despite the chaos she had caused. With a chilling calmness, he unleashed a wave of killer intent so potent that it made Sakura's eyes widen in terror before she fainted, collapsing to the floor. The room remained silent, everyone stunned by Naruto's display of power. "That's at least Chunin level," Hinata murmured, her eyes wide with awe and concern. "It's more powerful than my father's," Ino whispered in shock. "I'll have to talk to him about this later," Naruto muttered under his breath. "Thanks, Naruto-kun," Ino said with a slight blush as she looked up at him. "Yeah, thanks, Naruto-kun," Hinata added, her cheeks red from both the injury and the attention. Naruto smiled warmly, shaking his head at their gratitude. "Don't mention it." Let me take care of those bruises, Naruto said, kneeling beside the girls. He gathered some of the Kyūbi's chakra, infusing it with his own. His right hand began to glow with a pale, healing light, a technique he had developed years ago for faster healing. He placed his glowing hand gently on Ino's cheek, the warmth of his chakra soothing her pain. Ino gasped at the sensation, her blush deepening as the bruise faded away. Naruto repeated the process for Hinata, who blushed furiously as her bruise healed. Okay, I'm done, Naruto said as he stood up, offering a hand to each girl, which they accepted with shy smiles. The atmosphere was momentarily lightened, but an unwelcome observer soon disrupted the moment. Sasuke Uchiha, standing off to the side with a scowl, demanded, "Blonde, I order you to teach me how to do that." Naruto didn't even look at Sasuke as he replied, "You're sorry, huh? Well, being nice to girls comes naturally." "I meant that jutsu," Sasuke snapped impatiently. Naruto's patience snapped. In an instant, flames enveloped his sword as he slammed Sasuke against a wall, the fiery blade dangerously close to his throat. "I don't care if you think everyone here is weak, but don't lecture me about morals, especially not from an Uchiha," Naruto said coldly. He extinguished the flames and resealed the sword, then walked back to his seat next to Hinata. "What do you mean of all people?" Shikamaru Nara asked lazily, his head resting on his desk. "I'm sorry, Shikamaru. I've said more than enough. I don't want to anger the Hokage," Naruto explained in a low voice, hinting at the significance of his actions. "How dare you threaten Sasuke-kun?" Sakura shouted as she came to her senses, her voice echoing angrily. "I'll tell Miyuki-sensei." Naruto smirked. "And that's why Sakura is currently in an Anbu cell, facing interrogation. Last night, she didn't stand a chance." Iruka Yamino entered the room, his expression a mix of irritation and exhaustion. "He's in no condition to talk, let alone be interrogated," he said, glaring at Naruto. "You do realize you didn't just hold back, you poured 10 times the necessary chakra into that jutsu." Naruto scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face. "Oops," he said with a smile. Iruka sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. "Sometimes I wonder why I even bother. You dare attack Mizuki-sensei?" Sakura yelled again, her voice filled with indignation. Naruto rubbed his sensitive ears. "What part of traitor don't you understand? I was even allowed to kill him if necessary." "Then why didn't you?" Sasuke mocked. "Were you scared?" "No," Naruto said with a smirk. "The pain I caused him will last longer. That's a fate worse than death." Iruka decided it was time to refocus. "Very well, everyone. It's time to announce the new teams." The classroom fell into a hushed anticipation as Iruka began calling out names. Team A. Inyazuka Kiba, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Their sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. Sakura's scream of protest pierced the air as she heard her team assignment, much to the amusement of Kiba, who had covered his ears during the uproar. Sasuke, though dissatisfied, was quiet, his eyes betraying a mix of frustration and resignation. Team 8. Aburame Shino, Yamanaka Ino, and Hyuga Hinata. Your sensei will be Kurina Yuhi. Ino and Hinata exchanged relieved smiles, their earlier troubles momentarily forgotten as they looked forward to their new team. Iruka continued, announcing the other teams, but the tension in the room had eased, replaced by a mixture of excitement and curiosity about the new dynamics of their shinobi lives. In the bustling classroom of the Hidden Leaf Village's academy, the announcement of the new genin teams had sparked a whirlwind of emotions. As the instructor Iruka Yamanaka wrapped up the introductions, disappointment and intrigue were written all over the faces of the students. Hinata Hyuga, though initially disheartened by not being on the same team as Naruto Uzumaki, tried to mask her feelings behind her usual shy demeanor. Her team, Team 8, now consisted of Kiba Inyazuka, Shino Aburame, and herself. She wondered how Naruto was faring and if he was alright. The classroom buzzed with chatter until Hinata's curiosity got the better of her. "Yuka-sensei, what's wrong with Naruto?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. Iruka, standing at the front of the room, glanced over at Naruto, who was looking quite out of place amid the excited and somewhat envious murmurs of his classmates. "Well, Naruto's situation is a bit unique," Iruka began, choosing his words carefully. "Usually, when there aren't enough graduates to form a standard 3-man team, the graduate with the lowest scores would be held back. However, that's not the case with Naruto." The room fell into a hush as Iruka continued. "Naruto has actually been made a one-man team by the Hokage himself. This is due to his recent accomplishments and unique abilities." A mix of surprise, amusement and resentment spread among the students. Sasuke Uchiha, never one to hide his disdain, scowled fiercely. "Why does a loser like him get such a special treatment while someone like me doesn't?" Iruka sighed, knowing that Naruto's situation was bound to cause unrest. "Naruto has shown extraordinary abilities, including defeating a Chunin-level opponent without much effort. The Hokage has decided that given his skills, he doesn't require a standard team or sensei at this time." This revelation only fueled the fire of Sasuke's anger. "It's ridiculous. An aimless idiot gets an offer like that. Only someone like me should be recognized. Ino Yamanaka, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Naruto, tried to defend him but was quickly cut off by Sakura Haruno's mocking words. His parents were ninjas, right? They probably died because of his incompetence. Naruto, overhearing this, felt a surge of anger. He could endure the taunts about his skill, but comments about his parents were crossing a line. He swiftly pulled out his sharp wind-covered sword, the display of his power, causing a ripple of fear in the room. The blade was held just inches from Sakura's neck, its cold edge glinting menacingly. The air was thick with tension, and Sakura, trembling, fainted under the pressure. Iruka watched this with a mix of horror and concern. He wondered if Naruto's new status was too dangerous without a mentor. "Sensei, isn't it risky not to have a sensei for Naruto-kun? Who will guide him?" Hinata asked, her concern evident. Iruka nodded. "I asked the Hokage the same question, but he assured me not to worry." As the classroom slowly emptied, Naruto approached Hinata with a hesitant smile. "Hey, Hinata-chan, after you meet your sensei, would you like to go grab something to eat?" Hinata's heart fluttered at the unexpected invitation. She discreetly pinched herself to confirm she wasn't dreaming. With a warm smile, she replied, "I'd love to. See you at 6 at Ichiraku's." Naruto watched her leave with a sense of contentment before he was rudely interrupted. Hiba and Yuzuka, face flushed with anger, stormed over. "What do you think you're doing, Naruto? Stay away from Hinata. She's mine." Naruto's expression turned serious. "Seriously? Did you come to that conclusion because she's rejected all your invitations or because she avoids you because of your stench?" He grinned, finding Kiba's frustration amusing. Kiba, fuming, leaned in closer. "I don't care what she wants. She will be mine." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Let me make something clear. The rules of your clan don't apply in the real world. If Hinata doesn't want you, that's it. End of story." With a final disdainful look, Naruto brushed past Kiba and headed towards the Hokage Tower. He navigated through the maze of the building, bypassing the secretary, and entered the office of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Hiruzen looked up from his mountain of paperwork, a smile appearing on his face upon seeing Naruto. "Ah, Naruto-kun. How was the team announcement?" "Exactly as expected," Naruto replied with a chuckle. "You should have seen Sasuke's face. Even Iruka-sensei was confused and he saw me defeat Miyuki." Sarutobi chuckled at the memory. "I assume you have a proposal for me?" "Yes," Naruto began, "I'd like to propose that I stay as a one-man team with my shadow clones. I believe it will be more effective this way." The Hokage considered Naruto's words. "While it's true that you've surpassed many of your peers, you still need guidance from someone with experience." Naruto nodded understandingly. "How about this? Meet my current and previous senseis. You can then decide if you're comfortable with the arrangement." Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a way to arrange this?" Naruto grinned. "I can temporarily project them into my mindscape. We can have up to a day of discussion, which would equate to just 24 minutes in real time." "Very well," Sarutobi agreed. "Let's proceed." Naruto focused, and soon, the Hokage, along with his old and new senseis, found themselves within Naruto's mindscape. The vast mental space was filled with echoes of past training sessions, a testament to his growth and experiences. As the conversation progressed, Sarutobi listened attentively to the insights of Naruto's previous sensei, Jiraiya, and the new one, Kakashi Hatake. He weighed their perspectives, considering Naruto's exceptional skills and the unique nature of his proposed arrangement. The Hokage concluded, "Naruto, your proposal is unconventional, but given your proven abilities and the insights from your senseis, I'll support your one-man team setup. However, we'll need to monitor your progress closely." Naruto thanked the Hokage, feeling a sense of relief and anticipation for what lay ahead. As the meeting ended, he looked forward to his dinner with Hinata and the adventures that awaited him in his new unconventional role. Naruto approached the Hokage with a determined expression, placing a shiny hand on the old man's forehead for a brief moment. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in a serene grassy field. Behind him loomed a tall glass wall, while in front stood a massive golden cage adorned with intricate seals. The cage was ominously empty. "Where is the Kyūbi?" Naruto asked slowly, turning to the blonde figure who had accompanied him. The other Naruto, a reflection of his younger self, looked at him thoughtfully before shrugging. Or is there?" Naruto's voice trailed off, his gaze shifting to a nearby table where 4 figures stood. As they approached, Sarutobi, the Hokage, scrutinized them closely. Though they appeared younger than their actual ages, Sarutobi sensed that there was more to them than met the eye. Naruto made the introductions, his tone casual. "These are my new allies," he said. "I brought them here to show you that I'm learning from experienced people." Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. "Normally, you'd be considered amateurs if one were to judge by appearances alone." His eyes were sharp, taking in the group's icy glares. "But I can see in your eyes that you've experienced things beyond my imagination," he continued. Although, not having a ninja among you might be a problem. Where will you learn the jutsu? That won't be a problem, Naruto said with a confident smile. He led the group to a nearby building, its interior revealing a vast library. The sight impressed even the 3 magic users among them, though they had witnessed grander spectacles before. Sarutobi looked around, perplexed. Tell me, Naruto, why does this place look so familiar? Naruto grinned widely. It's an almost perfect replica of your personal library. It has a few more books and scrolls than yours. Sarutobi sighed, rubbing his temples. I don't even want to know how you manage that. Just tell me if you can get them outside. Can he do it now that the seal has been altered? The Kyūbi's voice answered in Naruto's stead. Yes, he can. He can also manifest anything he creates within his mindscape. Sarutobi's curiosity was piqued. Can I ask? Naruto nodded. It's part of the abilities I got from the Kyūbi. In simple terms, you'll transform energy in your case, chakra into cool stuff. But it will require a lot of practice. Well, I suppose I'm convinced, Sarutobi said, a smile forming on his face. Salatoy, he added with a nod, and then he disappeared from Naruto's mindscape. Back in the real world, Naruto turned to Sarutobi with a renewed focus. What can I do for you, Naruto-kun? Oh, right. Since I don't have a sensei, someone else will give me that teamwork test to prove I'm ready to be a genin. Sarutobi's expression turned serious. Well, as you've already figured out, it's about teamwork. I don't see the point in it right now. Naruto looked puzzled. Is there something else? Sarutobi pondered for a moment before speaking. Where can I train? I'm pretty sure there are more free training camps than senseis. Give me a second, Sarutobi said, rifling through one of his drawers. He pulled out a large scroll that unfurled to reveal a detailed map of Konoha. Choose from the training camps marked in green. Naruto studied the map and pointed decisively. I'll take that one. Sarutobi's eyes widened in concern. Oh, sorry. I meant not that one. That area is too dangerous. Naruto remained uninterested in Sarutobi's reservations. I want to know what you're thinking. Sarutobi's instinct screamed at him to be cautious. Well, I know it's occasionally used to test new Anbu and that it's very dangerous. Almost all of them avoid it. It's called the Forest of Death. A lot of people die there. Naruto's response was matter of fact. And it's also where part of the Chunin exam takes place. I've been there at least once. Sarutobi rubbed his temples in exasperation. I needed a place to practice my jutsu. No matter how much I practice in my mindscape, it's still my mind. If I want to perfect it, I need real-world conditions. And with more secrets to learn, I'll need more privacy. Sarutobi relented. Very well. You can use it. Just keep in mind that Mitarashi Anko likes to hang out there. Naruto nodded. I know. I've met her a few times. I actually went there to train after overhearing her talking about the place. That explains everything, Sarutobi muttered. Yeah. Anyway, I have 2 more things to ask you. Go ahead, Naruto said, eager. First, Sarutobi began, do you have any advanced books on seals? I've already mastered the ones you had in the library a few years ago. Sarutobi's eyes twinkled with a hint of a smile. I have a better idea. He stood up and walked over to the wall adorned with portraits of all the Hokage. Removing the picture of the Yondaime, he revealed a hidden safe with a blood seal. Naruto drew some of his own blood and wiped it on the seal. The seal began to glow blue and retracted to the center of the door. With a soft click, the safe opened, revealing a collection of books, scrolls, and a red wooden box. This box, Sarutobi explained, was filled by the Yondaime before he left to seal the Kyūbi. He told me that you must open it and discover your own path before becoming Chunin. The books and scrolls inside are the same ones he used and contain his personal notes and observations. Naruto looked at the box with awe and determination. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'll make sure to put them to good use. As Sarutobi handed over the last of the items and carefully closed the safe, Naruto's curiosity was piqued by a small, unaddressed box on the shelf. What about the box? He asked, his eyes scanning the room with barely concealed excitement. Sarutobi's eyes twinkled with a hint of mystery. You'll receive it when you move into the house, he replied, keeping his voice deliberately enigmatic. Naruto, already brimming with anticipation, nodded vigorously. Okay, I guess that'll be a nice surprise later. By the way, Sarutobi continued, handing Naruto a piece of paper and a pen, I need your signature for the transfer to your account. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the amount written on the paper. His mouth went dry. He looked up at Sarutobi, who wore a knowing smile. Just sign it, Sarutobi encouraged, still smiling. Naruto signed quickly, almost afraid to believe the numbers on the page were real. There's one more thing, he said, his voice tinged with eagerness. When can I start doing missions? Sarutobi's smile widened. Right now, if you want. I can write a note for the Chunin in charge of mission distribution to give you one. Naruto's excitement bubbled over. Actually, I'm not just talking about one mission. I plan to use my Cage Bunshin to their full potential, he said with a determined smile. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. Okay, but for now, only D rank and low C rank missions. You're a genin, after all. Naruto's grin didn't waver. Got it. I'll stick to that. Sarutobi handed Naruto the scroll with a mission distribution note. As Naruto took it and prepared to leave, he threw a mischievous glance back at Sarutobi. Oh, and you can't use Cage Bunshin to handle paperwork, by the way. Sarutobi chuckled and placed a hand on his forehead. No wonder Minato had no issues with paperwork, he muttered, then created 2 clones and retrieved a certain orange book from his drawer, ready to relax. With the task ahead clear, Naruto made his way to the mission room. As he entered, he was greeted by the sight of Iruka, who was apparently filling in for the regular Chunin. Hi, Iruka-sensei. So, this is where you ran off to? Naruto greeted, a wide grin on his face. Iruka looked up, slightly flustered. Yeah, sorry Naruto. The Chunin who was supposed to handle the missions had to take care of something urgent, so I'm filling in. Naruto placed the scroll in front of Iruka. Okay. I guess you'll be less surprised than the other Chunin. Iruka's eyebrows rose as he read the note Sarutobi had provided. It says here you can accept as many low C rank missions as you want. It's a bit unusual for a genin. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I don't really care. It's my first day after all. Besides, I have something planned for this afternoon. He pointed at a huge stack of scrolls to his left. I'll take 15 of these. Iruka stared, incredulous. 15 missions. Are you sure? Naruto nodded. Yep. And I'll take care of the paperwork myself. He pulled out a sheet of paper with a containment seal and used it to store the mission scrolls. Iruka watched in astonishment as Naruto said his goodbyes and left. Once outside, Naruto found an empty area and created 15 Cage Bunshin. Alright, form 15 rows of 6, he commanded. The clones quickly arranged themselves and Naruto distributed a mission scroll to each group. Complete your tasks and disperse one by one until only one remains from each group. The last clone in each group will write the mission report and handle the final paperwork. Then you can disperse. Satisfied, Naruto sat on a nearby bench and created 2 more Cage Bunshin, which he transformed into cat-like forms and had them climb a tree for surveillance. With his plans in place, Naruto closed his eyes and entered his mindscape. Inside, he found Neji and Asuna seated at the table, looking bored, while Kyūbi lounged nearby, appearing somewhat amused. If you're bored, imagine what it's like to be alone here for 12 years, Kyūbi remarked, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. Naruto chuckled. Hey, I've visited you almost every night. Kyūbi pouted playfully. And I was always stuck with the same old scenery. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Actually, they've been complaining about the mindscape being too simple. What do you say we change it up? Kyūbi's eyes widened. Change it. How? Naruto smiled. It's my mindscape. If I say something, it happens. So, if I tell you that we can improve this place, we can. Kyūbi looked both intrigued and a little hurt. And you're only telling me now? I'm sorry, Kyūbi-chan, Naruto said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. The seal was a hindrance until now, but that's no longer an issue. Kyūbi's eyes softened and she smiled, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Well, if you insist, I'd like to see what you have in mind. Naruto grinned and closed his eyes, focusing on his thoughts. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped the mindscape, forcing everyone to close their eyes. When they opened them, they gasped at the transformation. Before them stood a magnificent castle, perched on the edge of a cliff overlooking a vast, shimmering sea. The castle, made of pristine white marble, rose high with several towers and terraces that extended down the cliffside. It was both majestic and serene, a true masterpiece. Wow, Naruto breathed, taking in the stunning view. Kyūbi and the others stared in awe, their previous boredom replaced with wonder. The mindscape had transformed into a breathtaking realm, reflecting Naruto's inner strength and imagination. As they explored the new surroundings, Naruto felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The castle was a symbol of his growth and his boundless potential, a testament to his journey as a ninja. As Naruto surveyed the Vesper Palace, his eyes wandered over the grand halls and towering spires. Despite its impressive scale and intricate design, there was an undeniable charm that set it apart from his old castle and even the famed Imperial Palace. Yes, it is more impressive than your old castle, the Vesper Palace, Auntie, or the Imperial Palace, Asuna remarked, clearly awed. Eva, the castle's creator, beamed with pride. Actually, this is how it was originally planned to make my castle look grand and magnificent. Neji, curious about the shift in design, asked, what made you change your mind? Eva shrugged nonchalantly. I ran out of marble, she admitted, causing Asuna and Neji to exchange puzzled looks. What? I'm the supreme magician, not a master of architecture. Have you heard of the alchemy of the earth? I was too focused on magic to worry about marble. Asuna laughed, a playful edge to her voice. Shut up. back then, that magic was new. She defended herself, her cheeks flushed. Naruto, ever the supportive friend, added with a grin, and you tell her something. Why should he stop her? Besides, you're cute when you blush, Naruto said, making Eva blush even more. Neji turned slightly, trying to conceal his wide smile at the banter. Kyūbi, with an arm possessively draped around Naruto's shoulders, chimed in, where did you put Naruto's library? Eva's smile widened. Follow me. I'm sure you like this. She led the group towards one of the castle's towers. As they walked, it became apparent that something was missing, a crucial element that was key to the castle's functionality. Naruto inquired, Eva-chan, where's the entrance? Eva's face flushed with embarrassment. Don't tell me you forgot, Asuna said incredulously. What a genius. Eva muttered, it's no big deal. We're all just going to make modifications here and there to suit our tastes. A door? It won't matter. Naruto shrugged, not too bothered. By the way, I only put furniture in my own room because you probably won't like the way I decorate yours. Eva walked over to the wall, and with a graceful motion, a beautiful arched doorway materialized. As they continued through the castle, it became evident that the interior was almost bare of furniture, a stark contrast to its impressive facade. Upon reaching the tower, their amazement was palpable. The tower was an extensive library, with bookshelves that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. The first floor was dedicated to Genjutsu, the next 6 floors to Taijutsu, followed by 4 floors for Kenjutsu, 5 for Ninjutsu, 1 for basic elements, 1 for fusion elements, and finally, a floor for Fuinjutsu. Eva smiled, observing their reactions. Wow was all Naruto could manage to say. If you think this is impressive, wait until you see the tower that holds the magic books. Naruto's curiosity piqued. The books and scrolls multiplied overnight. Eva nodded, a satisfied expression on her face. I added the books and scrolls that I've read over the years. I'm pretty sure I've included everything Asuna, Mei, and Kyūbi have read as well, so there's no need to ask them to add more. With a sense of awe, Naruto thanked Eva, who then left with Neji, Asuna and Kyūbi, promising to take care of his room. Naruto made his way to the Fuinjutsu floor, cursing whoever invented stairs. His frustration was short-lived, however, when he noticed a strange circle on the floor near the stairs, with a sign that read, Transform inside the Jutsu library, accompanied by a sketch of the tower with transformation circles marked in red. Realizing the clever design, Naruto sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. He proceeded to the table filled with books and his father's scrolls. He created a dozen shadow clones to review them while he explored the new additions to the Fuinjutsu library. Discovering that most of the new material was below his father's level, Naruto joined his clones in studying the scrolls. As he laid out the scrolls, a wave of memories surged through him. One of the clones on a mission had gathered information, including a humorous incident involving Tora, the troublesome cat. The clone had managed to catch the cat in record time, leaving Naruto amused and impressed. Naruto smiled as he concluded his study session. He decided to seek out Eva and the others. Using the warp, he arrived at the base of the tower and was struck by the modified landscape. Distant volcanoes, deserts, frozen mountains, and rocky canyons had appeared. He approached Eva and the others, who were relaxing on a terrace. What are you doing? Naruto asked, puzzled. Eva grinned mischievously. Creating training areas for your development. You can't expect to be prepared for every situation by training in a forest. Naruto chuckled. Thanks, but my priority right now is learning to control the skills I've acquired from you. I wouldn't want to accidentally cause a disaster. Eva nodded in understanding. For now, you can start with Kagurazaka's cancellation magic. Neji and Asuna should be enough to teach you. Kyūbi and I will continue decorating the castle. It shouldn't take you long to learn, it's more about mental awareness than concentration. As Eva and Kyūbi headed inside, Neji and Asuna guided Naruto to a larger, empty terrace. As Eva-chan mentioned, Neji began, it's about being aware of what is harmful and what isn't. I was so developed that I wasn't even affected by Neji's love potion. Naruto nodded, ready to embrace the challenge ahead. With the castle transforming around him and his training areas taking shape, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Naruto stood before his friends, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the training grounds, where he had just completed an intense session with Asuna and Neji. The weight of the day's events hung heavily on him, but there was a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. The training had been grueling, but he was determined to master the art of magic cancelling, a technique he needed to be prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. Asuna, still a bit flushed from the earlier incident, had been explaining the finer points of activating and maintaining the magic cancel spell. You need to trust your instinct, she had said, her tone a mix of seriousness and encouragement. You need to know when to activate it. The spell essentially nullifies anything coming from the enemy, including their jutsus. If an enemy attacks you by surprise, it's crucial that you activate it at the right moment. Naruto had listened intently. His usual confident demeanor was replaced by a focused seriousness as he considered the implications. I need to be able to nullify everything the enemy throws at me, he explained. If I can sense their chakra signatures, I can activate the spell just as they try to attack. Neji had raised an eyebrow, skeptical but intrigued. Isn't that a bit difficult? What if the enemy tries to attack you while hiding their chakra? Naruto's response was almost dismissive. Please, I can sense and recognize the chakra signatures of everyone in the village. Even now, while I'm in my mindscaper in battle, the enemy won't be able to cast a jutsu on me while hiding his chakra. All I need to do is activate magic cancel the moment I feel him getting close. Asuna had been impressed. That's useful. I had it activated almost permanently during our previous training, she said. She then proceeded to explain the intricate details of activating and maintaining the magic cancel spell, beginning with the Legend of Life creator, her ancestor, and concluding with the Grandmaster Key and the Cosmo Enelchia. Naruto absorbed the information with rapt attention, especially intrigued by the tales of Alabama Alba and Alabama Rubra and the potential implications of the Life Creator Code. Once the theory was explained, it was time for practice. The only way to be sure that I can activate it is for Neji to launch a magic attack at me, Naruto proposed. His eyes met Asuna's and she could see he was ready for anything, despite the inherent risks. Do you realize that if you die here, it means you die in reality? Asuna asked with a hint of concern. Don't worry, Naruto replied with a grin. It will be a weak attack. We just need to see if I can handle it. Mei, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and began to chant a spell. With a nod from Asuna, Mei unleashed a lightning arrow towards Naruto. He simply held up a finger and when the arrow collided with it, it vanished into nothingness. Asuna's eyes widened in amazement. No way. On the first try. Neji was equally stunned. What kind of energy control exercises has Kyūbi been putting you through? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Just the usual training. Kyūbi's been thorough. The training session ended on a high note. As the group made their way to meet the other two girls, Kumi, with her characteristic curiosity, asked how the training went. It went perfectly and painlessly, Asuna said, a touch of smugness in her voice. Unlike the chakra control exercises you put him through. Kumi bristled defensively. Hey, it was the only way I could ensure he used his chakras safely. That's not healthy, even with an extreme healing factor, Neji muttered. Eva, always one to lighten the mood, smirked mischievously. But then noticed Naruto's smirk. What's up? Naruto grinned wider. Oh, just some funny thoughts. But you'll have to ask Asuna for details. Eva's cheeks flushed crimson as she realized what Naruto was hinting at. What did you say to him? She demanded, her voice tinged with annoyance. Naruto feigned innocence. Nothing much. Just something to make her blush. Asuna's face turned as red as Eva's and she exploded. I get it, pervert. You don't want to give me all the details. Kumi, blushing as well, found herself chuckling as she noticed the amusing interaction between her friends. What did you actually say? Neji asked, trying to contain her own laughter. Sorry, Kyūbi-chan, Naruto said with a playful smile, you'll have to ask Asuna for the details. I can only tell Neji since it's a boy thing. Asuna, still fuming, tried to maintain her composure while Kyūbi and Eva approached her, demanding details about the incident. Meanwhile, Naruto took the opportunity to initiate Neji into the art of teasing. Their laughter and playful banter filled the room, adding a light-hearted touch to the otherwise intense day. Naruto, noticing the time, decided it was best to get everyone settled for the night. It's almost night. We should get the girls to bed, Neji suggested. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, I can't argue with that. With a wave of his hand, Naruto created 3 shadow clones, which picked up the girls' bridal style and carried them to their rooms. Eva had kindly marked the living areas on the castle's diagram, making the task easier. As they settled in, Evangelina commented on the castle's unique properties. This place continuously lengthens an hour until it becomes a day. Your mental landscape, on the other hand, turns a minute into an hour. It doesn't age you physically and only works like this when you're here. In reality, it could stretch time even further, but it would drive me mad if used continuously. Naruto nodded. I can balance it with real time. It's useful for when I need advice in battle and can't enter my mindscape. Mei added, by the way, Eva's resort only works in 24-hour units. We had to stay at least 24 hours before we could leave. Neji chuckled. I can't say I envy you if the training you mentioned is true. Naruto smiled at his friends. Well, it could have been worse. You'll see for yourselves soon enough. As they all prepared for a restful night, the camaraderie and shared experiences strengthened their bonds. Despite the challenges ahead, they faced them together, ready for whatever came next in their journey. Naruto had always found solace in the sanctuary of his personal training grounds, but today was different. As he reached his room, he couldn't help but smile at the perfection of his surroundings. A spacious bed, ample closets, a large study, and a small bookshelf filled with the materials he needed for his training trips. It was exactly how he liked it, everything meticulously arranged and ready for use. He settled into bed, the soft mattress enveloping him, and reflected on the conversation he'd had with the girls earlier. His mind replayed their words, and a warm smile spread across his face as sleep began to claim him. Hours later, a sudden spike of energy jolted Naruto awake. Instinctively, he activated his magic cancel ability as a first line of defense, though his sleep-fogged eyes could only make out the silhouettes of Eva and Kyūbi standing before him. Eva's gaze was one of mild surprise and approval. "Not bad at all," Eva praised, her voice laced with admiration. "Even when you sleep, your senses are active. Basic ninja skill, never let your guard down." Without missing a beat, Eva reached out and nonchalantly caught the pillow she had been keeping suspended with cables behind her back. I see you're as paranoid as anyone, maybe more than me. When we start combat training, we'll probably skip the warm-up and dive straight into all-out war. Just the way I like it." Kyūbi, ever the enthusiast, added with a grin, "You're going to love it. It'll be intense." Naruto gulped at the thought but quickly composed himself. "Well, I should go. I've been here for a while, considering where I started meditating. I wouldn't want to be caught off guard. I'll say goodbye to Niji, Sunan-chan, and then I'll be heading out," he said as he stood up and made his way to the door. "See you later, Eva-chan. Kyūbi-chan." As he left, Naruto was greeted by a familiar scene. He found himself on a bench, stretching and dispelling the two cat-like clones he had summoned earlier. After confirming that nothing significant had occurred during his absence in the mindscape, he noted the time. Only 30 minutes had passed, and his clones had a few more hours of work ahead. He decided to explore his new training camp. It took him about half an hour to reach the camp, only to spend another half hour searching for a free entrance. When his patience wore thin, he jumped over the fence. The moment he landed, he sensed a presence behind him. "Hello, Anko. How are you today?" he called out casually, turning around to face the Kunoichi who had appeared. Anko's expression was a mix of annoyance and surprise. "Don't tell me you're alone, brat. This area is forbidden and very dangerous. Only a few people are allowed to come and go as they please," she said, crossing her arms. "I remember telling you this the last time you came here." Naruto's smile widened. "Since today, I'm one of those allowed people. I got permission just 2 hours ago, so I'm not surprised you haven't heard about it yet. Make sure you visit the old man when you go out to lunch. I can assure you he won't have any pending paperwork by then." Anko narrowed her eyes. "Why this training ground of all places? And how do you know he'll be done by then?" Naruto shrugged, sitting down near a tall tree. "I specifically asked to train here. As for the old man, I gave him the key to success before I left, so he should be free." Anko's suspicion was palpable. "Why did you allow a genin to train in the Forest of Death?" "3 reasons," Naruto replied, his gaze steady. 1. I got the first perfect score on the academy graduation exam since Itachi. 2. This forest is one of the few places almost no one comes, so my practice will be kept a secret. 3. I like this forest. There are no stupid villagers here to yell at me or glare at me." Anko's eyes widened at the mention of Naruto's perfect score, but softened with understanding when he explained his reasons. "I see. There are no idiots around here," she said, her tone less sharp. Naruto glanced toward the village with a thoughtful frown. "So, why do you like it here?" Anko hesitated before speaking. "Partly for the same reasons you do. I'm not very popular in the village. But there's another reason too." She looked away, her gaze fixed on the ground. "You see, that bastard never brought me here nor allowed me to come here. That's one of the few things I know without a doubt. Maybe he was afraid of the place or something. But as long as I stay here, I feel like I'm going against his will, and that gives me a certain satisfaction." Naruto nodded, understanding her sentiment. "It's a bit like how I feel when I play pranks on idiots who try to mess with me," he said with a sigh. "Still, it never feels good enough, does it?" Anko's lips curled into a smile. "Since when do I get lectures from a brat?" Naruto chuckled. "Hey, you know my name. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you." Anko stored his words in the back of her mind for later reflection. "Still, I don't like having you here." Naruto's grin didn't waver. "Guess I'll have to make myself indispensable, then." The two of them sat in companionable silence for a moment, each finding their own kind of solace in the forest's dark embrace. Despite the forbidding nature of their surroundings, it seemed that, for now, the Forest of Death was a place where both could find a semblance of peace. As she looked at him intently, Anko's curiosity was piqued. "What's wrong?" she asked, her gaze never leaving his face. Naruto, with his signature sly smile, responded, "I thought you might enjoy some company." Anko's cheeks flushed slightly, though it was barely noticeable. Still, Naruto saw it and couldn't help but be pleased. The kind of company I want is the kind that can hold his liquor and be handsome," she said with a teasing smile. "Well, I'll take that as a challenge," Naruto said, his grin widening. "Would you mind testing my alcohol resistance with some dango and sake? I'm treating. However, the last part is totally up to your tastes." Anko raised an amused eyebrow. "Oh, you're asking me out, girl," she said, emphasizing her words with a playful tone. "The little old man asking out the fearsome Jounin Takubetsu? I wouldn't dare." Naruto pretended to be surprised, which made Anko laugh out loud. "Okay, kid. I'll accept your offer. I see no reason to refuse dango." Naruto's mind was already racing ahead as he thought, he meets the requirements for good looks, intelligence, and a touch of charm. Star out loud, he said, "It's 12:30, the perfect time for lunch." He jumped off the branch, with Anko closely following him. But Naruto didn't get 3 more steps before suddenly throwing a kunai over Anko's shoulder. She was about to scold him when a roar of pain echoed behind her, followed by a loud thud. Turning around, she saw a large black panther with a kunai embedded between its eyes. What surprised her even more was Naruto's precision and accuracy, he had hit the panther without even looking. "Wow," Anko commented, impressed. "The kid's got good aim." Naruto approached her with a grin. "You want me to get rid of the body?" "No, I already have it," Anko said. Naruto began forming hand seals and shouted, "Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu." A jet of white-hot fire erupted from his mouth, taking the form of a large, searing ball. It incinerated the panther's corpse, leaving only a slightly melted kunai behind. Well, that's impressive, Anko thought. She could see Naruto's talent shining through. A little while later, they entered Anko's favorite restaurant, which was conveniently one of the few places Naruto could visit without being kicked out or even stared at. The clientele was mostly shinobi, making Naruto blend in more easily. The waiter approached their table. "What can I get you?" 20 dango and a bottle of sake, Anko ordered with a smile. "Same as her, and more pork ramen for me," Naruto added confidently. The waiter hesitated. "I'm sorry, but you're too young to." "Don't worry," Naruto cut in, "from the moment I got this headband, I became an adult. You won't get any complaints about it." The waiter nodded, a bit bewildered, and went to fulfill their order. "Very well. Your order will arrive shortly." Anko turned to Naruto with an amused expression. "Well, I'm sure you have a gift with words. You should be writing the speeches for the Hokage." "No," Naruto said with a smirk. "That would anger the civil council even more. I'll just stick to being a ninja." "Oh, I'm also bloodthirsty. Do you want to join the interrogation unit?" Anko asked, her tone light but teasing. Naruto smiled. "Wouldn't it be too boring? I mean, I'd have to keep the bastards alive so someone else can decide their fate. In the field, there's no one who can tell me I can't kill them, though. Of course, I have to bring some alive for interrogation, but it's still better. Besides, I'm not very fond of torture. I can do it, but that doesn't mean I have to like it." Anko's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Yeah, but it's a good way to let off steam." Their food arrived, and Naruto quickly paid the bill. In less than a minute, he had devoured 4 bowls of ramen. Anko finished her 7th dango stick and chuckled. "I'm sure you're hungry." "Yeah," Naruto said, finishing his 5th bowl. "I trained earlier and made some cage bunshin. They'll be a pain when they wear off, so I better have some extra energy." "So the rumor is true. You really did learn cage bunshin in one night?" Anko asked, impressed. "Yes," Naruto replied casually. "But I already knew Mizu bunshin and Kei's bunshin, so learning another one wasn't that hard." Anko looked at him in amazement. "How did you learn that?" "Let's just say I have a very wide source of information," Naruto said with a cryptic smile. "You surprise me more and more," Anko admitted. "But isn't it a little risky for a genin to use cage bunshin?" Naruto chuckled. I made cage bunshin, and I still have more chakra than I used." Anko stared at him, her jaw dropping. "I can't even do 20. "Well, normally you should be able to do up to 40, but there's something that prevents you from using so much chakra," Naruto explained. "I don't know much about your seal, but I can see it's chakra-based. I can guess that the inhibitor seal won't hold." Anko touched the back of her neck, where the cursed seal lay. "Yeah, it does act strange from time to time. I've noticed that." Naruto gave her a thoughtful look. "I've learned a lot about seals over the years. I don't know much about yours, but it's clear it's affecting your chakra flow." Anko sighed, finishing her dango. "Well, enough talk. I came here to prove something." Naruto poured more sake for both of them. "To new challenges and unexpected surprises," he said, raising his cup. Anko clinked her cup against his, a genuine smile on her face. To that she agreed. As they enjoyed their meal and drinks, the conversation flowed easily, with Naruto and Anko discovering more about each other's strengths and quirks. It was a pleasant respite from their usual routines, filled with laughter and camaraderie. For a moment, both of them could just be themselves, away from the pressures and dangers of their ninja lives. Naruto staggered slightly as he exited the bathroom, feeling the last vestiges of his inebriation slowly fading. He glanced at the clock on the wall, it was nearly 6 p.m. His plans for the evening were pressing on his mind. An important date with Hinata awaited and he was determined not to make a fool of himself. He had spent the past few hours organizing his clones for the task of investigating the forest. It was a technique he had honed over years, utilizing multiple clones to gather information quickly and efficiently. His strategy involved surrounding the area and then sending the clones to explore, ensuring that any hidden structures or suspicious activities within the 10-kilometer radius would be thoroughly inspected. He hoped this would shed light on Orochimaru's peculiar avoidance of the training camp area. Naruto had already managed to persuade Iruka to hold on to his money, a clever move, given the unfortunate fate of the clone that had ventured out to retrieve it. With that matter taken care of, he was now ready to focus on the evening ahead. The thought of his upcoming date with Hinata made him smile, easing the last remnants of stress from his mind. He had just finished changing into a clean set of clothes when his thoughts drifted back to Anko. The day had been full of unexpected turns, starting with their drinking challenge. Despite Anko's claims of superior tolerance, she had ended up quite tipsy, leaving Naruto to handle her discomfort with his chakra-based remedy. The memory of her flushed face and their playful banter made him chuckle. The way she had pouted and complained about his cheating was endearing, and the sly comment he had made about her cuteness still brought a blush to his own cheeks. Naruto shook his head to clear his thoughts. The evening with Hinata was too important to let distractions take over. He gave himself a final check in the mirror, making sure he looked presentable. Satisfied, he decided to head out to meet her. As he made his way to their meeting spot, his mind wandered back to the forest investigation. He had ensured that the clones were thorough, sending them in various directions to avoid missing any potential clues. The presence of dangerous creatures in the area was a valid concern, but Naruto's clones were trained to handle such threats, and he had instructed them to be cautious. The sun was beginning to set, casting a warm glow over the village as Naruto approached the designated location. Hinata was already waiting for him, her shy smile brightening at the sight of him. He felt a surge of happiness as he walked up to her. "Sorry I'm a bit late," Naruto said, offering her a genuine smile. "I had some work to finish up." Hinata's cheeks tinged pink, but she nodded understandingly. "It's okay, Naruto-kun. I'm just glad you're here." They decided to walk around the village, enjoying each other's company. Naruto felt the tension from earlier dissipate as they talked and laughed. The date was going well, and it was clear that Hinata was enjoying herself. Naruto was glad to see her so relaxed and happy. As the evening progressed, they found themselves at a quiet spot overlooking the village. The stars began to twinkle in the sky, adding a serene backdrop to their conversation. Naruto felt a deep sense of contentment as he looked at Hinata, feeling that the evening had been a success despite the earlier chaos. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Naruto's clones were hard at work. They had covered significant ground, inspecting the area meticulously. The investigation was revealing some intriguing findings, unusual markings and buried objects that could potentially be linked to Orochimaru's past activities. The clones were documenting everything and preparing detailed reports to be sent back to Naruto. As Naruto and Hinata enjoyed their evening, Naruto's thoughts occasionally drifted back to the forest investigation. He was eager to review the findings and uncover any hidden truths. But for now, he allowed himself to fully appreciate the moment with Hinata, knowing that he had taken care of his responsibilities and that the night was his to enjoy. The day had been a whirlwind of activities, but as Naruto walked alongside Hinata, he felt a sense of balance and fulfillment. The forest would still be there tomorrow, but tonight was about cherishing the company of someone special. And as he looked at Hinata's smiling face, he knew that he wouldn't trade this moment for anything. Naruto lay on his bed, exhaustion weighing heavily on his limbs as he set his alarm for 6 o'clock. After making sure Neji would wake him up, he was confident he'd get some much-needed rest. He was aware enough not to ask any of the girls for this task, understanding the potential complications. When he woke up later, he groggily realized he still had time before his date with Hinata. He was about to shout for Neji, but then noticed that it was one of his clones who had stirred him from sleep. After a moment of frustration about his oversight, Naruto noted that the clone's presence was a reminder not to make any unnecessary changes, especially when dealing with large tigers, something he had done the previous night. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at his clothes and decided to walk over to Ichiraku Ramen, figuring he could wait there for a few minutes. As Naruto chatted with Tucci, the ramen shop owner, he started to get anxious when the clock struck a little past 6 o'clock and Hinata had yet to arrive. Normally, he wouldn't be so worried, but this was Hinata, she wouldn't miss their date for anything. Closing his eyes, Naruto focused on sensing chakra. He quickly pinpointed Hinata's signature and was startled to find it was alarmingly close but moving away from the meeting point. Naruto's heart raced as he realized she was heading in the opposite direction with another chakra signature close behind her. The signature ignited a searing rage in him, knowing exactly who it belonged to. He sprinted towards the source of the disturbance and soon spotted Hinata in distress. What made his blood boil further was seeing Kyūbi holding her hands and leaning in to kiss her against her will. Before Kyūbi could make contact, Naruto intervened with explosive speed, hurling Kyūbi several feet away from Hinata. Taking hold of Hinata protectively, Naruto glared at Kyūbi with icy disdain. "What do you think you're doing, dog?" he demanded, his voice as cold as winter. Kyūbi, still recovering from his rough landing, shot back, "Hinata belongs to me." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Then it's you who's being stupid." Hinata, trembling slightly, looked to Naruto, who gave her a reassuring nod. She stepped back, giving Naruto space to deal with the situation. As Hinata turned her head, an Anbu operative in a wolf mask landed on a nearby roof, observing the confrontation silently. Kyūbi, undeterred, declared, "Just now, you caught me by surprise. I'll beat you up and then Hinata will have no choice but to acknowledge me as the alpha." Himaru, Kyūbi's canine companion, gave Naruto a wary glance but moved aside, sensing the dangerous tension radiating from him. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the Anbu, asking with a look if he had permission to handle the situation. Receiving a subtle nod, Naruto turned back to Kyūbi, who had already launched himself at Naruto. With fluid precision, Naruto dodged Kyūbi's wild attack and struck him with an open palm blow to the chest. Kyūbi crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. "Don't ever do something like that to anyone again," Naruto warned, his voice carrying a chilling edge. He then took Hinata's hand, guiding her away from the scene, leaving Kyūbi to deal with his injured master. Hinata, visibly relieved, gazed up at Naruto. "That was amazing, Naruto-kun." Naruto shrugged modestly. "Oh, it was nothing special. You could have done the same." Hinata blushed, shaking her head. "My father says I'm just weak." Naruto stopped in his tracks and turned to her, placing a hand under her chin to lift her gaze. "Hinata, you are far from weak. You just need more confidence in yourself. Don't let what others say get to you. It's our date, so relax." Her smile widened and her blush deepened. They continued their evening at Ichiraku Ramen, where Naruto enjoyed a regular meal, discovering more about Hinata, including her hobby of pressing flowers. Despite her shyness, the date was going well. As they parted ways, Naruto gave her a gentle kiss on the cheek, making her faint from the surprise. Naruto was almost home when one of his clones was dispelled by a giant footstep. With a sigh, he climbed into bed, preparing for another long night. True to form, his clones woke him up 10 times throughout the night. In frustration, he had to ask Kyūbi to manage the flow of memories so he could get some much-needed rest. The next morning, Naruto rose, knowing he couldn't afford to slow down. He carried out his routine of ranking and sending out clones, then retreated to his training camp for some relaxation. Entering his mindscape, he left one clone on guard and began reviewing a scroll, receiving information from his dispatched clones. Eva, his trusted companion, looked on curiously. "What's wrong, Naruto?" "The clones I sent to search the forest have reached the center and are dispersing," Naruto explained, focusing on the details. "They should all be gone in about 10 minutes. Eva nodded, her curiosity piqued. "What did they find?" Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. "Bingo. I can't believe they actually found it. It's hidden under a mud pit where 2 of my clones slipped and fell, but managed to find a hidden stone trapdoor at the bottom." Kyūbi entered the room, intrigued. "You should check it out before notifying anyone else. This area is used during the Chunin exams, so it could be something significant." Naruto agreed, already gearing up for what might be a major discovery. He knew that this could be a turning point and he was ready to uncover whatever lay hidden beneath that mud pit. As Naruto prepared to leave, he couldn't shake the oddity of the task ahead. The thought of calling the Hokage to check out a weasel's burrow sounded absurd and he chuckled at the idea. The location he was headed to was in the northeast region of the forest, far from the river. It was an area where a mud pit seemed out of place, which, given the nature of Orochimaru's traps, increased the likelihood of it being used as a cover. Upon arrival, Naruto noticed several animals approaching, their instincts alerting them to possible prey. Unwilling to engage in a drawn-out battle that would only attract more predators, Naruto focused his chakra and summoned his most intense killing intent. He released it in one powerful burst, watching as most of the predators lost consciousness, while the rest fled in terror. Satisfied, he decided to proceed with his plan. He created several cage bunshin and sent them into the mud pit to inspect the depth and the bottom. As the clones dissipated, Naruto smiled in satisfaction. At the bottom of the pit, he discovered a stone door adorned with protective seals, an intricate lock, and, most intriguingly, a carved snake. This was unmistakably one of Orochimaru's hidden lairs. Although he had heard about another lair being found after he left the village, this one was definitely new to him. Naruto pondered how to access the door without having to wade through the mud himself. Using a fire jutsu to dry out the mud and then digging through it seemed too time-consuming. Instead, he decided to utilize his wind clones. He created 50 wind clones, instructing them to dive into the mud one by one and dissipate simultaneously. The clones complied, and Naruto retreated to a nearby tree, keeping an eye on the mud pit. After a minute, the clones dissipated and the mud began to gush out, revealing the stone walls of the well beneath. Naruto descended carefully, using his chakra to stick to the walls, and examined the door at the bottom. He was certain that the door was trapped, but he also considered the possibility of external traps. He decided to err on the side of caution. Naruto created several cage bunshin to deal with the seals and the lock. Each clone removed a seal one by one, but the process was hazardous. The seals exploded with significant force, and the lock released a stream of senbon, narrowly missing him. Knowing that his clones lacked the physical strength to open the door, he summoned 3 more cage bunshin to extract the remaining water from the mud. When the door finally opened, a stream of fire erupted, incinerating the water clones in a flash. But the traps cleared, Naruto created 20 more clones and sent them in groups of 3 to explore the interior, rotating them as needed. Despite the occasional bursts of fire, the traps were eventually neutralized. Eva's voice cut through the air, advising Naruto to be thorough. She suggested that given the hidden nature of the lair, it was likely to contain valuable information or jutsu that could be beneficial. Naruto agreed and created additional cage bunshin to stand guard. He descended into the dark hallway, lighting the torches along the way. The first door he encountered caused him to pause and communicate with his team. "Hey, everyone. I want to warn you about what's probably in this room," he said hesitantly. Niji's voice came through the communicator. "Yes, we're all here. What's going on? Why are you stopping?" Naruto took a deep breath. Orochimaru is infamous for his cruel experiments, human experiments, he explained, and a heavy silence followed. "Don't worry, Naruto. We've reviewed some of your old memories. We're prepared," Niji reassured him. Taking a moment to steady himself, Naruto opened the door and was immediately hit by a nauseating stench. The room was a macabre display of rotting corpses, some tied to tables, others imprisoned behind bars. Ignoring the horrific sight, Naruto focused on locating valuable documents. He found a desk and bookshelf, quickly copying their contents onto some available paper. After completing his task, he left a clone behind to guard the room and moved on. The next room was less disturbing but still unsettling, filled with metal coffins. Naruto swiftly copied the records and left, setting another clone to keep watch. The third room, however, was particularly unsettling. It was lined with large glass tubes, each containing a green liquid. Inside the tubes floated lifeless bodies ranging from normal humans and animals to various chimeras. What deeply troubled Naruto were the black marks on most of the bodies, reminiscent of the cursed seal he had encountered before. Realizing the gravity of what he had uncovered, Naruto decided to return to the surface. He made sure to seal off the entrance as he left, ensuring that any remaining traps would be left undisturbed. As he emerged from the mud pit, he took a moment to reflect on the grim discoveries. The information he had gathered was crucial, and he knew he had to report back to the Hokage. But first, he needed to process the implications of Orochimaru's work and how it might impact the village and the wider world. As he prepared to head back to the village, Naruto couldn't shake the sense of urgency and responsibility that now weighed heavily on him. The dim light of the underground chamber flickered as Naruto hurriedly copied every last piece of research, his hands a blur of motion as he worked. The guard stationed outside the room was a mere formality. Naruto was already deep in the process of extracting all available information. With his mind racing, Naruto's thoughts drifted to Kyūbi, his ever-present companion. "Hey, Kyūbi, can you explain something to me?" Naruto asked, pausing briefly in his copying. "How is it that the information transfer is working so quickly now? I ran out of ink a while ago." Kyūbi's voice was calm and a bit amused. "It's working fast because you've altered the seal slightly. You're unconsciously tapping into the bloodline abilities you've inherited from Day. You're essentially creating ink within your mental landscape and then manifesting it outside." Naruto's eyes widened in realization. "I see. So, I could do the same with paper too. I'm almost out of that as well." "Of course," Kyūbi confirmed. "You just need to focus. It's all about concentration." Naruto nodded, a determined smile on his face. "Looks like I'm going to need it." He turned and walked into what appeared to be a library, its walls lined with towering bookshelves. Within 10 minutes, Naruto had managed to copy every single book. His satisfaction, however, was short-lived as he reached the fifth and final room. His eyes widened in awe at the sight before him. The room was packed with shelves brimming with weapons of every conceivable type and size. Naruto's jaw dropped at the sheer variety. "Let me handle this," Kyūbi offered, her voice more authoritative. "I can create a perfect mental copy of these weapons." Naruto watched as Kyūbi manifested a version of himself with red eyes, meticulously covering the shelves with a transparent colorless chakra. When the task was completed, his eyes returned to their usual blue and he grinned with admiration. "You have to teach me that jutsu sometime," Naruto said as he made his way towards the entrance. Once outside, Naruto summoned several shadow clones and sent them to the Hokage, instructing them to report the discovery of the hidden structure and to avoid attracting unnecessary attention if possible. His mood shifted slightly as he thought about Anko. "Shouldn't I come too?" Anko asked, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Naruto shook his head. "I'd like to tell him in person. Besides, it's better to let the Hokage decide who should know about this." Eva, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "We should leave it to the Hokage to decide who should be informed." Half an hour later, Sarutobi arrived with 4 guards in tow. The Hokage's gaze was sharp and inquisitive as he approached Naruto. "What have you found, Naruto-kun?" Naruto gestured towards the entrance. "One of Orochimaru's laboratories. It was very well hidden." Sarutobi's brow furrowed in concern. "How hidden is it exactly?" Naruto explained, "This pit was filled with mud and the entrance had multiple seals that concealed its presence perfectly. 2 of my shadow clones fell to the bottom, which made me suspicious. Since the only structure that should be here is the central tower, I used some clones to clear the mud. I didn't use any earth jutsu to avoid triggering any seals. And you can enter without worry. I had my clones handle the traps." Sarutobi nodded, a mix of relief and apprehension on his face. "Are you sure you've found all the traps?" "Yes," Naruto assured him. "I inspected all the chambers myself. Come on, I'll give you a tour. Just be careful where you step." Sarutobi agreed, although he was hesitant. He knew Naruto had a strong stomach, but the horrors inside would test even the most seasoned shinobi. He ordered his Anbu guards to maintain a watchful presence and followed Naruto into the depths of the laboratory. As they toured the facility, Sarutobi's expression grew grimmer with each passing room. Though this lab was smaller than others he had seen, it was packed with test subjects, each more disturbing than the last. The Hokage's heart sank as he noticed Naruto's lack of visible emotion aside from the occasional grimace at the stench. "You know, Naruto," Sarutobi began, his voice somber, "we've never properly searched this forest. Orochimaru always avoided it deliberately. Now we understand why." Naruto nodded. He wanted to avoid any connection between himself and this place. "From what I can tell, this facility is more of a storage and observation site. He probably conducted most of his experiments elsewhere, likely near or within the village." Sarutobi's frown deepened. "Yes, the first lab we discovered fits that description. I'll need to appoint someone to investigate this place thoroughly. We need all the information we can get, especially if Orochimaru begins targeting Konoha." Naruto suggested, "It might be best to keep Anko away from this for now. The lab is full of cursed seals, and she might blame herself for not finding it earlier, given how often she's in this forest. Maybe you could assign her to another mission for a week or so." Sarutobi considered this. "I think I have a solution for the documents and seals. I'll handle it personally." "I trust you've mastered the seal techniques from the books you borrowed." Naruto grinned. "Of course. I didn't read your entire library for nothing." Sarutobi nodded approvingly. "With Jiraiya out of the village, you and I are the only ones with decent sealing skills. I'll leave it in your capable hands until someone more experienced returns." Naruto escorted the Hokage and his guards back to the surface. "I'll make a report and gather what I need. Once I receive the mission scroll from Vicky, I'll get started on the investigation." "Very well," Sarutobi said. "She should arrive in a couple of hours. Good luck, Naruto." With that, Sarutobi and his 2 remaining Anbu left, their faces etched with the weight of the grim discovery. Naruto, now alone with his thoughts, prepared himself for the challenging tasks ahead. Naruto had been busy since the Hokage's departure, ensuring that every piece of critical information and every weapon was secured. As his clones worked diligently to seal away all the documents and weapons, Naruto himself was making use of the remaining time, preparing for what was to come next. With a few strategic actions, he set about his tasks with a focused determination. Upon sending 50 of his shadow clones to handle the sealing of documents and weapons, Naruto made his way to the weapons storage. There, he chose a quiet corner in the vast room and closed his eyes, mentally bracing for the tasks ahead. He stationed 1 clone at the entrance to guard the hideout and ensure he wasn't caught off guard. The moment Naruto's consciousness slipped into his mindscape, he found himself next to Eva, Kyūbi, and Niji. The vast library, once bustling with scrolls and books, was now a focal point for intense scrutiny. The documents they had copied were being sifted through, revealing disturbing revelations. "How's everything going?" Naruto asked, taking a seat at the large table surrounded by ancient texts and scrolls. Kyūbi looked up, her expression a mixture of concern and disgust. "Some of these things go far beyond what I did to the village during the attack," she said with a grimace. Eva, who was skimming through a particularly gruesome scroll, added, "And they used to call me sadistic." Ane already went to vomit, Niji remarked, her voice tinged with a mix of unease and resignation. Naruto took in their reactions and nodded. Alright, change of plans. I'll leave some clones to go over these and then you can review my memories. For now, let's get back to my training. Okay, Eva said, nodding. Let's get started. With that, Naruto and his companions headed toward the courtyard, leaving behind 200 clones to continue the work. Mei, a skilled mage, took charge of teaching Naruto the basics of magic. I think it's time for you to learn magic, she said. Since the Hera magic needs some attack spells to work, we'll have to start with that. Evangeline sighed. It will take a while. Naruto, unfazed, smiled confidently. Let's get started. Niji, holding a wand, demonstrated the simplest spell. The Ard-Descat spell is a good starting point. Since you don't have an activation key yet, you'll use the beginner key. Niji chanted, Pr Viner Ard's cat. And a small flame erupted from the wand's tip. Alright, let me give it a shot, Naruto said with a smirk. Niji handed him the wand, and with a clear focus, Naruto chanted, Pr Viner Ard's cat. To Eva and Niji's surprise, a flame appeared at the wand's tip on his first attempt. Eva's eyes widened in amazement. How did he? Kyūbi, interrupting, conjured a large mirror. That answers your question, she said with a smirk. Naruto has been learning elemental magic manipulation from me. Eva, visibly annoyed, turned to Naruto. Is there any particular reason you didn't mention this before? Naruto chuckled, well, I guess it slipped my mind. Let's move on. Niji quickly intervened before Eva could escalate the situation. You know how to harness your magic. Now we need to focus on magic theory. This will take about 72 hours. Bada, Naruto said, summoning 144 more clones to handle the theoretical work. Can you show them what books to read, Eva-chan? Sure, Eva replied. Just summon 10 more clones. I need them to check out additional books for my teachings. With the clones set to their tasks, Eva and Naruto rejoined the group. Niji smiled at Naruto. How are you handling the magic so far? Naruto grinned. I'm doing okay. What's next? Asuna, another member of their training team, suggested, how about starting your Kanka training? Kyūbi nodded in agreement. He can also summon Tsukii, so it won't be a problem. But he'll need to do it with his main body. Alright, please take care of me, Sensei, Naruto said jokingly, making Asuna blush slightly. First, clear your thoughts, Asuna instructed. Don't think about anything. Naruto closed his eyes and focused. Now, you must summon mana in your left hand and Kai in your right. Make sure the amounts are equal. He followed her instructions, channeling his energies until both hands felt balanced. Now join your hands and combine the energies, Asuna directed. Naruto clapped his hands together and an enormous golden aura enveloped him, expanding to more than a meter in diameter. The surrounding air seemed to thicken with an unnatural pressure, making it difficult for Niji and others to breathe. Less intensity, Kyūbi advised. If you continue like this, you'll run out of energy quickly. Naruto focused and the aura retracted, reducing to only a few centimeters around him. Much better, he sighed, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. Sorry about that. It's okay, Asuna reassured him with a smile. I used to do the same thing when I started, but I certainly didn't have that much power. Niji nodded in agreement. You'll need time to get used to it. Try doing 10 laps around the castle. Naruto groaned. I'll probably be back in an hour. You have no idea what you're doing with Kanka, huh? Asuna asked, amused. No, I didn't say anything, Kyūbi said confidently. He'll be back in 10 minutes tops. True to her word, Naruto returned to the group in exactly 7 minutes, his face beaming with a wide smile. Why didn't you tell me that Kanka makes me stronger and faster? He asked, clearly excited. Asuna shrugged. You didn't ask. Besides, the amount of energy you can harness depends on the individual. Niji looked at Naruto with admiration. You control it pretty well for your first time. Naruto shrugged. It's similar to controlling chakra. Only now it's outside my body. Kyūbi, deep in thought, added, actually, Kanka's energy is like chakra, but in a more uncontrolled form. It's harder to manage when it's outside the body. With newfound enthusiasm and confidence, Naruto and his companions prepared to continue their rigorous training, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the vibrant hues of the Kanka faded from the sky, Naruto exhaled deeply, feeling the lingering echo of its energy. Mei's voice cut through the dimming light, calm yet filled with an underlying sense of urgency. It seems like I ran out of time. You had already seen that coming. Naruto's eyes met hers, a mix of frustration and determination in their depths. Mei continued, her tone both supportive and instructive. You need to get used to it in order to be able to control it properly. How about we do a little training? Asuna, ever perceptive to the needs of her comrades, chimed in with a gentle suggestion. Maybe you'll learn more if you see me use it. What do you think? Naruto nodded, his mind already focusing on the task at hand. He took a deep breath, gathering his energies with a concentration that bordered on the mystical. Asuna did the same, and for the next 10 minutes, they engaged in a silent but intense exercise. Naruto's concentration wavered only once, but he quickly refocused, following the rhythm of Asuna's movements. In this rigorous training session, Naruto learned 2 crucial lessons. The first was the importance of concentrating Kanka's Kai to prolong its effectiveness. The second and more poignant lesson at that moment was the sheer power behind Asuna's right hook. The force of the punch sent Naruto crashing into the ground, creating a sizable crater in the training field. Asuna rushed over, her face a mask of concern. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I got a little carried away." Naruto, brushing the dust off, offered a reassuring smile. "It's okay, Asuna-chan. We were training after all. Some damage is expected." He settled onto a nearby bench, casually noting, "Plus, this isn't my real body, so if I think I can heal extremely fast, I will." As he spoke, the bruise on his face faded before their eyes. Impressed, Asuna's eyes widened. "That's incredible." Naruto winced slightly, grabbing his head in discomfort. "Yeah, the only real problem is that I have a headache." Concerned, Asuna leaned closer. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Before Naruto could respond, Evangeline appeared beside him, her expression one of apology. "Sorry, I didn't expect all the clones I sent with Eva to disappear all at once. I thought they'd dissipate gradually." Naruto, still feeling the sting of the headache but trying to maintain composure, waved off the concern. "Okay, but let's take a break for an hour. I need some time to take in all this information." As Naruto leaned back and closed his eyes, the others began discussing their progress and practically interrogated Kyūbi about his training regimen. The murmur of their conversations faded into the background as Naruto sought solace in the quiet, allowing himself to recharge. An hour later, Neji approached Naruto with a determined look. "Ready for a bit of magic?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. "Of course. I was born prepared." Neji nodded, clearly pleased with Naruto's enthusiasm. "Very well. We will start with the most basic attack spell, Magic Sagitta. As your most powerful element seems to be lightning, we'll focus on that." Neji raised his wand and began the incantation. Generate a Spirit's Glows Kosukum Concordant Magic Sagitta Series Glow Canton. A small orb of light formed and shot towards the wall, creating a small indentation upon impact. Naruto inspected the damage, his brow furrowing. "Okay, but it doesn't do much damage." Neji explained patiently, "Yeah, but it's usually used in sets of 11 or more to compensate. Lightning is typically used to stun rather than damage." Naruto nodded, taking the wand from Neji. "I see. I'll give it a try." He pointed the wand at the wall and chanted, Pract Vener Una Spiritus Fulguris Kosukum Concordant Sagitta Magico Series Fulgur. A lightning arrow shot forth with remarkable speed, leaving a mark on the wall that was double the previous damage. Neji smiled, acknowledging Naruto's progress. "Very well. You added more power. Looks like those clones did their job well." The training continued intensely for several hours, with Neji guiding Naruto through increasingly complex spells. From generating 5 lightning arrows to eventually conjuring 49, Naruto's progress was astounding. The walls bore the evidence of his growing prowess, each spell leaving a deeper and more formidable mark. Eventually, one of the arrows struck Naruto himself, the impact sending him sprawling. Neji's voice, tinged with admiration, broke the silence. "I must admit, I am impressed. It took me weeks to reach this point and you achieved it in just 5 hours. The power you instinctively put into each arrow shows you have real talent." Evangeline added her own praise. "Indeed, you have talent. All you need now is to get used to casting spells more quickly. We'll move on to more powerful attack spells once you can handle shooting 199 arrows reliably." Naruto, though slightly daunted, nodded. "Yeah, but first, I need to figure out my control problem. I wouldn't want to hit myself with something more powerful." Neji, ever the mentor, suggested a solution. "About that, I think you should choose your personal activation key. It will grant you better control of your magic." Asuna agreed, adding, "Yeah, the old tracked vigor will only get you so far." Naruto's mind raced as he recalled a passage from a book he had read. "Great. I think I remember something about that." After half an hour of focused thought, Naruto stood up, wand in hand. He addressed the wall with renewed determination. Dominus de Sun Ter Ritus on de Quinta Spiritus Fulgur Coes Concordant Sagitta Magus Series Fulgur. The 49 arrows shot towards the wall, creating a massive cloud of dust upon impact. As the dust settled, the wall was marred by a perfect circle, deeper than any of the previous attempts. Neji's approval was evident. "Very well, your control was perfect. Now, try it again." But Naruto, brimming with excitement, interrupted. "I want to try something." He chanted, Dominus de Sun Nil Ter Ritus on de Quinta Spirits Fulgur Coes Ucum Concordant Sagitta Magus Series Fulgur. This time, the arrows spun around each other, forming a small tornado before hitting the wall. The resulting impact was devastating, creating a massive crater and sending debris raining down. The sight left everyone in awe. Evangeline, eyes shining with admiration, said, "Wow. The power of the arrows at one point and you made them spin to create extra momentum with the wind impressive." Naruto rubbed the back of his head, a sheepish grin on his face. "I think you might be exaggerating a bit." The group laughed, their spirits high. It was clear that Naruto had not only advanced his magical abilities but also learned the invaluable lesson of control and innovation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the training field, Naruto and his friends knew that this was just the beginning of a journey filled with challenges and discoveries. Naruto could hardly contain his excitement as he watched his friends' reactions. The intricate design he had managed to carve into the giant stone target was a perfect representation of the Paksho circle, a feat that had taken him just a few hours with the help of his clones. It was a huge leap from the simpler shapes he had been working on earlier, like the cross, triangle, and square. Asuna, Eva, Mei, and the others stared at the massive carving with wide eyes. The detail and precision of the magic arrow's impact were impressive. They had been expecting progress, but not this rapid or dramatic. "How the hell did you manage to advance so fast?" Neji asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "It took me years to be able to cast 100 spells with precision." Naruto grinned, his confidence beaming through. 2 words. Clone training. He explained how he had used his shadow clones to practice and perfect his spellcasting. By having them work on the same task simultaneously, he was able to accelerate his learning curve significantly. "The clones were crucial in speeding up my progress. They handled the spell repetitions and helped me refine my technique much faster than I could have on my own." Asuna and the others exchanged impressed glances. "That's pretty ingenious," Asuna admitted, her tone reflecting both admiration and respect. "It's not just about raw power, it's about using your resources effectively." Eva nodded in agreement. "And you've clearly mastered that. But don't get too ahead of yourself, Naruto. There's always room for improvement and more advanced techniques to explore." Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination. "Of course. I'm not stopping here. I want to push my limits even further." Good, Mei said, handing Naruto a stack of books. "We've gathered some materials on advanced spellcasting and magical theory. It might help you to understand the underlying principles better." Naruto took the books gratefully. "Thanks. I'll dive into these right away." Asuna and Eva exchanged glances, clearly pleased with Naruto's progress. "We'll be here to help you with any questions," Asuna offered. "And remember, practice is key. Even with clones, the real challenge is mastering control and precision." Tiji, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. "I'll continue researching high-level jutsus. We can't let you get ahead in ninja skills while you're working on this." Naruto gave a nod of appreciation. "Thanks, Tiji. I'll make sure to keep up with my training." The group dispersed, each going to their respective tasks. Naruto found a quiet spot to settle down with his new books, diving into the advanced magical theories and techniques. His mind was buzzing with ideas and possibilities as he flipped through the pages, eager to apply what he learned to his spellcasting. Meanwhile, his clones continued their work on the stone target, focusing on achieving the same level of precision and control. The progress was impressive, but Naruto knew that mastering this advanced spell required more than just repetitive practice. It demanded a deep understanding of the magic's mechanics and the ability to adapt and innovate. As the sun began to set, casting a warm orange glow over the beach and the surrounding terraces, Naruto looked out at the massive stone target, now covered with intricate carvings and designs. He felt a deep sense of accomplishment and excitement for the challenges ahead. He could hear the faint sounds of his friends' conversations and laughter as they worked on their own tasks. It was a reminder of the strong bond they shared and the collective effort they were making to improve and grow. With renewed energy, Naruto turned his attention back to the books, ready to absorb more knowledge and continue pushing the boundaries of his abilities. His journey was far from over, but with each step, he felt more confident and determined to reach new heights in both his magical and ninja skills. Naruto stood in the center of the training area, sweat glistening on his forehead as he struggled with the new challenge Eva had set before him. The concept of darkness magic Sajita was far more complex and elusive than any of the elements he had worked with before. His arrows of darkness darted unpredictably, each one a testament to his current lack of control. The dim light of the early morning cast long shadows, further emphasizing the chaos that reigned in his attempts. Eva, Neji, and Kyūbi watched from the sidelines, their expressions a mix of encouragement and curiosity. Eva's usual calm demeanor was tinged with an undercurrent of excitement. She clearly enjoyed the intricacies of darkness magic. Neji, ever the analytical one, observed closely, while Kyūbi's eyes sparkled with a blend of amusement and admiration. "Try to focus on the sensation rather than the form," Eva advised, her voice cutting through the air like a gentle whisper. Darkness isn't something you control in the traditional sense. It flows from your emotions, your instincts. The more you fight it, the less control you have. Naruto gritted his teeth, his concentration unwavering. His arrows continued to whirl around him, narrowly missing the target set up by Neji and Eva. The unpredictability of the dark magic was both exhilarating and frustrating. It was a stark contrast to the precision he had achieved with the other elements. Remember, Eva continued, darkness is a reflection of your inner self. The more raw and honest your emotions are, the more powerful your magic will be. If you try to rationalize it too much, you'll lose the essence of what darkness truly is. Naruto took a deep breath, his mind flashing back to the emotions he had felt during his most intense battles and personal struggles. He had always channeled his feelings into his training, but this was different. Darkness magic required him to embrace those feelings in their purest form, without hesitation or control. He closed his eyes, letting the feelings of frustration, anger, and determination surge through him. The chaotic arrows of darkness began to slow, their path becoming slightly more predictable. It was as if Naruto was learning to ride the turbulent waves of his emotions, guiding them with a newfound sense of balance. Eva's smile widened as she watched Naruto's progress. That's it, Naruto. Embrace it. Let the darkness be an extension of your will, not something you try to master. With renewed focus, Naruto continued to channel his emotions into the darkness magic. The once erratic arrows began to form a more coherent pattern, though they still moved with a certain wildness. He could feel the power coursing through him, an exhilarating sensation that came from tapping into his most intense emotions. Hours passed, and the sun climbed higher in the sky. By the time Naruto stopped, he was exhausted but satisfied. The once chaotic arrows had settled into a somewhat controlled state, and the training area bore the marks of his efforts. His friends gathered around him, their expressions a mix of pride and relief. You've made great progress, Eva said, clapping him on the shoulder. Your control over darkness is still developing, but you've learned how to channel your raw emotions effectively. That's a crucial step. Kyūbi nodded in agreement. Your instincts are strong, Naruto. Keep refining them, and you'll master this element in no time. Neji added, just remember that darkness magic is as much about understanding yourself as it is about the spells themselves. Keep exploring your emotions and you'll keep improving. Naruto nodded, a determined look in his eyes. Thanks, everyone. I know I've got a lot more to learn, but I'm ready for it. I want to get as strong as I can. As they gathered for a break, Naruto couldn't help but think about the challenges ahead. The lessons he had learned with Eva had opened his eyes to new aspects of magic and himself. The path to mastering darkness magic was far from over, but he felt more prepared than ever. As the group sat down to rest, they shared a meal together, the camaraderie and support among them evident. Naruto felt a sense of accomplishment and gratitude. The journey to harness the power of darkness had been daunting, but with his friends by his side and his own determination driving him forward, he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the landscape. Naruto looked out over the horizon, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. The future was uncertain, but he was ready to embrace it, darkness and all. Number Chapter 6. Magic, interrogators, and memories. The room crackled with the residual energy of Naruto's latest feat. The enormous block of red crystal, now shattered into a fine dust, lay scattered across the floor, remnants of the battle he'd fought with his own inner demons. Eva and Neji stood in silence, absorbing the scene. Eva's expression was a mix of satisfaction and something deeper, a melancholy born from the dark memories she had invoked. That's twice as many arrows as you managed yesterday, Neji said, his voice tinged with a mix of amazement and horror. He had witnessed Naruto's growth firsthand and was astounded by the sheer magnitude of his power. Eva's gaze was distant, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Yes, the red crystal, it's symbolic. The more personal the target, the more power the spell can draw from my emotions. Her face hardened with a blend of disgust and anger. The wall it reminds me of was something from my past, something I'd rather forget. Neji's eyes widened in shock. What kind of memory? Eva's face darkened as she recounted the past. When I was 4 years old, the townspeople they painted an entire wall of my apartment with my blood. It was an act of cruelty, designed to terrify and break me. Neji's jaw dropped. And that's why you use the crystal, to channel that pain. Eva nodded slowly. Yes, it's about harnessing those painful memories into something constructive, into a force that drives me forward, rather than breaking me down. Naruto, having finished his training and feeling the weight of his actions, decided it was time to retreat. I'm tired, he said simply, before walking away. He left Neji still gaping in disbelief and Eva, who gave him a knowing look, understanding the exhaustion he felt. As Naruto left, Eva began her walk toward the castle. It was a long journey, filled with thoughts of what had transpired and what lay ahead. The castle's grandeur seemed to loom larger with every step, a symbol of the challenges they were about to face. A few hours later, Eva found Naruto in the vast jutsu library, engrossed in his work on the seals found in Orochimaru's lab. His demeanor was noticeably somber, his focus intense yet troubled. When Eva approached, she could sense his mood without him needing to say a word. Naruto didn't lift his head from the scrolls. "It's okay, Eva-chan," he said quietly. "I don't blame you for using those memories. I understand why you did it." Eva's eyes softened, though her tone was blunt. "It's not about blaming anyone. I know you're feeling weak because of it, and there's no point in pretending otherwise." Naruto looked up, his expression reflecting the truth of her words. "I guess you're right. It's just that." Eva cut him off, her tone shifting to one of empathy. "It's not easy, accepting such painful memories. But you need to use them to let them fuel your resolve. Don't let them make you weaker, let them make you stronger." Naruto considered her words, then smiled faintly. "I'll try to keep that in mind." As if to shift the conversation to lighter matters, Eva asked, "Did you draw the seal on the scroll as I asked?" Naruto nodded, retrieving a scroll from the table and handing it to her. "Yes, here it is. I hope it's what you needed." Eva took the scroll with a practiced hand, inspecting the intricate designs. "I want to study it to understand the full effects of your magic. Nothing harmful should come from it, right?" Naruto shook his head. "No, nothing harmful. It's just that applying it and understanding its activation are the final pieces missing." Eva raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "And you think Orochimaru didn't include these details on purpose?" Naruto sighed, frustration evident. "Exactly. The lab had plenty of information, but the application and activation were left ambiguous. The subjects were either dead or not suitable for the seal, which leaves us with a lot of unanswered questions." With determination, Naruto stood up and created a few clones to organize the research and gather more information. "I need to go back and examine those test subjects. There's something crucial missing from the research." Eva looked at him sympathetically. "You've been working so hard. Maybe we can discuss this more when you return." Naruto smiled, appreciating her support. "I'll make sure to come back soon. I might even need your help with this." With that, Naruto vanished in a blur, leaving Eva and her companions to ponder his next steps. The girls, now alone, looked at each other with a mixture of worry and anticipation. When Naruto arrived at his lab, he found his clones nearly finished with their tasks. One of them, holding 2 scrolls, approached him as the clone dispersed. Naruto took one scroll and headed back to the library, where he noted that his remaining clones were finalizing their work. Inside the library, Naruto carefully examined the test seals on display. He was methodical, his eyes scanning every detail with a mixture of precision and urgency. Each seal was a piece of a complex puzzle, and he was determined to solve it. His mind raced through the possibilities, considering how genetic changes could be integrated into the seal. With each discovery, Naruto grew more confident but also more aware of the risks involved. Applying the seal incorrectly could lead to disastrous consequences, and he needed to ensure he understood every detail before proceeding. The research was challenging, but Naruto was resolute. The answers were out there, and he was determined to find them. Naruto stood in the dimly lit underground hideout, his gaze sweeping over the bodies of the test subjects. The cursed seal, which had been the focus of his investigation, had left a significant impression on him. Even after death, some of these individuals retained the transformation granted by the seal, but the exact mechanics of its application continued to elude him. He had noticed that the seal didn't necessarily have to be applied to the neck, like Anko's had been. It could be placed near a major blood vessel or at Tenketsu Point. However, there were no visible marks on the skin, leading Naruto to ponder whether the seal was somehow applied or healed the subject before or after death. Naruto had been in the hideout for over an hour, meticulously examining the remains and gathering every piece of information he could. As he was concluding his inspection of the last test subject, he received a transmission from one of his surveillance clones. The clone reported the arrival of Iiki, the head interrogator of the Anbu. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he quickly left the hideout and made his way to the entrance. When Naruto arrived, he found Iiki standing at the entrance, looking around with an air of impatience, clearly waiting for him. "You're early," Naruto greeted. Iiki, with an air of authority, responded, "Stop right there. What are you doing here? This area has restricted access." Naruto chuckled. "I guess the old man didn't tell you who you should be looking for. I was the one who found this place, deactivated all the traps, and was appointed by Hokage-sama to handle the main investigation." He then took out a scroll from his pouch and handed it to Iiki. "Speaking of which, here's the other scroll. It contains a map with information about each room and general observations." Iiki took the scroll and began to review its contents, his eyebrows lifting in surprise as he absorbed the detailed information. "Now, I think you have something for me, so I can head out." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Iiki said as he handed over a mission scroll. "Congratulations on completing your first S-rank mission. Keep in mind that the information you discovered is classified." You're only allowed to discuss it with me and Hokage-sama unless otherwise instructed. Naruto accepted the scroll and slipped it into his pocket. Yes, I know. It's standard procedure. By the way, sell all the weapons and research papers in a separate scroll. I'll deliver it to the old man myself. Very well, Ikki nodded. You may leave. With that, Naruto headed towards the Hokage tower. He walked past the secretary, who shrieked in surprise as he bypassed her and entered the Hokage's office. Inside, he saw the teams of Rookie 9, along with their respective senseis. They were gathered in front of Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Naruto's entrance was met with various reactions from the teams. Hey, old man, Naruto greeted as he closed the door behind him, cutting off the secretary's frustrated cries. Am I interrupting something important? Sarutobi looked up from his desk, a slight frown on his face. Yes, you are, Naruto. But it seems you arrived just in time. We were discussing the results of the recent test. Sakura shrieked, get lost, idiot. Well, Sasuke spat, you're just in the way. Kyūbi joined in with a loud come on, come on. Naruto's patience wore thin as he addressed the Hokage. So why exactly were you waiting for me? Sarutobi explained, these are the teams that passed and became genin. I wanted everyone to know who they might work with in the future. Naruto's eyebrows shot up in surprise. You mean Team 7 passed the bell test? Sasuke, brimming with arrogance, added, of course. With skills like mine, how could we not? Naruto rubbed his temples in frustration. Let me guess, the council forced you to pass them, right? He turned to Kakashi, who looked uncomfortably embarrassed. And you told them the test was about teamwork, right? Kakashi mumbled, yeah, apparently arrogance causes memory loss these days. Naruto scoffed, I think even the Kyūbi would feel sorry for you. Sarutobi intervened, Naruto, calm down. I'm sure Kakashi will handle it. But please remember the qualities and flaws of your former prized students and compare them to Team 7. Naruto gave a pointed look at Team 7. Sakura was fawning over Sasuke, Kyūbi was staring at Hinata with undisguised interest, and Sasuke himself seemed to have an exceptionally large stick up his rear. Naruto couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Kakashi, as the flaws of Team 7 were glaringly obvious. Sarutobi sighed, they have all the flaws and almost none of the qualities. I'm starting to feel sorry for Kakashi. As the other teams watched with a mix of amusement and curiosity, Naruto handed Sarutobi the written report and mission scroll. So, you have everything you need. Sarutobi glanced at the documents. Unfortunately, I don't have all the data from the hideout. There are two crucial pieces of research missing: how to apply the seal and how to activate it. Without them, I wouldn't dare risk removing it. Sarutobi's face grew serious. That is worrying. We'll need to proceed with caution. Naruto nodded in agreement. I understand. I'll continue searching for those missing pieces. As Naruto left the Hokage tower, he couldn't shake the feeling that this mission was only the beginning. The challenges ahead would test not only his skills, but also his patience and resolve. Naruto walked out of the Hokage tower, feeling the familiar weight of the S-rank mission completion form in his hand. He had just left Sarutobi, who had handed him the form, along with a couple of containment scrolls sealed with classified research and weaponry. The Hokage had complimented Naruto on his organization, acknowledging how much like his father Naruto was. With the document securely in his possession, Naruto headed towards the exit of the tower, only to find his fellow genin waiting for him outside. Sasuke, ever the impatient one, stepped forward. So, Naruto, what was the mission? And don't give me any of that rank nonsense. Naruto sighed. I don't think you'd want to get tangled up in one of Ibiki's investigations. Trust me. Who's Ibiki? Sasuke asked, his curiosity piqued. Head of the Anbu Torture and Interrogation Unit, Sakura explained, her voice tinged with anxiety. Good luck trying to get any information from him. The genin had been waiting for Naruto to finish his business so they could celebrate their recent achievements. Choji, always the optimist, suggested, let's all go eat some barbecue to celebrate becoming genin. We were waiting for you. Naruto's face brightened at the prospect of a meal. Sounds good to me. I haven't had lunch yet. A few minutes later, the group entered one of the few establishments that welcomed Naruto. They chose a large table, with Naruto positioned between teams 8 and 10, specifically between Hinata and Ino. Team 7 took a spot across the table, their usual dynamic evident in the way they sat. Shikamaru, ever the strategist, decided to break the ice. Naruto, why didn't you show everyone your true power until now? It's not like you've revealed everything. Naruto smirked. I suppose I wanted to keep some surprises. As for why I didn't show it earlier, now that I'm a ninja, the civilian council has little to no say in my affairs. I get it, Shikamaru nodded, understanding the implied power struggle. As they ate, the conversation flowed naturally. Ino tried to flirt with Naruto, though more discreetly than usual. Hinata, who had been working on overcoming her shyness, tried to ease the tension. Naruto noticed her efforts and appreciated her presence. So, Naruto-kun, how strong are you? Shikamaru asked, eyeing him curiously. You haven't shown your full power. Naruto shrugged. I've never compared myself to anyone. I don't really know where I stand in terms of Chunin level. Sasuke, who had been unusually quiet, broke his silence. A dope like you, becoming Chunin? I doubt it. You're not impressive. Kyūbi, ever the challenger, jumped in. I can beat you, Naruto. I'll show Hinata what true strength looks like. Naruto chuckled. Is that so? I heard your sister had quite the fun humiliating you recently. I'm surprised you haven't had a worse day. Kyūbi paled slightly but tried to maintain his bravado. You still can't beat Sasuke-kun. Sakura, defending her teammate, added, Sasuke-kun is strong. You wouldn't stand a chance. Naruto's eyes narrowed. I can do more than just hit him. I could tear him apart if it came to that. Sasuke, clearly irritated, stood up. Fine, I'm ready to test you. I've been wanting to try something new anyway. You'll be my first human target. Naruto agreed. Alright. We'll settle this in the training grounds after we finish eating. I've had a busy morning. Kyūbi scoffed, why not just admit you're scared to fight on your own turf? I don't need Hokage's permission to enter training camp, 44 Sasuke retorted. Kakashi, who had been observing the interaction, spoke up. I don't mind being the referee for this match. I'm quite curious to see how it turns out. Naruto finished his meal and stood up, heading towards training ground number 7. On the way, they encountered Kurenai and Asuma, who decided to join the audience for the upcoming fight. Upon arriving at the training ground, the spectators quickly climbed into the nearby trees to get a better view. Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke made their way to the center of the clearing. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Naruto mentally spoke to his inner self, hi, Eva-chan. Is it possible to use something other than a wand for casting spells? The wand is a bit annoying. Eva's voice replied, of course, Naruto. You can use a different focus or even just your hands, depending on the spell. Thanks, Naruto thought back, feeling reassured. With everything set, the stage was ready for the showdown. Naruto and Sasuke stood facing each other, the tension between them palpable. The spectators, hidden in the trees, eagerly awaited the clash that was about to unfold. Naruto Uzumaki stared at the silver ring that Eva had just placed on his finger. Its intricate design seemed almost alive, with subtle glints of light reflecting off its polished surface. He recalled Eva's words. Force it to exist on your finger. The ring, custom made for him, had an activation key inscribed on it, allowing him to perform his spells mentally, rather than out loud. Eva had left him to prepare for his fight, and Naruto knew this was more than just a small advantage, it was crucial to his strategy. Across the battlefield, Sasuke Uchiha sneered, his disdain for Naruto evident in every line of his face. Bow to your superiors, Sasuke had demanded, his tone dripping with arrogance. Naruto's response was sharp and defiant. I don't bow to anyone but the Hokage. And since when are you superior to everything that walks? Sasuke's anger flared, his eyes darkening as he pulled out a handful of kunai, throwing them with deadly precision. Naruto remained unfazed. With minimal effort, he dodged the incoming projectiles, his movement smooth and effortless. He approached Sasuke, focusing his mind on the spell Eva had taught him. In his mind, he chanted the spell. Dominus de Sunter Ritus Novenis Spiritus Fulgur Coest Concordance Agita Magus Series Vgis. The air crackled around him as he activated the spell, his body blurring with a burst of speed. In an instant, Naruto appeared behind Sasuke, who had no chance to react. 9 lightning arrows, crackling with raw energy, surged forth from Naruto's hands. 2 struck each of Sasuke's limbs, and 1 pierced his chest. The impact was devastating. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, unable to move, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. What did you do to me, dope? Sasuke growled, his voice weak. Naruto smirked. I obviously beat you with 1 move. You won't be able to move for a few minutes, so don't bother trying that Raiten Jutsu of yours. It wasn't ordinary, you were right. I couldn't copy any of that. Those chakra balls just appeared around you and then went toward you. Kakashi Haddock, who had been observing from a distance, was astounded. Your Raiten chakra was yellow, bordering on white, like a natural lightning bolt. I've never seen anything like it. Yes, you were amazing, Naruto-kun no Yamanaka said, joining the others who had arrived at the scene, impressed by Naruto's performance. Asuma Sarutobi, too, looked on with admiration. Where did you learn it? He asked. Naruto shrugged, his expression nonchalant. Sorry, it's a secret, Okage-sama. I didn't want to give out information so freely, but even if you knew how it works, it wouldn't help you perfect your original technique. Kakashi's curiosity was piqued, mixed with a hint of disappointment. I see. Well, congratulations on your victory. The crowd began to disperse, with the exception of Sakura Haruno and Kyūbi Inuzuka, who congratulated Naruto. Sasuke, having regained some movement, grabbed a kunai and threw it at Naruto, but his movements were too slow. Naruto deftly caught the kunai by the ring on its handle and tossed it back, lightly cutting Sasuke's cheek. It's over, Ichigo. You lost. Face it and lose the attitude while you're at it. You're starting to get on my nerves more than usual, Naruto said coldly. Sasuke, now humiliated and seething, walked off with Kiba and Sakura in tow. Kakashi, slightly annoyed, asked, do you hate all Uchiha on principle? Not just those who remain. Fugaku was an imbecile, and I suppose that's where Sasuke gets it from, Naruto said, frowning. Did you know Fugaku? Asuma's surprise was evident. Yes, he was a very special character. I don't think I ever saw him happy with anything. He always complained about something. With a father like him, it's hard not to blame Itachi. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yes, if it weren't for Mikoto and Kurenai, I would have found it even harder to forgive. The group fell silent, each contemplating the gravity of the situation. Kakashi finally broke the silence. One thing's for sure, Naruto. You're going to have a lot of work ahead with this team. Naruto nodded. Well, I have to go. See you later. As Naruto began to leave, Ino caught up to him. Hey, Naruto-kun, by any chance are you heading to Anbu headquarters? Actually, yes. Why? Naruto asked, surprised. Do you mind if I accompany you? I want to tell Dad that I passed the exam, Ino said, approaching him. Of course not. Let's go, Naruto replied. The two set off together, leaving a slightly annoyed Hinata Hyuga behind. The walk to Anbu headquarters was filled with light-hearted conversation, with Ino once again flirting with Naruto. Though he appreciated her company, Naruto couldn't help but feel relieved when they finally arrived. He was eager to have the Hokage reveal his lineage so that the issue of his personal relationships could be resolved. Upon arrival, they were stopped by guards but were soon allowed through after Ino's identification and Naruto's permit were verified. They made their way to Inoichi Yamanaka's office. Ino burst in with excitement. Hey Dad, I did it. I passed the test. Congratulations, Ino, Inoichi Yamanaka said, his gaze shifting to Naruto. Hello Naruto. What brings you here? I need to see some classified files related to my previous mission. The Hokage said they're here, Naruto explained, showing his permit. Inoichi's eyes widened. Naruto, this is a permanent permit for all our files. Why would the Hokage give you something like that? I guess he really wants me to get all the information I need for this mission, Naruto said with a shrug. I'll ask him about it later. Inoichi nodded, understanding. Alright, I'll show you where the files are. Follow me. He led them to a large bookshelf labeled with a white snake symbol. The sight was disheartening. Most of the documents were destroyed when the old man defected, Inoichi explained. This is just what's left. Naruto's frustration was palpable. You've got to be kidding me. Can I use my shadow clones here? Inoichi smiled. You're lucky. They're the only ones allowed. Others are too messy. But remember, you can't take the documents out of this room. Naruto sighed in relief. Understood. As Naruto and Ino began their search through the remaining documents, the weight of their task became clear. Despite the challenges ahead, Naruto was determined to uncover the truth and fulfill his mission, whatever it took. Naruto's determination was palpable as he approached the shelf. Okay, I'll be done in 5 minutes maximum, he declared with confidence. He turned to Kaio-chan, his mental companion. Can you copy this shelf like you did with the weapons? Clear. No problem, Kaio-chan replied mentally. But make sure you have your eyes closed. I don't want anyone to notice. Naruto nodded and, as he reached the shelf, closed his eyes. Kaio-chan then switched with Kyūbi, who immediately began creating multiple shadow clones. Each clone placed their right arm on the shelf, enveloping it with a colorless transparent chakra. In less than 2 minutes, the process was complete. Naruto opened his eyes and reverted to his original form. Well, I have everything I need, he announced with a grin as he turned to the two stunned people. Call me if you need anything. Ino's eyes widened in amazement. Did you just read the entire bookshelf? No, I just made a copy of all the documents and placed them inside my mindscape, Naruto explained nonchalantly. Inoichi, Ino's father, looked at Naruto with astonishment. Can you access your mindscape? Yeah, Naruto said with a smile. I've also done some redecorating lately. Ino's curiosity got the better of her. Can I take a look? Inoichi's face turned serious. Ino, I don't think that's a good idea. The last person who tried to get into his mindscape had their soul shattered. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really? Is it that dangerous? Inoichi nodded gravely. Yes, and the head of the clan almost lost his mind. Kaio-chan chimed in through Naruto's thoughts. Of course, I just finished putting a mountain in the cage. Just don't bring her inside the castle. I don't want her to see how many pretty girls are in your head, Kaio-chan joked. Naruto shrugged. Are you sure it's okay? Inoichi raised an eyebrow but finally relented. Well, if Hokage-sama says it's fine, then it's fine. And he took a look 2 days ago. Inoichi and Ino both closed their eyes as Naruto placed his hands on their foreheads. When they opened their eyes, they were greeted by an astonishing sight. A vast grassy plain stretched before them, bordered by a tropical forest and a cliff overlooking the sea. In the distance, a magnificent castle loomed, larger than anything they had ever seen. "Oh my god," Ino gasped as she took in the breathtaking view. Her eyes fell on a field covered in red roses. "Wow," she exclaimed, walking over to the flowers. Inoichi leaned in and whispered to Naruto, "Hey, shouldn't there be something or someone else here?" Naruto gestured toward the newly added mountain. "Just one word. Redecorate." Inoichi nodded in understanding. "Well, I think it's time to go." "Too bad they're just dots," Ino said wistfully as she looked at the roses. "I wish I could stay longer." Naruto smiled as he guided them back. "I have a lot to read," he said to Inoichi. "I should go too." As they arrived at the Yamanaka flower shop, Ino thanked Naruto. "Thank you for letting us take a look at your mental landscape." Naruto handed Ino a rose, similar to the ones in his mindscape. "Keep this as a souvenir." Ino took the flower with a blush, her cheeks flushing at the gesture. Before she could thank him again, Naruto had already vanished. "Wow, he's fast," she whispered to herself, admiring the rose. Back at the Hokage Tower, Naruto passed by the secretary and entered the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was lounging on the couch while two shadow clones handled the paperwork. "Hey, old man, I think you gave me a permanent permit by mistake," Naruto said as he closed the door behind him. Sarutobi looked up, his expression thoughtful. "Not at all. You're one of the few people in the village who has so much detailed information about Orochimaru's experiments. Given the recent incident with Miyuki, it's likely Orochimaru will target Konoha soon. As the vessel of the Kyūbi, you'd be a prime target." Naruto grimaced. "Wow, thanks for the cheerful news." Sarutobi nodded. "Considering your knowledge and the danger, it's crucial you stay vigilant." Naruto apologized for his reaction and left the office. Once at his training camp, he made several shadow clones to keep watch and then entered his mindscape. He headed straight for the Jutsu library and summoned 500 more shadow clones, all of whom began poring over the newly added documents. 6 hours later, Neji approached Naruto, who was meditating while dispelling the last of his clones. "How did it go? Did you find what I needed?" Naruto looked a bit pale. "I'm fine. I just discovered what's inside the seal." Eva, one of the girls who had arrived, inquired curiously, "What did you find?" "A crystallized fragment of Orochimaru's soul in every cursed seal he's ever made," Naruto replied with disgust. "If he has hundreds, he would have almost no soul left himself." Eva's eyes widened. "That's horrifying. How could he even function?" Naruto's expression darkened. "It's small enough to transfer to another body and devour its soul if the host's willpower is weaker. Even the strongest shinobi would be weakened." Kyomi added, "The influence on those marked with the seal would be significant." Naruto nodded. "But now that I know how the seal works, I can remove the soul fragment and prevent it from activating." Chapter 7. Results and revelations. A week had passed since Naruto had managed to discover the method to remove the cursed seal, and his life had been anything but peaceful since. His days had been consumed by relentless training, pushing his body and mind to their limits. He had intended to train for 2 months, but the pressure of his newfound responsibilities drove him to work for 4 months straight. Exhausted and battered, Naruto had resorted to taking sleeping pills to get any rest at all. It was in this state of near collapse that he found himself enjoying a rare moment of respite, savoring a plate of dango. The tranquility was abruptly shattered when an Anbu agent appeared behind him. "Uzumaki-san, you must report to the cashier's office immediately." "I will escort you there," the masked operative said, his tone brooking no argument. Naruto, startled, scrambled to his feet, nearly dropping his dango. "What's the rush?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. As he hastily tried to finish his treat, the Anbu's response made his heart skip a beat. "My Terashienko has returned from her mission," the agent said, his voice trembling slightly. The word struck Naruto like a physical blow. "Oh, shit. I better bring a peace offering," he muttered. He quickly scooped up the remaining dango and transported himself with a Shunshin technique, reappearing before a weary Sarutobi and an enraged Anko. The Anbu left the trio alone, and Naruto, holding out a stick of dango, tried to offer it to Anko. "1 dango, Naruto," she said, glaring at him with a mix of anger and amusement before shoving the entire stick into her mouth. Naruto's nervous laughter was weak as he asked, "So, why did you summon me, Oisin?" Anko's eyes flashed with irritation. "You just told me what happened on your second day in Area 44, barely an hour after I left on a mission that only I could have handled. It's a hell of a coincidence." Naruto sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. You won't believe this," he said, but his nervous chuckle faltered. "There's no chance in hell you'll believe it," he added, sighing once more. Anko's glare remained as she took a seat beside him. "Okay, what's this about the hiding place and Orochimaru?" Naruto activated the security seals and took a seat, motioning for her to do the same. We're dealing with something serious here. The hiding place was used for Orochimaru's experiments, specifically with the cursed seals. I suggested to Hokage-sama that you should stay away from it. Anko's eyes widened with a mix of shock and betrayal. You didn't want me to see it. Naruto nodded solemnly. Not exactly. I wanted to protect you from the horrors that might have activated your seal. You're not the type to just accept orders without question. Besides, I didn't want you to start thinking that what you saw could have been your future. Anko's face softened slightly. I understand. What's the good news you mentioned? Naruto's eyes brightened. Well, besides being able to remove the seal, I've discovered something even better. I've figured out the link between the seals and Orochimaru. Sarutobi and Anko both leaned in, intrigued. Link. Anko's voice was barely a whisper. Yes, Naruto confirmed. Each seal contains a fragment of Orochimaru's soul. But the good news is, I can remove it and replace it with something better. Anko's eyes were wide with disbelief. How? And why is there a fragment of his soul in the seals? Sarutobi spoke up. How did Orochimaru fragment his soul, Naruto? That's a complex process. Naruto nodded. Fragmenting a soul isn't uncommon. Many ninjas have done it, often unconsciously. But to do it deliberately, as Orochimaru did, requires more than just skill. It involves killing, doesn't it? Sarutobi confirmed in a low voice, yes, the fragment can reattach if the individual has a strong mentality, but it can also be prevented. Anko's curiosity was piqued. How did he manage to insert his soul fragment into the seals? Naruto's expression grew serious. There are several requirements. The most challenging is having a dense chakra and large reserves. It also demands chakra control at the level of a cage and an ironclad will. These requirements are essential for embedding a soul fragment into a seal. Sarutobi and Anko absorbed this information, processing the implications. So, you can remove it and replace it with something better? Sarutobi asked, his tone hopeful. Naruto nodded. Yes. But the soul fragment removed, it's easier to enhance the seal. I've been working on integrating a spell that would amplify the elemental characteristics of the user. The enhancement will depend on the energy input and the spell's fusion with the seal. Anko's gaze was a mix of relief and skepticism. And how do we proceed from here? Eva, who had been quietly observing, interjected with enthusiasm. I suggest you return home and rest. Tomorrow, we'll delve into more complex spells. Mastering some rank spells is a prerequisite before safely using the advanced techniques like Hera Magic and the Unison Technique. As Naruto prepared to leave, he couldn't shake the feeling that the journey ahead would be even more challenging. But with newfound knowledge and a plan in place, he was ready to face whatever came next. The road ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but Naruto was determined to overcome every obstacle in his path. When Orochimaru marks someone with a cursed seal, the process is as sinister as it is intimate. Orochimaru's approach is not merely physical but also metaphysical, involving a direct bite to inject the cursed seal and simultaneously transfer a fragment of his own soul using his chakra. This method ensures that the seal isn't just a physical mark but a deeply invasive entity affecting both body and spirit. Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had been pondering the implications of this dark jutsu. He understood the need for physical contact in the process. However, his concern was evident as he asked Naruto to clarify the full extent of the seal's effects. Naruto, with a frown etched deeply on his face, explained, the cursed seal is designed with several purposes in mind. Firstly, the soul fragment within the seal attempts to corrupt the host. It manipulates their perceptions, causing them to trust Orochimaru more than they would normally. It also corrupts the chakra system, which restricts the amount of chakra the host can utilize unless they activate the seal. Sarutobi listened thoughtfully, nodding slowly. And what happens when the host experiences strong dark emotions? Naruto continued, the seal activates in response to powerful negative emotions, which amplifies its effects. This mechanism causes not only emotional instability but also physical changes over time. Anko, a kunoichi with a cursed seal herself, shivered at the explanation. Her eyes widened in fear as she absorbed the implications of the seal's potential for corruption. Sarutobi, noting Anko's reaction, inquired, is there more to this seal? Naruto responded, yes, there are additional purposes. The seal can be used to weaken the host at Orochimaru's command if he's close enough. It might cause pain to the user, especially if the seal advances to level 2. At level 2, the seal transforms the host physically, often turning them into a grotesque monster. Anko's face paled at this description. The idea of becoming a monster was horrifying to her. She shuddered as Naruto continued, the hideout has numerous examples of these transformations on display, if you ever wish to see them. No, thank you, Anko said firmly, her voice trembling. Sarutobi, concerned, asked, what is the ultimate goal of this cursed seal? Naruto's expression darkened as he explained, Orochimaru is obsessed with immortality. The cursed seal is part of his plan to achieve it. By constantly removing fragments of his soul, he tries to find a way to possess others permanently. The seal makes this process easier by weakening the host and integrating Orochimaru's soul fragment into their being. Sarutobi's face grew even paler. So, this seal can effectively take over someone's body? In theory, yes, Naruto said, nodding. In practice, it's complicated. Orochimaru's soul fragment doesn't always succeed because it depends on the strength of the host's willpower. If the host's will is strong enough, Orochimaru himself could be in danger of being devoured. The cursed seal is designed to weaken the host to make this fusion more likely. Sarutobi, puzzled, asked, why didn't Orochimaru deal with Anko when she survived the seal? Naruto answered, Orochimaru prefers hosts with bloodline abilities. Anko, at the time, was just a child and did not possess the traits Orochimaru was interested in. Additionally, he has a peculiar preference for younger bodies, though I've heard he favors boys more. The three of them chuckled, though the atmosphere remained somber. Sarutobi then asked, what did you mean by replacing the soul fragment? Naruto elaborated, the abilities granted by the seal are significant. When active, the seal enhances chakra flow and boosts jutsu effectiveness. However, it comes at a cost. The soul fragment consumes chakra and damages the chakra coils. And what about replacing it? Sarutobi asked. Replacing it with another soul fragment would be disastrous, Naruto said with a grimace. As far as I know, the penalty for removing soul fragments is eternal torment. Instead, I was thinking of providing you with a unique ability you can use with the seal. Anko's curiosity piqued. What kind of ability? Naruto smiled, it's akin to a bloodline ability, but not genetic. It's more related to the seal itself. This ability would allow you to control the shadow element. Sarutobi and Anko exchanged intrigued glances. Is it similar to the Nara clan's shadow control? Sarutobi asked. Naruto shook his head. No, it's much more advanced. The Nara clan can control existing shadows. What I'm suggesting is the ability to create and manipulate shadows, even forming physical objects from them. Sarutobi's eyes widened in amazement. Creating shadows from nothing? Is that even possible? Instead of answering directly, Naruto extended his right hand. Shadows began to emerge from his palm, swirling and coalescing into a solid blade. The sharp shadow blade hovered menacingly before Anko's eyes, demonstrating the sheer power of the technique. Sarutobi's deadpan expression turned to one of grudging admiration. I see. And how can you use such techniques without a cursed seal? Naruto explained, this technique is an ancient skill passed down through the Nara clan, likely originating from individuals who specialized in shadow manipulation long before it became a bloodline ability. Anko, her fear momentarily forgotten, asked eagerly, what else can I do with this ability? Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement. But the seal, you could create hard shadow weapons and even shadow puppets. You might also be able to craft clothing or armor from shadows, though it requires considerable concentration. Anko's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. The prospect of wielding such power, despite the dark origins of the cursed seal, was enticing. Naruto watched with a mix of satisfaction and nerves as the preparations for the ritual were completed. The sky outside the tower of Area 44 was gradually darkening, signaling the approach of the new moon. His mind was focused, and his senses were heightened, ready to undertake a task that few had ever attempted. The tower itself stood silent and imposing in the heart of the forest of death, a fitting location for the procedure that was about to unfold. The area was meticulously set up with two large ritual circles etched into the ground, their intricate patterns glowing faintly in the dim light. Glass orbs were placed at the 6 points of each circle, with one circle featuring an additional orb in its center. Naruto's attention shifted briefly to his mental companions. Eva and Kyūbi, their previous argument forgotten in the wake of the impending ritual, were now fully focused on the task at hand. Kyūbi's usual smirk had been replaced with a serious expression, while Eva's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Are you sure you're ready for this? Kyūbi asked, her voice steady but carrying a note of concern. Naruto gave a resolute nod. Absolutely. Let's do this. With that, Eva began to chant in a low, melodic voice, her words resonating with ancient power. The ritual was complex and required precision, a single misstep could result in failure or worse. Naruto, surrounded by the intricate patterns of the circles, prepared himself mentally and physically for what was to come. The first phase of the ritual involved Naruto drawing a series of complex seals on Anko's back. The seals were a deep dark crimson, a stark contrast against Anko's skin. Naruto's concentration was absolute as he carefully inscribed each symbol, his movements precise and deliberate. Anko, though nervous, remained still and composed. The only sign of her anxiety was the occasional twitch of her muscles. Sarutobi watched from a distance, his face a mask of calm curiosity. Ikki stood nearby, her gaze shifting between the ritual and the figures involved. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, the quiet hum of the ritual's energy filling the air. As the final seal was drawn, Naruto took a step back and nodded to Eva and Kyūbi. The ritual circles began to glow brighter, the glass orbs shimmering with a soft, ethereal light. The new moon's influence was growing stronger, amplifying the power of the ritual. Naruto raised his hands, focusing his chakra into the ritual circles. The dark energy that enveloped him seemed to ripple outward, spreading through the circles and into the seals on Anko's back. A deep resonant hum filled the room as the ancient energies began to merge with the new power being infused into Anko. The ritual was both exhausting and exhilarating. Naruto felt the energy coursing through him, the immense concentration required taking a toll on his stamina. He could see the shadows dancing around them, the manifestation of the element of shadows that he was bestowing upon Anko. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as the ritual continued. Finally, as the new moon reached its zenith, the energy began to stabilize. The glowing circles dimmed, and the dark aura surrounding Naruto dissipated. He exhaled deeply, his body feeling the strain of the intense concentration. "It's done," Naruto announced, his voice tired but satisfied. "The power of the shadows is now yours." Anko, who had been lying on the ritual platform, slowly sat up. Her eyes were wide with awe as she felt the new power coursing through her. She glanced at Naruto, a mixture of gratitude and excitement in her gaze. "Thank you," she said quietly. "I don't know how to express my gratitude for this opportunity." Naruto smiled, his exhaustion evident but overshadowed by his sense of accomplishment. "No need to thank me yet. Remember to practice in secret and keep me updated on your progress." Sarutobi approached, his expression approving. The procedure went smoothly. "I trust that the power will be used wisely." "I will," Anko promised, nodding. As the group began to disband, Naruto turned to Kyūbi and Eva, who were observing from the sidelines. Kyūbi gave him a nod of approval, while Eva's grin had returned. "Well, that went well," Kyūbi said. "You handled the ritual excellently." "Thanks," Naruto replied, though his energy was waning. "Now, let's get some rest. We'll need it." The group exited the tower, their mood lighter, now that the ritual was complete. Anko was already contemplating the possibilities of her new powers, while Naruto, exhausted but content, looked forward to a well-deserved rest. The night was still young, and though the ritual was complete, the implications of what had just transpired were only beginning to unfold. While her black outfit turned snow white, her golden blonde hair turned black, as did the whites of her eyes. However, her blue iris turned white with a 7-pointed golden star all over her body, white tattoos swirled, the lines converged at the outer edge of the seal on her abdomen. "I still don't know how you got that star in your eyes, normally you should be completely black and white." Eva with the head. "Maybe it has something to do with the seal." Asuna see, he shrugged. "No, the star should have 8 corners if it were for the seal, or 9 if it were for me," he said. Kyūbi, "Well, I think it's for Asuna and me. A 7-pointed star is part of Vesper's original royal crest and may have something to do with the fact that he has both abilities he can destroy and create." May explained her theory well. "That's the most likely theory we have right now." Naruto shrugged as he returned to normal and went back out to clear an area large enough. Several hours later, he woke up from his nap when one of his clones dissipated, alerting him of the arrival of his guests. "Are you ready, Naruto-kun?" asked Sarutobi as the group reached the top of the tower. "Yes, sit down so I can explain the procedure," said the blonde. Pointing to the bench that was to his right after they sat down, Naruto began to explain the process. "Well, to start, Anasan will have to take some of these painkillers and remove the clothes from his upper body," he began, and handed a bottle to Anko. "Why do you need painkillers?" Kulin asked, looking at him suspiciously. "In order to completely remove the parasite, the cursed seal must be fully active. Those pills will not only nullify the pain, but will also show how far the corruption has reached, helping me draw the sealing matrix," Naruto explained. "After drawing the seals, I will have to bite you and pour some dense energy into the seal, just like Orochimaru did when he gave it to you. Then I will remove the parasite and then we will move on to putting something more." Instead, it ended very well. "Let the show begin." Anko stood up and in a few seconds she was topless. "Anko, are you sure about this?" asked Len, stopping her from taking the drug. "I am as ready as I will ever be," said Anko seriously. "I need you to lay down here before I swallow that," yelled Naruto, pointing to a space next to them. After doing so, he swallowed and the cursed seal was activated, and Anko said, surprised, "I really can't feel it." "I told you," said Naruto, as he drew a seal around the glow purple coming out of his neck. After drawing the seal, he took a few steps back and placed his palms on the ground. Almost immediately, a complicated circle carved around Anko appeared with her neck near the center. A few seconds later, 6 empty glass orbs appeared in the circle, the 7th right in the center next to Anko's neck. Then he waved his hands, and the orbs at the 6 corners filled with fire, light, wind, water, shadow and earth in that exact order. As he walked next to Anko, Naruto bit her the finger and only dropped 3 drops of blood. The first drop fell on the carved circle. Suddenly it began to flow through the sculpture increasing its amount as it flowed and finally filled the entire carved ritual circle. The second drop fell on the fountain of purple glow on Anko's neck, causing the seal she drew to glow red. The third and final drop fell on the empty globe and passed through the crystal, stopping in the center and turning completely black. In fact, it was so dark it seemed absorbing the light surrounding her. As the three transformations ended, she leaned towards Hanko's neck as her canines elongated. "This is all," she whispered before biting her, where Orochimaru did so long ago. She slowly pushed a bit of Kyūbi's yuki through her elongated fangs until the seal she drew began to move. She then pulled her teeth away from Hanko's neck and jumped out of the circle while making the hand sign of a ram as the blood-filled circle began to the seal gathered the purple glow into one point and was then touched by chains coming from the 6 orbs surrounding it. Each chain made of the element within the orb. The other ends of the chains broke away from their respective orbs and converged into the 7th orb, which began to float and drag the chains within it with them. It tore through the red seal along with the purple glow it now contained and dragged it inward as the bloody circle ended and the 6 now empty orbs disappeared. Leaving behind a slowly falling glass orb that Naruto caught inside was a white-scaled snake with purple-rimmed yellow slit eyes. "Let me go, you foolish boy, or I will kill you slowly if I see the angry snake." "Naruto, is that what I think it is?" asked Sarutobi as he and the other 2 spectators approached. "Oh yeah, I gave that soul fragment a body using my blood. I mean, why bother investigating what he did before defecting when this idiot has all of Orochimaru's memories until the day he gave the seal to Anko?" Naruto smiled. "I won't tell you anything." The snake spat seriously, asked Naruto, and the orb began to shrink. "Well, the snake remained the same size." "I mentioned that this crystal orb is indestructible or that it can get hot quite easily," asked Naruto sadistically. "Why should I tell you anything? Will take my secrets to the grave," declared the snake. "You won't until Orochimaru does. Your soul is bound to this prison and my blood gave you a high healing rate. Accept it. Unless you betray your original self, eternal torment awaits you, and no, even if I die, you won't be able to escape." Naruto finished and smiled. Naruto glanced at the orb, its surface shimmering with an eerie, ethereal light. With a determined expression, Anko held the orb in one hand, a lighter in the other. "Don't be hasty with that information. I want revenge first," she declared, her voice edged with a cold resolve. She had just begun to cook the snake that had caused her so much trouble. The serpent writhed and hissed as the flames licked its scales, and a sinister aroma filled the air. The snake's angry retort was cut short as its protests dwindled. "Ah, you will pay for that, silly girl." It spat, but its voice trailed off as the orb began to shrink, compressing down to the size of an egg. "Okay, we'll leave the fun for later," Anko said, her gaze steady. "And if he goes crazy, we'll give him to Inoichi to dissect his mind." Naruto, who had been silently observing, made a casual comment. "By the way, you don't need to eat or drink," he said as he returned the orb to its original size. Anko handed it over to Sarutobi, who received it with a nod. As the snake began to heal from the damage inflicted, Naruto's expression hardened. He created another carved circle in the ground and gestured for Anko to stand in the middle. 6 orbs materialized around the circle, each representing one of the basic elements: earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, and void. "Don't take any more painkillers. You need to feel this," Naruto instructed. Anko rummaged through her pockets, her fingers trembling slightly. "Will there be any pain?" Kurenai asked, her concern evident. "No, but she will feel something," Naruto said with a reassuring smile. "And that will be," he paused, his gaze intense, "something you are about to find out. I'm sure you will enjoy it." As Naruto spoke, he glanced up, noticing a dense cloud obscuring the night sky. "Something wrong, Naruto-kun?" Sarutobi inquired, his brow furrowing with worry. "That cloud is in the way. I need the new moon to be uncovered," Naruto explained, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Why don't you clear the sky yourself?" the snake hissed sarcastically. Naruto's eyes flashed with determination. "I intend to do so," he replied. The surprise in the room was palpable as Naruto began to chant mentally, his voice resonating with ancient power. "Ominous de sunt territus m spirits obscures concordant sagita magico series obscur." The room fell silent as orbs of darkness materialized around Naruto, their eerie glow casting unsettling shadows. The orbs converged, forming a miniature tornado that darted towards the cloud. The vortex struck the cloud at its center, tearing it apart and devouring it until the sky was clear once more. "Okay, now let's get back to work," Naruto said nonchalantly, as if the display of power was merely an afterthought. The others, momentarily stunned into silence, managed to nod in awe, their eyes wide with amazement. Naruto filled the circle with blood, just as he had before, and the 6 orbs began to levitate. Chains wrapped around Naruto's right arm, while a massive shadow materialized on his right hand. His left hand glowed with a soft, gentle light. He placed his glowing palm on Anko's back, the light enveloping her entirely. As the glow encompassed Anko, she fell to her knees, the sensation causing her to gasp. Naruto, straining to maintain the connection, knelt beside her. "Are you okay, Anko? Does it hurt?" Kurenai asked, her voice laced with concern. "No," Anko replied, her voice almost a purr. Her face flushed with a deep blush. "It feels too." She couldn't finish her sentence, lost in the sensation. Naruto held the shadow in his right hand over Anko's neck and spoke a single word in unison. The shadow, the chains, and the glow converged into Anko's neck and the cursed seal retracted. What remained was a new seal featuring the 3 original Tomo and a shadow kanji in the center. The circle and the 6 orbs vanished, leaving behind a relieved Anko and a satisfied Naruto. The following morning, Naruto woke up groggy but content. The ritual to remove Anko's cursed seal, now called the Shadow Sky Seal, had exhausted him but filled him with a sense of accomplishment. However, his satisfaction was short-lived. As he tried to shake off the last remnants of sleep, he noticed the tension in the air. Several Anbu had arrived at the scene of the ritual, aiming to capture or eliminate Anko. They were met with an unexpected and brutal response, as their heads were severed by Sarutobi and Vicky, who appeared just in time. It seemed that Danzo, the old warhawk, had anticipated the Anbu's actions and intervened to prevent them from further disturbing the situation. Moments later, the area was bustling with activity as members of the Ninja Council arrived to investigate. The sight of Anko's new seal and the subdued white snake caused a stir. Sarutobi had to abandon his efforts to keep the matter secret and called a meeting of the council members. Amura and Karu, the 2 advisors and former teammates of Sarutobi, demanded to be present but were forcibly removed when they were denied access. The council members were shocked to learn that not only had they removed a significant security risk in Anko, but they had also gained a valuable source of information in the form of the now docile snake. The reptile, unable to die, retaliate, or escape, was in a precarious position, sweating profusely as the council members eyed it with malevolent glee. The council was informed of the power of the new seal, and some members, like Yugi, demanded Anko's execution, claiming her shadow powers were an affront to the Nara clan. The discussion grew heated, but it was quickly shut down by Nara Shikaku, who declared that only the offended party could make such requests. Shikaku's indifference to the matter signaled the end of that debate. As the council turned their attention to what had emerged from the forest, all eyes shifted to Naruto. The tension in the room was palpable, and though some members contemplated demanding his execution for the safety of the village, the intensity of Sarutobi's murderous glare made them reconsider. "What is that idiot's problem?" Naruto muttered with a frown as he got out of bed. The Kyūbi's voice echoed in his mind. "Isn't it obvious? Every other idiot in the village blames you for every bad thing that happens." Naruto sighed. "Asana's death?" he asked, shaking his head in disbelief. "How can these people be so stupid?" Kyūbi remained silent and Naruto continued, "I mean, she died giving birth outside the village. I never made it past the village walls, much less that day." Asuna, another voice in his mind, commented dryly, "That's the ninja system. A chain of hate, but it also has its positive aspects." Naruto shrugged. "It's just how things work. Sometimes, even if you're in the right, you get dragged into the mess." As he prepared for the day, Naruto's thoughts turned to the upcoming challenges. Despite the turmoil, he couldn't help but crack a smile at the thought of the girls in good shape and the banter that followed. He was ready to face whatever came next, both in his personal life and the intricate web of ninja politics. The sun hung high over Konoha, casting its warm rays over the bustling village as Naruto Uzumaki made his way through the streets. Despite the lively atmosphere around him, the familiar spark of curiosity and concern was evident in his eyes. Today was supposed to be a day off from missions, a rare luxury for him, and yet the usual disdain from the villagers had been replaced by something altogether different. Fear. Naruto had decided to take this opportunity to visit the Hokage Monument, his personal retreat from the chaos of his ninja life. As he climbed the stairs leading up to the summit, he tried to shake off the unsettling feeling gnawing at him. The villagers' fear was palpable, and it made him wonder if there was something he had missed or done that had caused this shift in perception. Upon reaching the top, Naruto was met with the familiar sight of the faces of past Hokages carved into the mountain. But today, his solitude was interrupted by the presence of Team 10 Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka, the second generation of the famed Ino Shikacho trio. They were already gathered there, and Naruto recognized them immediately. "Hey, what's going on?" Naruto greeted as he approached, trying to shake off his lingering unease. Shikamaru, looking unusually alert, met Naruto's gaze. "We heard there have been no clouds over Konoha since midnight. Did you do something about it?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Maybe. Why do you ask?" Ino's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "There's a rumor that you might have done something to clear the skies. Is it true?" Naruto's face fell into a frown. "Rumors, huh? I don't know who started them, but I guess there might be some truth to it. Anyway, I'm not sure who else would have seen me. Most likely, it was one of the Anbu who reported it. As Naruto pondered over this, a shadow of worry crossed his face. I should let the Hokage know about this. Though, I doubt he'll call a council meeting today. Shikamaru leaned back, folding his arms. Well, if you're here, then who's handling your duties? Naruto grinned. I sent a shadow clone to handle things. It'll be fine. Choji shrugged. We met Asuma-sensei earlier. He gave us the day off. Said something about testing the waters again. Naruto chuckled. That guy never learns. You probably won't see him tomorrow unless you visit him at the hospital. Why's that? Shikamaru asked, raising an eyebrow. Because Naruto said with a sigh, he'll probably be trying to ask Kurenai out again. The guy's a hopeless romantic. Ino shook her head, her face full of amusement. Speaking of plans, Naruto-kun, do you have anything lined up for today? Naruto shook his head. Nope, I'm free. Why? Ino's face lit up with a hopeful smile. Well, the store is getting a delivery today, and my parents are out of town. I could really use some help moving the boxes. Do you think you could assist? Sure, Naruto said, his usual enthusiastic self. When's the delivery supposed to arrive? Ino glanced at her watch, her eyes widening in alarm. Oh no, she's already late. The delivery was supposed to be here a minute ago. I need to hurry. Before she could even take a step, Naruto swiftly scooped her up in a bridal carry. Ino squealed in surprise, her cheeks flushing a bright red as Naruto dashed towards the flower shop, his speed so fast that she felt almost glued to his chest. The entire journey took only a couple of minutes, but by the time they arrived, Naruto appeared as if he hadn't exerted any effort at all, while Ino was still recovering from the shock and embarrassment. She stammered her thanks as Naruto gently set her down. No problem, Naruto replied with a smile, his eyes twinkling. The delivery soon arrived, and together they tackled the task of moving dozens of large boxes into the storage room. Naruto's strength proved to be invaluable as he effortlessly handled the heavier boxes while Ino, though grateful, found herself struggling more than she anticipated. It took them over an hour to complete the task, and by the end, Ino was barely able to catch her breath. Naruto, on the other hand, seemed unaffected, having not even broken a sweat. You look like you've traveled across the entire country of fire, Naruto joked, collapsing into a nearby chair with a grin. Ino laughed weakly. That's how I feel, too. Thanks for your help, Naruto-kun. Naruto's expression softened as his right hand began to glow with a familiar light, similar to what it had during their last encounter in the classroom. This time, however, the glow spread over Ino's entire body as he placed his hand on her chest. The sensation was powerful and soothing, relaxing her muscles and easing her fatigue. The healing effect lasted for about 10 seconds, and when Naruto withdrew his hand, Ino felt refreshed and rejuvenated. Her expression was a mix of relief and gratitude. Can you wait for me for 10 minutes? Ino asked, her cheeks flushed. I want to treat you to lunch as thanks, but I need to take a quick shower first. Sure thing, Naruto agreed with a nod. I'll be outside. Take your time. As Ino went off to freshen up, Naruto took a moment to enjoy the fresh air. Before closing the door behind him, he playfully added, let me know if you need any help with your back, his words leaving Ino's face red with embarrassment once more. When Ino emerged a few minutes later, dressed casually and with a seductive smile, Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Okay, Naruto-kun. What would you like to eat for lunch? She asked as they made their way to the shopping district, her gaze lingering on him with a mixture of appreciation and something more personal. As they walked together, the streets of Konoha seemed to brighten with their camaraderie, and Naruto felt a rare sense of peace amidst the uncertainties and rumors that had plagued his day. Ino's suggestion to go for ramen was a welcome relief for Naruto. They hadn't seen each other for a while, and the thought of a warm bowl of Ichiraku ramen was appealing, especially considering how little he'd been eating lately. Ino knew Naruto well, and she had a knack for sensing when he needed a break from his rigorous training. As they walked to Ichiraku ramen, Naruto explained, I haven't eaten much all week. I've been pushing myself really hard with my training. As much as I love ramen, I need a balanced diet to keep my body in shape. Ino looked at him with concern. Intense training. You really need to be more careful, Naruto. Overworking yourself isn't going to help if you don't take care of your health. When they arrived at the ramen stand, greeted them with his usual cheeky grin. He even gave Ino a wink, which Naruto pretended not to notice. The two friends settled at their favorite spot, and as they ate, their conversation shifted to Naruto's latest training regime. Ino listened, her eyes widening, as Naruto described what he called a light training exercise. You're kidding, right? She said incredulously. That sounds like a full-on workout. Naruto laughed and, in a playful gesture, reached over to pull a noodle that was stuck to Ino's cheek. He slurped it up with a smirk, causing Ino to blush deeply. Be careful when you eat, Ino-chan, he teased. Ino's face turned bright red, and she stammered that was an indirect kiss. Naruto chuckled. I guess it was. In his mind, the Kyūbi's voice came through. Naruto-kun, you know exactly what you're doing. Naruto grinned internally. I might be a bit of a player, but it's all in good fun. As they finished their meal, Naruto remembered he had an appointment with the Hokage at the hospital. He sighed, knowing it was time to leave. It's been a pleasure, Ino-chan, he said as they got up. Same here, Naruto Kunino replied. She hesitated for a moment, then leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before darting off. Naruto stood there, slightly stunned, before shaking his head with a smile and heading towards the hospital. When Naruto arrived at the hospital, he was met with resistance from the nurses. They seemed nervous, and their unease only grew as Naruto's killer intent began to seep through. Their apprehension reached a peak when Sarutobi and the hospital director arrived. What's going on here? Sarutobi's voice was dangerously calm. One of the nurses, trembling, pointed at Naruto. We think he was attacking the hospital. Look at the damage. Naruto looked around, noting that the supposed damage was minimal. I guess they assumed that from the killer intent I was releasing, he said sarcastically. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. It's clear you're not fit to be here. You have until the end of the day to pack up your things and leave. The nurses paled at the Hokage's words, and their protests were quickly silenced by his stern gaze. Sarutobi, Naruto, and the hospital director made their way to the third floor, stopping in front of a room guarded by two Anbu. The guard stepped aside as they entered, revealing a scene that was both unusual and intriguing. Anko lay sleeping in the single bed, her body covered in a strange black substance that looked like armor. Nearby, a pile of smoking tanu was strewn beneath a window. It seems your Raifujin seals are working perfectly, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi remarked with a smile. Naruto nodded. They'll keep her paralyzed for at least another 24 hours. I'll make sure to destroy these tanu before we leave. We wouldn't want them falling into the wrong hands. Sarutobi gestured to the Anbu. Any updates on Anko's condition? One of the Anbu spoke up. The seal activated each time an attack occurred. Anko's body has been covered in this black substance, which defends against threats even while she's asleep. Naruto added, it's based on the iron sand technique of the Sanding Kazukiage. But unlike the Kazukiage, Anko doesn't have Biju chakra levels. The hospital chief interjected, but the lack of Biju chakra is a flaw. Without it, the seal's effectiveness might be limited. Naruto smiled. Actually, her chakra levels have increased significantly since the procedure. The cursed seal has been affecting her chakra channels and increasing her chakra reserves. The medical ninja's eyes widened at the readings. Her chakra levels are approaching high Jounin levels. She has more chakra than expected. Sarutobi nodded in understanding. Even if the corruption didn't spread, the chakra levels and channels expanded along with her growth. Turning to Naruto, Sarutobi said, wake her up. She should be fully recovered now. Naruto approached Anko and placed his hand on her forehead. He activated a cancellation spell, dispelling the sleeping magic he had used. Anko's eyes fluttered open and she attempted to sit up. Where am I? What happened? You're in the hospital, Naruto explained. You've been asleep since last night after the sealing rituals. I used a technique to keep you in a deep sleep while your body adjusted to the shadow seal. Anko looked around, puzzled but relieved. I feel great. Did you give me something special? I feel like I have more chakra than usual. Naruto grinned. Your chakra levels are higher than they used to be. The seal and the procedure have improved your reserves and overall energy. Anko looked at him, a mixture of gratitude and curiosity in her eyes. Thanks, Naruto. This is incredible. I owe you one. Naruto shrugged. Just doing my part. Let's make sure everything is ready before we leave. As Anko got up and began to regain her strength, Naruto, Sarutobi, and the hospital director prepared to leave, satisfied that the procedure had been a success and that Anko was on the path to recovery. Naruto, Anko, and Sarutobi had just left the hospital, the weight of their recent conversation hanging heavily in the air. Anko was still adjusting to the new abilities that had been unlocked thanks to the intervention of Sarutobi and the removal of the cursed seal. She felt a mix of relief and anticipation as she stood up from the hospital bed, ready to step back into the world outside. Okay then, we'll let you change, Naruto said, casting a casual glance at Anko. I'll catch up with you in a few minutes. Anko nodded and walked towards the hospital's changing room. Naruto followed Sarutobi out, their conversation shifting to the more pressing matters at hand. As they walked through the hospital's corridor, Naruto's curious eyes fell upon several Anbu operatives who were knocked out and lying under the window. Any idea why there are several knocked out Anbu under the window? Naruto asked, his tone casual yet curious. Oh, they were just trying to kidnap you, Naruto replied with a nonchalant shrug, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. He then summoned a shadow clone, which quickly made its way inside the hospital room. The clone's task was straightforward. Destroy the window seals to prevent any further unauthorized access. By the time Naruto, Anko, and Sarutobi left the hospital, another Anbu operative appeared with a message. The speed of the message delivery was startling. Sarutobi's face grew tense as he read it. Damn it, Sarutobi muttered under his breath. They've called a council meeting. They probably want to discuss what I did with the clouds. Naruto sighed. Those Anbu from last night must have reported before attacking. There's already a rumor going around that I cleared the sky. Shikamaru told me. And now I suppose the civilians will want to scream about the fox being out of control and demand your execution, again Sarutobi said, frustration evident in his voice. Well, for starters, you can kick all the civilians out of the council room. This is a ninja matter, Naruto suggested with a confident smile. Sarutobi looked thoughtful. I suppose I could do that. It's just yeah, at least I won't have to listen to Aruno Sako's yelling. Naruto interrupted, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Hey, boy, is there anyone else who can use that technique? Anko asked, her expression thoughtful. Eva, are you listening to this? She added mentally, clearly seeking advice. Eva's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Since I'm more of a spirit than a living being, you could say that Naruto is the only person alive who can use those spells. The same goes for any magic learned from us. Naruto, following Eva's suggestion, answered Anko. Well, currently, I'm the only person alive with those abilities. Anko's eyes lit up. That's an idea. But if you have a jutsu that can't be taught, Sarutobi nodded, catching on to the concept. Yes, Naruto. If it's like the Lam Naka clan's jutsu, it's a technique known only to those within the clan. It can be taught, but I have no intention of being forced to do so. Anko's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. What happens if you have a jutsu that can't be taught? Naruto smiled. Actually, I have something like that. I'd be willing to do a full demonstration in a week when Kakashi is available. If he can't copy anything, it will be even more convincing. Anko's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you mind if I come along? I don't want to miss your expressions. Oh yeah, it would be quite a spectacle, Naruto agreed with an evil laugh. Sarutobi chuckled, and the three of them shared a light-hearted moment before Anko's stomach growled loudly, reminding them of their original purpose. Guess we should head to the dango shop, Naruto said with a grin. At the dango shop, Anko wasted no time in placing her order. I'll have 50 servings of dango and 2 bottles of sake, she said. Naruto, having already eaten, only ordered 1 bottle of sake. As they settled into their booth, Anko took a sip of her drink and leaned forward. Is there any chance you can give me a hint about those jutsu you'll be showing off next week? She asked. Naruto's smile grew. I can promise you, you haven't seen anything like this. Anko's curiosity was piqued. What kind of ritual did you use on me? A few seals require blood, and none of them use that much. Naruto leaned in, his voice low and explanatory. Normally, I would have used chakra-enhanced ink and a bit of blood. But by using only blood, the chances of your new ability evolving into a bloodline increased. I also added some yoki, which heightens the genetic mutation rate. At this point, you have an affinity for the shadow element. Anko's eyes widened as Naruto elaborated on the elemental chain rituals. He explained how the ritual involved chains, with one containing a fragment of what had destroyed the clouds, merging with her soul fragment to create the white snake. He also mentioned that without the fragment, she could still have children. By the end of Naruto's explanation, all the food and drink had disappeared and Anko had developed a headache from the overwhelming information. As she sat back, Naruto moved closer, offering to help. Before he could start, Anko stopped him by taking his hands. She noticed he seemed less affected than before and her eyes showed a mix of determination and gratitude. Wait, I can handle this headache myself, Anko said, though a slight blush tinged her cheeks. At least I can pretend I'm too drunk if someone sees me. She leaned in and gave him a simple kiss on the lips, a gesture of thanks and relief. It wasn't passionate but conveyed deep appreciation. She stood up with a genuine smile and whispered as she leaned down, let me know when you want to start populating your clan. I really want to help you with that now that I can. Her voice was more seductive than Naruto had ever heard, making him blush. Anko left with a confident sway of her hips, leaving Naruto in a daze. After a few moments, he snapped out of it and decided to head to Area 44 for some practice. The day had been eventful, filled with revelations and new beginnings. Naruto was already looking forward to the next week's demonstration and the new possibilities that lay ahead. Naruto had always been an enigma, but as he stood enveloped in a giant iceberg crafted by Evangeline, his stillness spoke volumes. His mind was calm, his body preserved in the icy prison, a testament to his dedication and the unconventional training methods he employed. This was no ordinary night, it was the eve of a crucial demonstration, one that would shape the future of bloodlines within Konoha and potentially alter the balance of power. The challenge he had issued was straightforward. Prove that his ability to control his Tenketsu could withstand the combined effort of his opponent and if successful, gain the recognition and respect he sought. It was a gamble, a high-stakes game in which he wagered his own status and that of his clan. The stakes were high, but Naruto had never been one to shy away from risks, especially when it came to defending his honor and that of the village he cherished. As the clock in the Okage's office ticked away, the room was filled with an anxious energy. Sarutobi, the village's wise leader, had watched the events unfold with a mixture of amusement and concern. His eyes, though tired, held a glimmer of anticipation. The council's reactions and the veiled threats from some of its members had stirred a maelstrom of emotions within him. Despite his best efforts to maintain order, he knew that the underlying tension could unravel the very fabric of their society. The Anbu training grounds, a place known for its secrecy and rigorous exercises, were now a stage for this pivotal demonstration. The air was charged with the weight of expectation, and shadows flitted across the ground as the night deepened. Underneath the cold, stark light of the moon, the grounds were meticulously prepared for the impending contest. Naruto's opponent, a high-ranking member of the council, stood poised and ready. His presence was imposing, a figure draped in the aura of authority and privilege. Yashi, the man who had previously dismissed Naruto's abilities, was now the one tasked with demonstrating them. The council had chosen him to test Naruto's claim, perhaps in the hope of exposing any weaknesses or flaws. The arena was silent as the combatants prepared for their roles. Naruto remained encased in ice, a calculated risk designed to test not only his physical endurance, but also his mental fortitude. His breathing, though measured and steady, could not be seen through the thick layer of ice. The iceberg, an artifact of Evangelin's power, held him in stasis, creating an eerie calm before the storm. At the signal, Yashi stepped forward, his eyes narrowing with focus. He approached the iceberg, his chakra flaring as he prepared to unleash his techniques. Each movement was precise, intended to push the limits of Naruto's defenses. He knew the significance of this test, both his reputation and the council's credibility were on the line. With a sharp command, Yashi initiated his attack. The first strike was a focused burst of energy aimed directly at the iceberg. The force of the impact reverberated through the ice, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Naruto's silhouette within remained still, unperturbed by the assault. As the barrage continued, it became clear that Naruto's defenses were holding. Each strike, while powerful, was absorbed and mitigated by the iceberg's inherent properties. The energy did not penetrate but rather dispersed, leaving Naruto untouched and unshaken. Time seemed to stretch as Yashi continued his relentless assault. His efforts, while impressive, began to wane against the resilient barrier Naruto had created. It was a display of strength and skill, but also of strategy and preparation. Naruto's ability to remain composed under such pressure was a testament to his training and his unwavering resolve. The crowd of onlookers, which included Sarutobi and other council members, watched with bated breath. The tension in the air was palpable, and each person had a vested interest in the outcome. The stakes were more than personal, they were a reflection of the village's values and the future of its traditions. Finally, as Yashi's energy waned and his attacks grew less frequent, the iceberg began to show signs of melting. The intense heat of the final strikes had started to erode its surface, but Naruto remained protected. With a final powerful surge, Yashi's attack reached its peak and then subsided, leaving only the remnants of his efforts behind. The ice began to crack and fall away, revealing Naruto's figure within. He emerged, unscathed and composed, his eyes sharp with determination. The demonstration had been a success, his control over his tenketsu and the integrity of his defenses had been proven beyond doubt. The council members, once dismissive and skeptical, now looked on with a mix of respect and grudging acknowledgement. The implications were clear. Naruto had not only defended his honor, but also demonstrated the true extent of his capabilities. The village's perception of bloodlines and power had shifted, and Naruto had solidified his place within the hierarchy. Sarutobi, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile. The outcome was not just a victory for Naruto, but also a testament to the evolving nature of Konoha. As he glanced around at the council members, he knew that the demonstration had far-reaching consequences, setting the stage for future developments and challenges. With the night drawing to a close, Naruto's demonstration marked the beginning of a new chapter for Konoha. The journey ahead would be fraught with obstacles and opportunities, but for now, Naruto stood as a symbol of strength, resilience, and the ever-evolving nature of the village he called home. Training days. Naruto, Asuna, and Eva were deep in the training grounds, the air thick with the residue of magic and chakra. Asuna, focused and serious, outlined the day's goal. Naruto, since you're going to be relying on magic canceling for part of the exam, we're going to increase your skill with it. Naruto, wiping sweat from his brow, glanced at Asuna with curiosity. So how exactly do we do that? Well, Eva chimed in, do you remember how you learned it in the first place? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I had to cancel some weak attacks. Exactly, Eva said with a smile. At this point, we know you can only cancel weak spells. To cancel stronger ones, you need to adjust your body to handle more intense magical pressure. We're going to steadily increase the power of the spells we throw at you until you reach your current limit. Then we'll push beyond that. Naruto considered this thoughtfully. That makes sense. There's just one problem. Chakra is more powerful than mana. It's like a stable form of Kanka. To be able to cancel Yasui's Hukin attacks, I'll have to be able to cancel the equivalent of B rank spells. Eva's eyes gleamed with mischief. Exactly. And I have a very good way to help you train your body to handle that. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his suspicion evident. And what's that? Asuna intervened with a frown. Eva and Neji will attack you with spells until you're fast enough to cancel them. Naruto looked concerned. What's wrong? Didn't you both train like this? Eva's smile widened, revealing a hint of mischief. Yes, but in my case, I had to fight Neji with you on my side, not mine. It might be too much to handle all at once. Don't worry, Naruto said reassuringly. I can recover from almost any injury and regain my energy quickly. What's the worst that could happen? End of flashback. Naruto snapped back to the present, exhausted but determined. Eva and Neji had relentlessly tested him, pushing his limits with increasingly powerful spells. How many times did he freeze today? Eva asked, hovering nearby as Neji landed gracefully. This is the third time, Neji reported, landing with a sense of accomplishment. Eva nodded approvingly. That's impressive. I lost count of how many times I froze during the first day of training. Actually, Asuna corrected with a hint of a smile, you froze him 40 times that day. Eva blushed slightly, sweat dripping from her brow. Okay, I admit I overdid it. I just wanted to get him ready faster. Asuna's annoyance surfaced. Ready for what? For the morgue. Not to mention that combo god Tuko's Helios Capulus you keep using. If even a bit of the lightning spell gets through, the ice spell will freeze him solid. Just as the ice cracked, Naruto stumbled out, panting heavily. I thought I was a goner, he managed to say before collapsing, his strength spent. Eva, despite her earlier impatience, smiled proudly. It's not bad. You've reached the same level of mastery that Asuna had when we interrupted her training. Good job, Naruto-kun. Well done, Naruto-kun, Asuna echoed, her expression softening. I think we're done with the magic cancel training for now. You don't have any issues with matter creation, so you can rest until night. Go eat something and recover your energy. The objects you created this morning took a lot out of you. Your reserves are at approximately 50%. Naruto grinned and rolled his eyes, causing the three girls to burst out laughing. Get out of here before I give you detention, Neji teased, her smile barely contained. Naruto laughed along with them. Okay, see you later. After leaving the training grounds, Naruto entered his mindscape. He opened his eyes to find his two shadow clones playing poker. Didn't I tell you to do guard duty? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow in annoyance. You did, one clone replied nonchalantly. But with the amount of bloodlust you emitted before assigning us this task, no animals or humans would dare come near. Another clone showed its hand. Full house, it said triumphantly, before both clones were dispelled by a frustrated Naruto. He sighed and headed back to the village, muttering about irresponsible clones who didn't take their jobs seriously. As he walked, he was unaware of the two figures trailing him, their presence hidden from ordinary senses. Naruto's vampiric senses, however, detected them immediately. They were two Anbu operatives, their lack of a bloodline limit indicating they were likely sent by the elders and their master, Danzo. Naruto knew Danzo's desperation was boundless, and the old man was not beyond using his operatives to spy on him. The Anbu had not yet attacked, probably observing to assess his bloodlines and find weaknesses. Naruto's mind was already racing with counter-strategies. He decided to employ a tactic he'd used before. Pretending to finish training and taking breaks whenever he sensed someone approaching. As he approached a restaurant, he heard someone call his name and smiled as he recognized the chakra signature. Hi, Hinata-chan. How are you? Hinata, approaching with her team, greeted him warmly. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. We just got back from our first C-rank mission. Naruto nodded, turning to greet the rest of her team. Hi, Shino-san, Osu-san, Kurenai-san. How was your mission? What was it about? Hinata's face brightened. It was a simple escort mission, but it went smoothly. We were able to protect the client without any problems. Naruto, feeling a sense of relief and camaraderie, chatted with Hinata and her team. For a moment, the stresses of training and the looming threat of Danzo's operatives were pushed to the back of his mind. The warmth of friendship and the sense of normalcy provided a much-needed respite before he would once again face the challenges that awaited him. Osu leaned back in her chair, her dark violet eyes reflecting the warm light of the restaurant as she began recounting the mission in more detail. Her long purple hair, now tied back into a practical ponytail, swayed slightly with her movements. We left a week ago with a merchant and headed south along the main road, she started. Her tone was casual, but carried an edge of professionalism. Halfway there, I spotted a bandit camp using my Byakugan. It was close to the road and would have seen us if we had gotten any closer. So, we had to make a small detour, which set us back half a day. Hinata nodded, a hint of pride in her eyes. Yes, I remember you mentioning that. It must have been quite a challenge to navigate around it. Kurenai continued the story, her voice calm and collected. After the detour, we were able to resume our journey on the main road. Thankfully, the rest of the trip was uneventful. Once we arrived, we contacted the local militia to inform them about the bandits. Shino, ever the stoic member of the group, added, during the 2 days we spent there, the local authorities managed to arrest the bandits who had also been approaching the village. After that, we returned to Konoha. We arrived about an hour ago and went straight to the Hokage Tower to report in. Osu's face brightened as she finished, and we even got a bonus for uncovering those bandits. It was a nice little reward for our efforts. Naruto smiled at her enthusiasm. I'm glad everything worked out. Sometimes, C-rank missions can turn into quite a hassle, especially when the employers don't provide all the necessary details. Kurenai sighed in agreement. Yes, that's a common issue. At least you managed to handle it well. As their food arrived, the conversation shifted. So, how were things in the village while we were gone? Kurenai asked, her curiosity piqued. Naruto's eyes gleamed mischievously. Things have been going pretty well, actually. Anko is doing much better than she has in the past 13 years. Her chakra levels are back to full strength with no negative side effects from her procedure. Hinata blushed at Naruto's foxy grin. That's great news. I'm sure everyone is relieved. Speaking of which, Naruto continued, I heard you've been catching up with some familiar faces. How's Anik? And what about Yuna? Kurenai smiled. Anik and Yuna are doing well. They've been busy but happy. Naruto's grin widened. Oh, and you should know about the Noops. There's something exciting happening with them. Kurenai's curiosity was piqued. What do you mean? Naruto leaned in, lowering his voice. It's a secret, but one with a bit of luck will become a clan secret by the end of the day. The table erupted in surprised exclamations, drawing curious glances from other diners. A secret? What kind of secret? Kurenai asked, her eyes wide with intrigue. Naruto chuckled, clearly enjoying the suspense. Let's just say there's a demonstration of my skills planned and a certain Chief Hyuga has offered to help me. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Why would he offer to help you? Couldn't he have chosen someone else from his clan? Naruto's smile turned mischievous. I suppose he wants to see if he can make me fail. Kurenai's surprise deepened. Can he? Hinata's concern was evident. She knew her father was one of the strongest clan heads and usually got what he wanted. Don't even dream of it, Naruto said confidently. Osu's gaze was sharp, her excitement barely contained. So, what exactly are you planning, Naruto? Naruto leaned back, his eyes twinkling with confidence. Let's just say it's going to be a demonstration of my skills, and I have a feeling it will be quite memorable. As the conversation continued, the group enjoyed their meal, the atmosphere buzzing with anticipation and camaraderie. Each member of the team was eager to see how Naruto's plans would unfold, knowing that whatever happened next would likely be both impressive and significant. Naruto chuckled as he watched the scene unfold, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle of Yashi's growing frustration. Kurenai, standing beside him, smiled as if Christmas had arrived early. She had long loathed Yashi, particularly after the death of her close friend, Hinata's mother. It was Kurenai who had been assigned as Hinata's sensei, a role that came about because Yashi no longer deemed Hinata worthy of being the heir to the Kurenai clan. The resentment Kurenai held towards Yashi was not just personal, but deeply rooted in his dismissive treatment of his own daughter. The tension in the air was palpable as Naruto and his companions, Anko and Kurenai, awaited the outcome of the high-stakes demonstration. The gathering included elite shinobi and clan heads, but Naruto had managed to secure their presence with careful planning and some strategic favors. So, this is it? Kurenai asked, her eyes fixed on Naruto with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Yes, Naruto replied with an evil grin, the more he tries, the more ridiculous he will look. I have to see this through. The plan had been in the making for some time. Naruto had made a deal with Yashi. If Yashi succeeded in his demonstration, Naruto would relinquish his claim to the Uzumaki clan status. If Naruto won, well, the details of the victory were left a bit vague, but it involved a significant display of his prowess and possibly humiliating Yashi in front of the gathered clan heads. As Naruto walked toward the designated area for the demonstration, he was flanked by 8 Anbu Root operatives. Their mission was to simulate a lethal attack on him, but Naruto had something more elaborate in mind. The plan was set and everything was about to unfold. As he neared the rooftop where the demonstration would occur, Anko and Kurenai, who were positioned nearby, witnessed Naruto's dramatic entrance. The scene was almost cinematic. Naruto, surrounded by 8 shinobi wielding swords, seemed on the brink of certain death. Just before the swords could make contact, Naruto grinned and shouted, "Benshinden Ibakua." An explosive force erupted, shattering the swords and causing the fragments to pierce through the 8 figures in a violent display of power. The sight was both impressive and brutal. Wow, that's brutal, Anko remarked matter-of-factly, as the other two looked on in shock. Yeah, I had 2 of them following me all week. I was just waiting for the chance to take out more at once. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Danzo won't be happy about this, Kurenai said, glancing at the carnage. Danzo can be happy. Naruto asked, genuinely surprised. He had always assumed that the old Hawk warrior was perpetually displeased. The 3 of them shared a laugh, the tension easing as they approached their destination where Sarutobi, Kakashi, and the other clan heads were gathered. Yashi, who had been waiting with a smug expression, barely concealed his disdain as he greeted them. Ah, you're here, Naruto. Let's get started. I can't wait to see what your images can do, Sarutobi said with an eager smile. Kakashi, raising an eyebrow, asked, wait, do you mean to say you've never seen them before? No, Sarutobi replied, Naruto-kun has been very reserved when it comes to his abilities. How should a future clan head be, after all? Naruto, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, began preparing for the demonstration. He removed his cloak, gloves, fins, and shirt, handing them to a blushing Anko. The clothes were heavily sealed, and he wanted to ensure no one could question the origin of his abilities later. Kakashi and Yashi examined Naruto's bare back with their Sharingan and Byakugan respectively, finding 3 gravity seals on his lower back. They quickly removed them, ignoring the one on his belly, which was not deemed a significant issue. Now, what? Kakashi asked, a bit puzzled. Feel free to use any light fist attack you want on me, Naruto instructed, just don't poke me in the eyes. Are you crazy, Uzumaki? Ikki, one of the clan heads, asked in disbelief. Oh, I'm sure he has his reasons, Sarutobi said with a restrained smile. Go ahead, Yashi. Try to close his Tenketsu. Yashi, with a wicked grin, lunged at Naruto. He attempted to use his gentle fist technique to close Naruto's Tenketsu, performing the 64 palms technique with precision. As he finished, Yashi stepped back, prepared to deliver the finishing blow. I don't remember telling you to stop, Naruto's voice cut through the air, calm and unfazed. Yashi turned around, astonished to see Naruto standing there as if nothing had happened. The Byakugan confirmed that Naruto's Tenketsu were still open and he hadn't suffered any damage. The room fell into stunned silence as Yashi's face reddened with embarrassment. Naruto's smile widened and the tension of the demonstration seemed to evaporate. See? Naruto said with a grin, I told you it would be interesting. The gathered shinobi exchanged looks of amazement, realizing the depth of Naruto's abilities. Yashi, now visibly flustered, could only stand there, his pride wounded by the unexpected turn of events. As the demonstration concluded, the mood shifted from tense anticipation to one of admiration for Naruto's display of skill and strategy. The evening had brought more than just a display of power, it had showcased Naruto's cunning and the unpredictability of his tactics, leaving an indelible mark on everyone present. Hyuga stood there, panting heavily, his frustration palpable. I must have failed somehow. Never mind, I'll do right this time, he thought, rallying his resolve. He charged at Naruto with a fierce determination. Alaskayakan Kachi SHM. He shouted, unleashing his attack with a powerful surge of chakra. The energy burst forth from his hand, forming a devastating wave aimed directly at Naruto. The force of the chakra wave created a thick cloud of dust and debris that obscured everything from view. Hyuga waited, his breath coming in ragged gasps, eager to see the results of his attack. As the dust began to settle, he couldn't believe his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki stood there, completely unharmed, casually yawning. Hyuga's mouth dropped open in shock. Without a word, he launched himself at Naruto again, his rage boiling over. Sakura, nearby, was screaming, Kui Shiki. As she aimed at each and every one of Naruto's 361 Tenketsu points, hoping to hit him where it hurt. After finishing his attack, Hyuga took a few steps back, certain that one of his strikes had to have landed. He examined Naruto intently, but what he saw next left him stunned. Naruto, seemingly unaffected, merely regarded Hyuga with a bored expression. How do you keep your Tenketsu open? Hyuga demanded, his voice tinged with desperation. You're using the demon. The voice cut through the tension. Yes, so lower your voice if you want to live to see tomorrow, said Sarutobi, appearing out of nowhere with a kunai pointed at Hyuga's neck. If you break it, you know the consequences. If you used it, you'd be the first to notice with those eyes of yours. Kakashi can confirm it, he discovered his Sharingan from the start. No doubt everyone around would have sensed it. Naruto, seemingly uninterested, pointed at Kakashi's red eye with 3 Tomo. See, Kakashi's Sharingan can sense these things, he said dismissively. Hyuga's eyes widened in realization. Then how did you do it? Naruto's nonchalance only seemed to infuriate Hyuga further. Naruto-kun, explain yourself, Sarutobi said with a wide grin. Just a demonstration, Naruto replied casually. Yasen, make a shadow clone and have him watch it along with the group. Then use the Kaiten. Come on, Yasen, do it. Sarutobi walked back to the others, soon followed by Yasen's clone. Hyuga glared daggers at Naruto as Yasen began to spin, expelling chakra to create a large blue dome around himself. Naruto approached the dome calmly and placed his right palm against it. Instantly, the dome began to dissipate, starting from the point where Naruto touched it. Yasin stopped and dispelled his clone, receiving the memories of the demonstration. I see you have the ability to destroy chakra, Yasin muttered, annoyed. Yes, it is a very rare and powerful ability, Naruto confirmed. It's called Magic Tekai. There hasn't been a user in several thousand years, maybe more. Shikaku, intrigued, asked, how do you know that exactly? Naruto hesitated for a moment before replying, there are a few historical records dating back a few hundred years, but thousands of years is a different matter. I know from the Kyūbi. In response to the unspoken apology from his demon partner, Naruto thought, I'm sorry, Asuna-chan. I can't tell them yet. Asuna's voice echoed in his mind, no problem. I'm sure you can make up for it. Can you communicate with the demon? Iki asked, visibly tense. Yes, Naruto explained. I have a lot of control over my mind, to the point where I can enter it like a building and redecorate. The amount of control I have is beyond anything I've seen, even from my clanmates who pride themselves on their mental prowess. The Kyūbi must be represented in some sort of prison, and I can communicate with it without getting too close. Noichi stepped forward, adding, in his mindscape, the Kyūbi must be represented in some sort of prison, and Naruto-kun can communicate with it without getting too close. It's a remarkable feat. Shikaku, ever the skeptic, asked, but you haven't seen it. Didn't he have the cage hidden under a mountain? Naruto nodded. I allowed Ino to take a look, but I didn't want to show her too much. Inoichi confirmed, yes, Naruto-kun showed me the mountain discreetly. Yasin, still skeptical, insisted, but if he's communicating with a demon, he must be losing control. Shikaku quickly interjected, a host who can communicate with its tenant is the most stable of all. Without that, the Biju can drive the host insane and take control. Naruto nodded. Exactly. Yasin, conceding, said, I see. Well, I think you've proven your lineage and therefore deserve to demonstrate more. I haven't finished testing one of my bloodlines, Naruto corrected, causing a moment of silence. A human can't have more than one bloodline, Yasin began, but was interrupted by a kunai pressed against his throat by Sarutobi. Be careful with your words, Sarutobi warned. There have been countless breeding experiments trying to mix the Byakugan with the Sharingan, Yasin said, but they failed because it's nearly impossible to mix bloodlines naturally, especially of the same type of Dijutsu. Naruto responded, in my case, by naturalness, you mean Shikaku began, we'll talk more about that later. For now, allow me to demonstrate my second bloodline. Everyone took a step back and Kakashi observed carefully. You will be doing part of the explanation, Naruto said, raising his right hand over his head and closing his eyes in concentration. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light and a huge silver spear appeared in Naruto's right hand. It was a weapon of lethal appearance, seemingly materializing out of nowhere. Where did that come from? Shiri of the Aburam asked, astonished. It didn't come out of a containment seal, Shiri continued. Only one seal remains, and it contains the Kai. That's right, Naruto said. It didn't come out of a seal. I converted the energy in this chakra into matter. The flash of light was the chakra taking the form of the spear. Kakashi, with his Sharingan active, observed intently. It happened so fast that I almost missed it, even with my Sharingan. But that spear is clearly solid, with almost no traces of chakra. Yasin, using his Byakugan, remarked, the spear is solid and lacks the typical traces of chakra. This is astonishing. Yes, Naruto confirmed. This bloodline is called Juzaku. Just like the Magic Tekai, it has been a long time since the last user. Sarutobi asked, are the objects you create permanent? Naruto nodded. Yes, they are permanent as long as I maintain their existence. The group was left in awe as they processed the demonstration. The combination of Naruto's rare abilities and his formidable control over chakra and matter left everyone with a newfound respect for him. Naruto Uzumaki stood in the middle of a clearing, surrounded by his comrades and allies, each of them keenly observing his demonstration. He had just finished showcasing his magic cancel ability, a potent technique capable of erasing objects imbued with chakra or magic. The sheer destructive power and utility of the technique left everyone in awe. That was incredible, Shikaku Nara remarked, his analytical mind already assessing the strategic value of such an ability. You can create a solid barrier when retreating and make it vanish instantly. Plus, you never have to worry about being weaponless. Naruto smiled and nodded. Exactly. It's quite handy. And if I need to retreat or reposition, I can just erase whatever's in my way. Inoichi Yamanaka, visibly intrigued, asked, can you create organic materials too? Animals, perhaps? Naruto shook his head slightly. I haven't reached that level of mastery yet. Creating living beings, especially conscious ones, requires a soul, and I have no intention of summoning corpses or anything like that. Niji Hyuga, always the pragmatist, inquired, so you've never used such a technique on a living soul? No, Naruto replied firmly, not without their permission. Once, I did, but only because the soul consented. Mei Terumi, ever the inquisitive leader, asked, is there anything else you wish to show us, Naruto-kun? Naruto's face lit up with a hint of excitement. Yes, there is. Follow me. He led the group to a large stone block standing ominously in the center of the clearing. A few days ago, I used up all my chakra on this. I believe it should be safe to test it now. Ashi, one of the onlookers, checked the stone and confirmed, there's no chakra residue. It should be fine. Naruto turned to Kakashi Haddock and Yashi, a talented but somewhat overzealous user of Dojutsu. It might be best if you both avoid using your Dojutsu during this demonstration. You could risk damaging your eyes. Kakashi immediately covered his Sharingan eye, while Yashi's veins receded as he complied. Naruto raised his arms, channeling mana into his left hand and then into his right. Once the energy levels were equal, he brought his hands together. A brilliant golden aura enveloped him, radiating immense power. Kakashi's eyes widened. That's a powerful aura. I could have gone blind if I looked directly. Yashi, somewhat annoyed, grumbled, what's the point of all this? Naruto explained, remember Lady Tsunade's superhuman strength. She channels chakra at the point of impact. But why concentrate chakra in every blow when I can maintain an optimal level throughout my body with this technique? With that, Naruto jumped toward the stone block with astonishing speed. He struck it with a tremendous force, and the stone block, standing 15 meters tall, disintegrated into dust from the sheer impact. The display left everyone momentarily stunned. Naruto landed gracefully, though slightly winded, and deactivated the technique. This is called Cam, Naruto said, his voice steady despite his exertion. The specifics of its activation will remain a clan secret, but it's not something you'll find useful at an advanced age. Inoichi, who had been absorbing the information, observed, so it's a secret clan technique similar to my own abilities. It's ancient and incredibly powerful. Naruto nodded. Yes. It was once called the ultimate art because it significantly enhances the user's physical attribute strength, speed, and endurance. Though, like most high-level techniques, it demands a considerable amount of power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, looked both impressed and intrigued. Is there anything else you'd like to reveal? Naruto's expression grew more serious. Yes, there is one more thing, my third bloodline. The revelation sent a ripple of shock through the group. 3 bloodlines. Yashi exclaimed in disbelief. 3 bloodlines unlocked, Naruto clarified. The Shikken, used by my ancestors in the Dame, was intended to transfer souls through the user into the Shinigami. But the Kyūbi soul was too large for this process to be completed properly. Half of it went to the Shinigami, and the other half was sealed within me. The seal's effectiveness was compromised because the soul wasn't complete. As a result, the seal drew out bloodlines and abilities from me. He paused, adding, the Kyūbi soul has healed over time, and I can safely extract what was taken from me. There might be other bloodlines sealed away, but I can only release what doesn't attempt to devour me. Shikaku looked intrigued. So, what does this third bloodline do? Naruto's expression turned playful. It's quite simple. I drink your blood after performing a certain ritual on it, and then I gain access to your bloodline abilities. A stunned silence followed Naruto's revelation. The bloodline users in the group looked at him with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Are you serious? Kakashi finally managed to ask. Yes, Naruto affirmed. It's similar to the legends of vampires, though I'm not a vampire myself. I simply possess some abilities akin to them, but without the need to feed. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the group absorbed the gravity of Naruto's abilities. Despite the initial shock, there was an underlying respect for the power and complexity of Naruto's skills. Each member of the group knew that Naruto's abilities were as formidable as they were enigmatic. In the hidden village of Konoha, the Hokage's office buzzed with a tense yet curious energy. The members of the Ninja Council, including the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen and various influential figures, gathered to discuss an unusual and highly significant matter involving Naruto Uzumaki. The discussion revolved around Naruto's unique abilities and their implications for future missions and strategies. Tsume, the leader of the Inuzuka clan, eyed Naruto with a blend of intrigue and skepticism. So, you can transform into a bat. I mean, change shape, not engage in any weirdness? She asked. Naruto, leaning back in his chair with a confident smile, shook his head. Not exactly. I can transform into many things, but it's not because of any semi-vampirism lineage, Shinzo. It's a technique I created myself a while ago. The room buzzed with whispers of curiosity. Do you remember Miero no Jutsu? Naruto continued, making the sign of a ram with his hand. A puff of smoke enveloped him, and when it cleared, a stunningly beautiful blonde teenager with all the right curves stood in his place. She was dressed in an alluring outfit that drew gasps and wide eyes from the assembled men. Naruto, now in his transformed state, approached Anko Mitarashi with a playful smirk. In a seductive feminine voice, he said, "Touch me." A deep blush spread across Anko's face, and with a mix of embarrassment and curiosity, she reached out to touch the blonde's peat. As her fingers made contact, her eyes widened in surprise. She instinctively squeezed them shut before tentatively exploring the rest of the body. She was about to try and remove the pants when she cleared her throat and said, "I think that's enough." Naruto chuckled as he returned to his original form, leaving the room in a mix of laughter and awkwardness. "Can I?" a member of the council asked. "So, you can only change gender and age?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I can transform into almost anything, even animals. The best part is, once I change into something, I stay that way until I decide to change back or become something else." Sarutobi nodded in agreement. This ability could be incredibly useful, especially when dealing with missions outside the village or encountering enemy ninjas. If one of our bloodlines dies, with a bit of effort, we can recover it. It's similar to how we retrieved the Sharingan. Shiri, another council member, chimed in, "So, you're saying this technique could be used to maintain one of Konoha's bloodlines, like the Sharingan?" Sarutobi's face grew serious. "Yes, but I'm only allowing Naruto to obtain a bloodline from an enemy ninja, or if someone gives it to him voluntarily. We must be cautious, even though I understand that acquiring the Sharingan is particularly challenging." There was a murmur of agreement around the room. "Even so," Sarutobi continued, "with the current tension involving Sasuke and the civilian council, I can't just let Naruto take the Sharingan freely." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What if the blood comes from another Uchiha, not Sasuke?" Sarutobi's eyes gleamed with a mix of hope and skepticism. "Well, if it came from another Uchiha, like Itachi, it might be a different story. Beating him is no small feat, and finding him would be even harder." Naruto smiled slightly. "What if he gives me his blood voluntarily?" The room fell into an awkward silence. Ryo, one of the council members, scoffed, "Nonsense. Who would willingly give away their blood like that?" Naruto grinned and reached into his coat, pulling out a small containment scroll. He unrolled it to reveal a vial half filled with a frozen red substance. "Actually, that's already happened." An awkward silence followed. Council members stared at Naruto with a mix of disbelief and suspicion, while Yashi's jaw dropped in shock. Sarutobi's eyes, however, were filled with understanding. "So, that's why you were injured that day," Sarutobi said loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto nodded. "Yes. Itachi was assigned as my bodyguard until a day after the Uchiha massacre. The night before, he had a small cut on his hand. He said it was from training, but it was actually a cut he gave himself to provide me with the sample." A few members of the council looked visibly shocked, while others whispered among themselves. Sarutobi's face showed a mix of regret and realization. "I see. He must have intended to keep you motivated." Naruto's expression turned grim. "Yes, it was meant as a reminder." The next day, more blood was spilled than anyone would have imagined. Sarutobi sighed, lost in thought. "I suppose Itachi had already made up his mind. Even though it surprises me that you recall something so insignificant from so long ago, it shows you're more perceptive than I thought." The room filled with a mix of relief and awkward laughter as Sarutobi rubbed his head. "Well, Naruto, go ahead with the sample. As for the civilians, even if they oppose your bloodline, they would have to be foolish to try to exile or harm you. Their complaints will have to go through me." Naruto nodded and channeled fire element chakra into his hand, melting the ice in the vial. He carefully removed the griffin from the jar and brought his hand to his mouth. His eyes turned black and his canines elongated. He pricked his thumb with one of the long canines, letting several drops of blood fall into the vial, turning the liquid black. The room watched in tense silence as Naruto's appearance returned to normal and the wound on his thumb healed. Anko eyed the vial with concern. "Are you sure that thing is safe? It looks poisonous." Naruto shrugged. "It's blood. What did you expect?" He then drank the liquid, his face contorting in pain. He clenched his hands over his eyes, gasping as the pain hit him. Any physical transformation involves a degree of pain. Imagine what it's like on a genetic level. The council watched in a mix of awe and concern as Naruto endured the process. Despite the discomfort, there was a newfound sense of respect for his resilience and determination. Naruto stood in the center of the clearing, his usual confident demeanor masked by the intense focus in his eyes. The gathered crowd of shinobi and clan heads had stepped back, giving him the space he needed. With a deep breath, Naruto thrust his palms outward and a pulsating black aura spread from beneath them, enveloping his entire body. The dark energy swirled ominously before retreating swiftly towards his eyes. "Okay, it's done," Naruto said, retracting his hands and revealing his usual blue eyes. He looked around, noting the perplexed expressions on the faces of those watching. "I don't see any difference," Sarutobi said, his gaze shifting from Naruto to Yashi, who had been observing intently. "That's because it's not active," Naruto replied with a smirk. He closed his eyes for a moment and when he reopened them, the familiar pattern of the Sharingan was visible in its mature form. However, something was different. The whites of his eyes were now black, a clear sign of vampiric influence. "Well, how is it?" Sarutobi asked, trying to gauge the situation. "Everything seems to be moving in slow motion," Naruto said, his tone reflecting both excitement and curiosity. Yashi, who had been silently assessing Naruto, broke his silence. "Will you be able to achieve the Mangekyou Sharingan?" he asked. "Don't bother trying to gauge it," Naruto replied, his voice firm. He turned his attention to Sarutobi. "I know Itachi performed the ritual before giving me this Shinui bloodline. Is that correct?" Sarutobi nodded, his expression showing a mix of surprise and approval. "Let's see then," Naruto said. He closed his eyes once more and when he opened them, the colors of his irises had transformed. 3 red tomo circled in a black background, signifying the activation of the Mangekyou Sharingan. With a determined look, Naruto threw an empty jar to the ground and focused intently on it. "Amaterasu," he commanded. In an instant, black flames erupted from his eyes, engulfing the jar. The inferno consumed it in mere seconds, leaving nothing but ashes. "Okay, that was amazing," Anko said, her eyes wide with astonishment. "And the best part is, I won't suffer any damage to my eyes due to my vampiric healing ability," Naruto added, deactivating the Sharingan. Sarutobi stepped forward, pulling out 2 scrolls from his robes. "Here," he said, handing them to Naruto. "Sign here for your new plan and here for your new property." Naruto signed both scrolls with a wide smile. The property in question was the old house of the Yondaime, Minato Namikaze, and the grounds of the Namikaze clan. "I'll call it the Fuin clan," Naruto declared proudly. Yashi, however, wasn't impressed. "Fuin as in eternal. That's a bit grandiloquent for you, if you ask me." "No one asked you," Naruto interrupted, earning a few snickers from the other clan heads. "I see you're getting even more arrogant," Yashi said coldly. "You should remember your place. That would be 2 rows ahead of you in the council chamber," Naruto retorted with a wide grin. "Okay, Akagi-sama, are you sure this is a joke?" Yashi turned to Sarutobi, a note of desperation in his voice. "We can't allow a child to be in the council." "Of course I'm serious," Sarutobi said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "It's one of the laws that Shodai himself imposed. All clans with a lineage or special ability must have a representative in the council. Naruto-kun has that right. But we can't." Yashi tried to protest but was cut off by the killing intent emanating from the other ninjas around him. The air thickened with tension. "You can't," Sarutobi said coldly, his eyes narrowing. "If I didn't know you, I would say you are trying to oppose the Hokage and defy one of the fundamental laws of Konoha." "Of course not, Akagi-sama," Yashi said, his voice trembling. "I was just expressing my concern about Naruto-kun's knowledge and capability." "Oh, that should be the least of your worries," Naruto said, his gaze sharp. "I know all the laws of Konoha, including the laws of each clan regarding council membership. I'm pretty sure you're talking about patience during meetings. Considering I used to spend hours listening to absurd claims about crimes I didn't commit, I think I've had enough." Yashi's face turned a shade redder, a vein throbbing on his temple as he tried to maintain his composure. "I see," he muttered, clearly flustered. "Wait, what do you mean, the least of my worries?" Yashi asked, a chill creeping into his voice. "Oh, you forgot." Naruto's tone was almost mocking. "I think Naruto-kun is referring to the bet you made with him a week ago about his clan status. You made me act as a witness after all." Yashi's face paled further. "Yes, and since I won the bet, I get my prize. Do you remember your offer?" Naruto's voice was laced with a cloying satisfaction that sent shivers down the spine of everyone present. "Everything in my power to give you," Yashi said, realizing with horror that he might have just signed his own death certificate. "You want my life?" Yashi asked, his voice shaking. Naruto smiled. "Very well. Name your prize." Yashi, now relieved, hesitated before speaking. "Just keep in mind that you can only name one thing and it must be within my power. If it isn't, you will lose your chance." "I accept those terms," Naruto said firmly, silencing the protests from Anko and Kurenai. "I know all the laws of the clan, including yours," Naruto continued, his gaze piercing. "I know very well what you can and can't do." Yashi's smile vanished. He swallowed hard, realizing he had been outmaneuvered in ways he hadn't anticipated. The atmosphere in the room was electric, charged with the weight of the looming confrontation. The outcome of this bet was not just a matter of pride, it would reshape the dynamics of Konoha's political landscape, and Yashi knew he had little choice but to comply with whatever Naruto demanded. Naruto stood in the dimly lit room, his eyes fixed on Yashi, the current head of the Hyuga clan. The room was thick with tension, the weight of Naruto's words hanging in the air like a storm cloud. He had just presented his demand to Yashi, one that would alter the very fabric of the clan's traditions. "Well, what do you want?" Yashi asked, his voice a mixture of confusion and frustration. His brow furrowed deeply as he tried to recall the law Naruto was referring to. Naruto's gaze was steady. There is a law that you made several years ago within your clan, one that even some of your elders opposed. If I remember correctly, it was crafted in such a way that only the head of the clan could change or eliminate it, with or without the consent of the elders. Do you remember what I'm talking about? Yassi's mind raced back to a night he could never forget. The night his wife, Yana, had passed away. Yana had been one of the few who didn't harbor ill feelings towards Naruto. In fact, she had been instrumental in allowing Hinata to grow close to him. The memories of that fateful night, following the elders' meeting where Naruto's role in Asana's death was debated, flooded back. Yana had been an advocate for kindness and understanding, qualities that seemed to have influenced her decision to push for laws that promoted the preservation of the Hyuga bloodline. Naruto's words jolted him back to the present. You mean the law that I made to preserve the Byakugan? Yassi asked, a hint of dread in his voice. Yes, Naruto confirmed. You mean to destroy the Byakugan? While it is true that any child born from the enforced inbreeding will possess the Byakugan, their bodies will generally be weaker than their parents due to the lack of new genetic material. Within a few generations, their bodies will not be able to withstand the stress caused by the Byakugan, and it will become a skill similar to the Sharingan one that requires special circumstances to activate or could be permanently blocked. Naruto's declaration echoed through the room. He had researched the bloodlines extensively, understanding the dire consequences of such a law. He saw the puzzled and concerned faces of those around him. I see, Yassi said slowly, his expression reflecting a mix of realization and resignation. So you want me to remove that law or modify it to allow marriages outside the clan? That's part of it, Naruto responded firmly. Besides changing it to allow marriages outside the clan, I want to prohibit forced marriages and any type of undue control by the elders in such matters. If someone wants to be with another person, you will allow it unless there are legitimate reasons not to do so, such as the other person being a criminal or a threat to the village. If the person refuses to marry someone, it should only be their decision. Yassi's face hardened. Do you think you can impose these laws on my clan? His voice rose, tinged with indignation. No, Naruto said bluntly. I am imposing it on you. It is within your possibilities to comply. By the way, one of the clauses of the law states that it can't be changed unless the Hokage himself says otherwise. The finality in Naruto's voice left no room for argument. Yassi's shoulders slumped in defeat. Very well. It's not like I had any choice in the matter. He nodded reluctantly. Sarutobi, the Hokage, observed the exchange with a compass smile. In fact, we will make the announcement at tomorrow's council meeting. We'll discuss the details of Naruto's new clan and compound. Yassi's eyes widened. A new compound for a clan with only one member? He almost screamed in disbelief. No, Sarutobi corrected smoothly. Naruto just signed the deed for a now extinct clan's property. There would be no point in him residing elsewhere. Extinct clan? Yassi repeated, puzzled. The concept intrigued him. The Uchiha had a compound, but they hadn't gone extinct, indicating this particular event must have occurred long ago, possibly around the time of the Kyūbi attack, when several clans had been wiped out. The fact that the Yondame's complex had survived intrigued him further. You're locking him in the Yondame's compound? Yassi's voice was tinged with disbelief. That place is almost twice the size of the Hyuga compound. It's too much for a single person. Not for long, Sarutobi replied with a smile. I'm invoking the clan restoration law. All male members of a clan with fewer than 10 male bloodline users must have at least 3 wives. So, Naruto won't be alone in that compound for long. Yassi's eyes widened further as he processed the implications. But what about the Yondame's secret techniques and other things left in the compound? Sarutobi's smile remained unwavering. Everything within those walls now belongs to Naruto. Minato ensured that only someone worthy could access the complex. I'm sure the things inside are even more protected. But he is an orphan and a simple genin, Yassi protested. How can he afford to keep it in good condition? Sarutobi shrugged. Who cares about the conditions? The Uchiha compound is half covered in dust. It's his property, his business. He can even burn it down and build something else if he wants. The same applies to any of you regarding your own homes. As long as you don't cause any real trouble for the village, it's your business what you do on your property. Yassi sighed heavily. Fine. We're done for today, I think. Unless any of you have anything to add. Sarutobi's gaze swept over the room, taking in the expressions of the other clan heads. If I may, Hokage-sama Kakashi spoke up, stepping forward. I would suggest that we keep Naruto's Sharingan and especially the Mangekyo Sharingan hidden from the rest of the population. It would be beneficial for morale to have 2 users of a famous bloodline, rather than 1. Not to mention, Sasuke hasn't even achieved the first stage of the Sharingan yet. Minazuka's voice was cautious. Why would it be good for morale? Not to mention that Sasuke hasn't achieved the first stage of the Sharingan yet. Shouldn't this be something we discuss further? Sarutobi considered the suggestion carefully. Noted. We will keep this in mind as we move forward. The room fell into a thoughtful silence, the weight of impending changes and their consequences hanging heavily in the air. The council meeting was over, but the ripples of Naruto's demands and Sarutobi's decisions would be felt throughout the village for years to come. Naruto and Sarutobi stood before the grand gate of the Namikaze estate, their anticipation palpable. The gate, forged from black steel, reflected the moonlight in a way that seemed almost otherworldly. The golden plate embedded within it, emblazoned with the crest of the Namikaze clan, was the key to unlocking the secrets hidden within the property. Naruto's fingers trembled slightly as he prepared to perform the intricate task required to breach the barrier. The ancient seal had been designed to only respond to those with the Namikaze bloodline, and Naruto was determined to prove himself worthy. With a kunai in hand, he pricked his thumb and let a few drops of blood fall onto the crest. He began channeling his chakra into the plate, but the process was not as straightforward as he had hoped. The seal seemed to act as a ravenous black hole, pulling his chakra reserves with an unrelenting force. Naruto gritted his teeth and focused, determined not to let this ancient barrier defeat him. As he poured more chakra into the plate, the air around him seemed to thrum with power. Sarutobi watched with a mix of pride and concern, knowing that the amount of chakra Naruto was using was substantial, even for someone of his caliber. Sweat began to bead on Naruto's forehead as he fought against the nearly overwhelming resistance of the seal. After what felt like an eternity, the absorption process abruptly ceased. Naruto yanked his hand away from the plate, his breathing heavy and labored. To his relief, the barrier had vanished, leaving behind a new symbol in its place. The new seal was reminiscent of a Paksho circle, but with 7 corners instead of 6. The eye symbol in the center was made entirely of sapphire, glinting with an almost sentient gleam. Sarutobi took a closer look at the new seal. This is a modified containment seal, designed to adapt and respond to different types of access attempts. It appears to have been upgraded from the original design to reflect the heightened security measures your father set in place. Naruto nodded, a mixture of exhaustion and triumph on his face. I guess that explains why it was so difficult to break through. They pushed open the gate, which creaked loudly as it revealed the path leading into the estate. The property itself was vast, with well-maintained gardens and a stately mansion nestled at the center. It was clear that the Namikaze clan had once lived in great comfort and wealth. As they approached the mansion, Naruto's heart raced. This was more than just an inheritance, it was a connection to his past and his parents. They entered the mansion, and Naruto was immediately struck by the sense of history that permeated the place. The interior was decorated with elegant furnishings and intricate designs that spoke of a bygone era of prosperity. Sarutobi led Naruto to a study, where they found the small box that had been retrieved earlier. The box was secured with a blood seal, and Sarutobi carefully opened it to reveal its contents. 2 diaries, a collection of scrolls, and a bunch of keys. Naruto's eyes widened as he picked up the diaries. The first was labeled Minato Namikaze, and the second read Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. He opened Minato's diary first, his eyes filling with tears as he saw the familiar handwriting of his father. The diary began on the day Minato and Kushina had started their relationship, documenting their hopes, dreams, and fears. The second diary, Kushina's, was equally poignant. It was filled with her own reflections, her love for Minato, and her thoughts on raising Naruto. The entries revealed a side of his parents that Naruto had never known, deepening his understanding of their lives and sacrifices. As Naruto read through the diaries, Sarutobi watched with a somber expression. These diaries are a testament to their love and dedication. They've left you not just a home, but a legacy. Naruto closed the diaries gently and looked at Sarutobi. Thank you, Hokage-sama. This means more to me than you can imagine. Sarutobi nodded. It's a part of your heritage, Naruto. It's important that you know where you come from. After carefully storing the diaries and other items, Naruto and Sarutobi left the study. As they walked through the estate, Naruto marveled at the beauty and history surrounding him. It was a stark contrast to the harsh realities he faced in his daily life, but it also provided a source of strength and inspiration. Before they left, Naruto looked back at the mansion with a sense of resolve. I'll make sure to honor their legacy. I won't let them down. Sarutobi placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. I know you won't. You have the heart and strength to uphold their wishes and protect the village. As they exited the estate, Naruto glanced back one last time before heading toward his next challenge. The past had given him both the weight of responsibility and the gift of understanding. Now, with renewed determination, he was ready to face whatever the future held. The road ahead was uncertain, but Naruto knew that with the support of those around him and the legacy of his parents guiding him, he could overcome any obstacle. Naruto stood before the main house, the emblem of his clan's crest still glowing softly from the seal. The intricate design, coupled with the unique door mechanism, spoke of a long and storied history. As he gingerly touched the seal with his bare hand, he felt the rush of chakra as it activated. The warmth spread through his fingers, and the crest shimmered for a brief moment before settling into its usual state. Well, that was unexpected, Naruto mused aloud, as the crest's glow faded. The door, which had initially resisted entry, now seemed to acknowledge Naruto's touch with a subtle shift in its aura. With a deep breath, he pushed open the door, which creaked softly on its hinges. The room beyond was bathed in a warm, inviting light, emanating from hidden sources that illuminated the vast expanse within. The interior of the main house was a fascinating mix of old and new, blending traditional clan aesthetics with subtle modern upgrades. Intricately woven tapestries adorned the walls, and ancient weapons and scrolls were displayed in glass cases that seemed to whisper tales of old. Naruto's eyes were immediately drawn to the expansive central hall, which featured a large circular floor design. The patterns etched into the floor were similar to those he had seen in the stone structure in the backyard, though here they were more elaborate. The hall felt like the heart of the house, pulsing with the essence of generations past. As he wandered through the house, Naruto's mind raced with possibilities. The historical significance of the house was undeniable, and he could sense the weight of the clan's legacy in every corner. He made his way to what appeared to be a study, where old books and scrolls were meticulously organized. The scent of aged paper and ink filled the air, and Naruto couldn't help but smile as he carefully picked up a few ancient texts. "Looks like you've got quite a bit of work ahead of you," Eva commented, her voice tinged with amusement as she observed Naruto's growing pile of discoveries. "Yeah, I guess so," Naruto replied, carefully examining the books. These could hold some valuable information about the clan's history and techniques. After cataloging the study's contents, Naruto moved on to the surrounding rooms, each revealing more about the clan's past. He found portraits of past clan leaders, their expressions stern but proud. They were surrounded by accolades and symbols of their achievements. In one room, a large map of the area was pinned to the wall, with various locations marked in red ink. As he continued his exploration, Naruto's thoughts turned to the gardens. He had instructed his clones to search for any clues or pictures that could help him restore the garden to its former glory. He hoped to find detailed records or sketches of how the garden used to look before its current overgrown state. Returning to the backyard, Naruto noticed that the clones had made considerable progress. Several buildings were cleaned and organized, and the dojo had been thoroughly inspected. His heart raced with excitement as he approached a large wooden chest that had been uncovered by the clones. The chest was adorned with intricate carvings and seemed to have been untouched for years. With a mixture of anticipation and caution, Naruto pried open the chest. Inside, he found a collection of old scrolls and a few weathered notebooks. He quickly skimmed through them, finding detailed diagrams and descriptions of various garden techniques and designs. "These are exactly what I needed," Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up with a grin. He meticulously examined each scroll, noting the different gardening techniques and designs that had been used in the past. Hours passed as Naruto immersed himself in the restoration project. He carefully planned out how to integrate the old designs with the current state of the garden. His goal was to honor the clan's heritage while making the space functional and welcoming. As the sun began to set, Naruto took a moment to appreciate his progress. The garden was already showing signs of transformation. The overgrown plants were being cleared away, and the paths were being redefined. The central clearing, with its hexagonal stone structure, was starting to take shape once more. Just as he was about to head back inside, he noticed a familiar figure approaching from the distance. It was Sarutobi, who had returned from his duties at the office. "Well, Naruto-kun, how's the restoration coming along?" Sarutobi asked, his eyes twinkling with interest. "It's going great," Naruto replied, his enthusiasm evident. "I've uncovered some amazing information about the clan's history and the original garden designs. I think we're on the right track." Sarutobi smiled warmly. "I'm glad to hear that. It's important to preserve our heritage, and you're doing an excellent job." "Thanks, Elder," Naruto said, his face flushing with pride. "I've still got a lot of work to do, but I'm excited to see it all come together." As Sarutobi took a closer look at the garden and the progress made, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in Naruto. The young ninja was not only restoring a physical space, but also reconnecting with the clan's roots and honoring its legacy. "Well then, I'll leave you to it," Sarutobi said, patting Naruto on the back. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." With that, Sarutobi left Naruto to his work. As the moon rose high in the sky, Naruto continued his efforts, driven by a deep sense of purpose and a commitment to preserving the clan's history for future generations. The house stood silently under the blanket of twilight, its old facade now gleaming with a fresh vibrancy after decades of neglect. Naruto had spent hours exploring and cleaning, the long day culminating in a blend of nostalgia and discovery. The initial moment of revelation had been dramatic. When the mysterious green glow enveloped the house, Naruto and Neji exchanged curious glances. Niji's analytical mind was quick to recognize the implications of the advanced seal that had just been disrupted. This feeling, he muttered, his voice carrying the weight of profound insight, is reminiscent of what I felt when I used the Cassiopeia seal years ago. It seems to possess a space-time component. If that's the case, the house might be preserved exactly as it was when it was sealed. Naruto, ever the practical one, was undeterred by the complexity. Well, there's only one way to find out, he said, pushing open the door. The interior was impeccably clean, as though frozen in time, untouched by the grime of the outside world. The sight struck a poignant chord within Naruto. He was reminded of the way his father would grimace when his mother scolded him for accidents around the house. The memory brought a smile to his face, though his eyes welled up with tears of bittersweet remembrance. He set about inspecting the house, beginning with the top floor and working his way down through the 4 basement levels. Each level had its own unique characteristics and mysteries. The first basement was a vast jutsu library, impressively large and meticulously organized. It dwarfed even the Hokage's library in terms of its eyes dedicated to Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing. As a place where hunters honed their skills, the library held a wealth of knowledge, its dusty shelves betraying the long years of inactivity. The second basement was dedicated to weapon storage and forging. The assortment of anvils and tools was striking, with an array of swords chained to the walls by various seals catching Naruto's interest. He made a mental note to return and study them further. Descending to the third basement, Naruto discovered a dungeon area. A dozen holding cells were in impeccable condition, suggesting they had either been recently constructed or rarely used. This discovery lifted his spirits, providing a rare sense of relief and hope. The fourth and final basement level revealed a chamber of astonishing design. It was a perfect sphere, with a path leading from the entrance to its center. The chamber was bathed in an intense light, contrasting sharply with the basic chakra spell Naruto had used for illumination. As his eyes adjusted, he saw that the walls were covered in intricate glowing seals. In the center of the chamber was a glass sphere containing a model of the garden outside. Naruto was initially reminded of an extravagant resort but quickly dismissed that idea upon realizing the differences in landscape and plant growth. The model was a detailed representation of the garden's intended design, which Naruto studied intently with his Sharingan. He created a shadow clone to relay the image and data to the other clones who were working on the garden. Upon further examination, Naruto noticed thin, invisible seals on the glass sphere that mirrored those on the chamber walls. Additionally, 7 glowing glass marbles below ground caught his attention. He surmised these marbles were likely channels for energy, drawing from the earth to maintain the barrier around the property. The ingenuity of this setup was not lost on him. Eva, who had a deep understanding of such mechanisms, confirmed his theory, comparing it to the energy systems used in ancient magics tied to the world tree. Eva's insights extended to the upper levels of the house as well. The exploration revealed more than 20 rooms, with the main one on the 3rd floor standing out due to its large balcony overlooking the estate's entrance. In this room, Eva discovered several photos of her parents. One particular image, showing her mother Kusina during pregnancy, brought a wave of emotion. She smiled at the images of Kusina playfully mocking Minato, and at the shared moments of joy, she felt a deeper connection to her past. As night approached, Naruto's clones had made remarkable progress on the garden. The transformation was significant, with weeds and excess grass removed. The rose bushes, initially left untouched to avoid potential damage, were now being tended with care. Naruto had summoned an additional 300 clones to expedite the process, ensuring the garden was presentable before nightfall. He then turned his attention to packing up his belongings. His clones had gathered his parents' personal items, sealing them carefully. The prospect of uncovering hidden secrets in drawers added an element of intrigue. Although some teasing comments were made about the potential discoveries, the necessity of respecting privacy and preserving the sanctity of personal items was acknowledged. With the house now clean and the garden restored, Naruto settled into the master bedroom for the night. It was a space that resonated with memories of his parents, offering him a place of reflection and comfort. The house, once shrouded in mystery and neglect, had been transformed into a sanctuary, bridging the past with the present. Chapter 11. Emergency backup. Naruto woke up that morning with a sense of rare tranquility. The previous day's events had gone smoothly, and he couldn't suppress the contented smile that played on his lips. Safely ensconced within the walls of his parents' compound, away from the incessant dangers posed by the village, he relished the quiet. It was a refuge from the assassination attempts that seemed a constant in his life. No one in their right mind would dare to attack an exoc's compound, a fact he took great solace in. Stepping onto the balcony, Naruto inhaled deeply, taking in the crisp morning air. His eyes widened as he surveyed the area near the wall that bordered the compound. A dozen unconscious figures lay scattered across the grass, their bodies arranged in awkward collapsed positions. It was evident they had been thrown from the wall before losing consciousness. Well, someone started early, Naruto mused, his gaze shifting to Asuna who had joined him on the balcony. Ryokai, what are you going to do with them? Take their weapons and valuables, Naruto replied, his voice steady. Then toss them over the wall. That'll wake them up when they realize they're missing their gear. If they're not roused by then, the others will enter the cells with a certain seal I've devised. Asuna nodded, a look of understanding crossing her face. That Sharingan of yours must be incredible if you can glean so much about the barrier from just one look. Naruto smiled, acknowledging the compliment. Yes, well I use it, my photographic memory and analytical skills are enhanced. It's like everything moves in slow motion. He dressed in his usual attire, a standard shinobi uniform, both functional and comfortable, and headed for the front door. Out of habit, he created 3 shadow clones, instructing them to clean the kitchen. He then made his way outside, where he found the intruders tied up and disarmed. Only the messenger remained unrestrained. Naruto lifted the messenger onto his shoulder, ordering the clones to dispose of the other intruders by throwing them over the wall. But the immediate situation handled, he hurried to the gate and rejoined the street. He had barely started moving when the messenger spoke up, clearly confused. What happened? Did I get caught in a security system? Naruto smirked. Seems like the old man forgot to update the security measures after all these years. Just be more alert next time, alright. The council meeting is at 10. With a nod, Naruto took off, arriving at the council room a few minutes early. The guards instructed him to wait outside until the Hokage arrived. When Sarutobi finally appeared, the two shared a knowing grin before entering the room. The scene inside was chaotic. The civilian council members were in a frenzy, shouting at their shinobi counterparts. The ninja side, in turn, appeared ready to throttle the civilians. Among the loudest voices were those of Aruno and Sako, whose sheer volume seemed to defy belief. Naruto couldn't fathom how such a weak, chesty civilian could possess such powerful lungs. The older woman with pink hair, though not directly involved in the melee, was fiercely supportive of Naruto. She would have been stalking him if not for their significant age difference. Instead, she shouted her support during the council meetings. Sarutobi's voice cut through the cacophony with an authoritative roar. Silence. The room fell still, the sheer force of his presence leaving everyone momentarily paralyzed. The Hokage and Naruto made their way to the center of the room, where Sarutobi took his seat. Now, I think you all know why you are here, Sarutobi began, his tone commanding. Naruto chose to stand beside him, his presence a testament to his new status. Yes, we were informed that he now owns the Namikaze compound, said Asako, a civilian council member with a disdainful glare. Do you know why? Sarutobi's smile widened. No, the clan heads refused to divulge the details until you arrived. He paused, letting the suspense build. I have the honor to announce that as of last night, Naruto Uzumaki is the head of the newly established Fuin clan. Shock rippled through the room. The civilians erupted into a chorus of complaints and accusations, crying favoritism and corruption. Sarutobi waited until the noise subsided, then continued, there is a very good reason for this decision. Naruto-kun currently possesses 3 bloodlines and several powerful jutsu unique to him. This makes him more than qualified to lead a new clan. According to the law established by the Shadame Hokage, he is now part of the council. The room buzzed with whispers, some enthusiastic, eager to gain from Naruto's bloodlines, while others expressed disdain. In the midst of the murmuring, a man dressed in attire reminiscent of a doctor stood to speak. The Kage-sama Shiro Suzuki began, his tone dripping with condescension, as impressive as these abilities are, we cannot accept their healing properties as a bloodline. They lack the assurance of being passed down through generations. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. And why is that? Shiro's smirk widened. Healing abilities, while useful, do not meet the criteria of a true bloodline. They are not guaranteed to be inherited, which undermines their value as a legitimate bloodline. The room fell into silence as Sarutobi and Naruto processed this challenge. Naruto's mind raced, considering the implications of this argument. He knew that proving the value of his abilities would require more than just demonstrating their power, it would require addressing their legitimacy as part of his new clan. As the council's debates continued, Naruto resolved to navigate the political minefield with the same skill and determination that had seen him through countless battles. He was not just fighting for his place, he was fighting for the future of the Fuin clan, and he was determined to see it thrive. Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, the light filtering through the window casting shadows across his weathered face. His eyes, sharp and discerning, took in the council room before him, an eclectic mix of the village's most influential figures. At the head of the table sat Naruto Uzumaki, the enigmatic owner of a private clinic and a man whose reputation seemed to grow with each passing day. The room buzzed with whispers and tension as Sarutobi prepared to address the gathered assembly. Dembe, the elderly councilman known for his strict adherence to traditional values, broke the silence first. So, this demonstration you mentioned last night, he began, his voice laced with curiosity and skepticism, what exactly was it about? Saratobi's eyes twinkled with a hint of amusement. It was a demonstration of Naruto's abilities. All the clan heads were present. Aruno, a stoic figure with a piercing gaze, arched an eyebrow. I see. And what about Yasi? Was he part of this demonstration? Yasi, who had been sitting quietly until now, nodded. Yes, I was there. In fact, I volunteered to test one of Naruto's so-called limbs, or rather, I was the first to try it. Naruto, who had been observing the exchange with a slight smirk, interjected. Yasin actually volunteered to be humiliated, though he's too modest to admit it. Luga, a burly and skeptical figure, leaned forward. What kind of test are we talking about? What exactly does this involve? Naruto's smile remained, though his eyes hardened slightly. The test involved attempting to close my Tenketsu my chakra points. Suffice it to say, it didn't work out as expected. Isako, a fiercely protective parent, interrupted with a sharp tone. I want more details about his abilities. If he's capable of such things, I need to know if my daughter, who is now a genin of Konoha, will be safe. I want her to be able to defend herself. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and his voice grew cold. Your daughter will become stronger like everyone else through training. I'm not going to divulge my weaknesses just so that someone can exploit them. How dare you? Isako's face flushed with anger. Just because you have some new trick, you think you're invincible. I should have my bodyguards put you in your place. Naruto's gaze was icy. If your bodyguards are as strong as your daughter, I'll squash them like bugs without even using a bloodline. But let's not get carried away. The tension in the room thickened, and Saratobi raised a calming hand. Regarding your bodyguards, Naruto has made it clear that he doesn't appreciate having unauthorized visitors on his property. He took it easy this time, merely disarming them. Next time, they could end up in the hospital or worse. Dem's face reddened with indignation. So, the Hokage's office is just going to stand by while Naruto threatens our security personnel. Saratobi's expression remained calm. Naruto has the right to protect his property. I don't need to remind you that anyone entering without permission is subject to his discretion. Suzuki, the head of one of the most influential clans, leaned forward, his curiosity evident. But what if someone accidentally falls onto his property? Naruto's smile was chilling. If someone unauthorized crosses the boundary, they'll either be put into a deep sleep or repelled immediately. It depends on my mood. A murmur of unease rippled through the room. Saratobi took the opportunity to shift the discussion. Let me give you a brief overview of Naruto's abilities. He possesses 3 active bloodlines. The ability to destroy chakra, create solid objects from chakra, and absorb bloodlines from others. He can effectively steal bloodlines. Panic spread across the room. He can steal bloodlines. Karu's voice trembled. Naruto shook his head. What I do is copy the new bloodline into my own genetic code, much like the Sharingan copies jutsu. There's a limit though. For instance, having a dozen Dojutsu would make it harder to activate the right one. Amura, another council member, asked cautiously, and what if someone has more than one bloodline? How does that affect things? It depends on how the bloodline affects the body, Naruto explained. The more complex the bloodline, the more challenging it is to integrate multiple ones. Suzuki, always looking for a way to leverage power, inquired, and what about those secret techniques you mentioned? Can we have details? Saratobi cleared his throat. One of Naruto's techniques is akin to Tsunade's super strength, but applied throughout his entire body. Imagine the concentration of chakra at a single point, but constant and distributed. The room fell silent, the implication of such power sinking in. No demonstration, please, Suzuki muttered, his voice barely audible. I'm not eager to experience that firsthand. Saratobi continued, now, regarding Naruto's new residence, he is the new owner of the old Namek complex, now known as the Fuin complex. Isako's face turned an alarming shade of red. We can't allow someone like him to have that property. Only the Uchiha are worthy of such an honor. Everyone but Naruto winced as Isako's voice grew shrill. Naruto calmly pulled out the cotton he had stuffed in his ears, making the assembled council members wince at his casual demeanor. Shikaku, ever the pragmatist, spoke up. Why is the Uchiha so special? They're not the only ones with valuable abilities. Naruto's bloodlines and techniques make him more than worthy of that property. Abiram Shiri added, the Sharingan, and advanced bloodlines in general, have origins in tainted power. It's ironic to complain about contamination in the face of Naruto's unique abilities. Saratobi chuckled at the council's reactions. In truth, most advanced bloodlines, including the Sharingan, have roots in tainted power. Naruto's bloodlines, on the other hand, are not tainted. They are a rare and valuable asset. The council members absorbed this revelation with a mix of awe and apprehension. Saratobi's final words drove the point home. Given his capabilities, Naruto is the only one suited to claim the Fuin complex. We must also discuss activating the crack for him. With so many bloodlines, it would be foolish not to. The room was silent once more as the weight of Sarutobi's statement settled over the council. It was clear that Naruto Uzumaki was not just a private clinic owner, but a figure of immense power and potential, one who would undoubtedly shape the future of Konoha in ways no one had anticipated. In the heart of Konohagakure, amidst the bustling streets and the serene backdrop of the Hidden Leaf Village, a significant meeting was unfolding. This meeting would decide the fate of a new ninja clan leader and how he would navigate the complex world of ninja politics and bloodlines. The council room was abuzz with murmurs and quiet discussions as the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took his place at the head of the table. Beside him, Itsumi Shirei and several other clan heads, including the stern-faced Suzuki, sat with expressions of quiet contemplation. The tension in the room was palpable as discussions about bloodlines and clan rights were on the agenda. Suzuki, an influential clan leader known for his strict adherence to tradition, had raised a point that had set the tone for the meeting. Considering the law permits a ninja to have up to 3 wives per bloodline, and there is no upper limit to the number of bloodlines he may possess, I propose that we prohibit him from taking any bloodlines currently held by the clans of Konoha, Suzuki stated, his voice firm. A murmur of approval rippled through the gathered civilians and clan heads. However, Hokage Sarutobi, known for his wisdom and patience, had other ideas. You will not be prohibited from acquiring Konoha bloodlines, but there are several conditions you must meet. Firstly, you may only obtain bloodlines that are not currently under Konoha's control. Secondly, should you wish to acquire a Konoha bloodline, you must obtain it through the consent of the individual or from the clan head if they are a civilian. If the individual is a ninja, you may acquire the bloodline only through official battle or a supervised duel. Sarutobi's proposal was met with mixed reactions. Some clan heads nodded in agreement, recognizing the fairness of the conditions. However, others, like the head of the Uchiha clan, Ace, looked discontented. Ace, known for his pride and sense of honor, voiced his concerns. Would you allow him to easily obtain our lineage? This is a matter of great importance to us. Shirei, a respected clan leader, spoke up in defense. Itsumi-san's loyalty to the village is nearly unmatched. It would be counterproductive to deny him these rights if he so wishes. In fact, I am willing to personally offer my lineage to him. Sarutobi smiled at Shirei's gesture, but diplomatically declined. Thank you for your offer, Aburam-san. However, my tenant's nature would conflict with the insect colony, so I must respectfully decline at this time. The majority of the clan heads voted in favor of Sarutobi's proposal, leading to the conclusion of the council's discussion. As the meeting adjourned, Sarutobi signaled for Naruto, the new clan leader, to follow him to his office. Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto and Sarutobi sank into their seats with visible relief. It's a miracle. I thought I was going to lose the audition at this meeting, Naruto remarked, his tone a mix of disbelief and gratitude. Sarutobi chuckled. Oh, there's a good chance of that happening at the next one. Didn't you inform them that, as a clan leader, you will be part of the council? Naruto grinned. Well, it's their fault if they don't know the laws. This is a ninja village ruled by the Hokage, not the civilian council. The two shared a laugh, enjoying the light-hearted moment amidst the weight of their responsibilities. Just then, there was a knock on the door and Team 7 entered the room. Sasuke walked in with a confident stride, while Kakashi followed, a look of mild embarrassment on his face. Good morning, Hokage-sama, Sasuke greeted, his arrogance evident. Akage-sama, my team is here to request a higher rank mission, Kakashi said, hoping to impress. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. What kind of request? We want a higher rank mission, Sasuke declared. We feel that D rank missions are beneath us. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Yes, we're ready for more challenging assignments. Naruto, leaning back in his chair, addressed them with a hint of boredom. Do any of you know how missions are assigned to teams? Sasuke, with his usual arrogance, responded, the better we are, the harder the missions will be. Naruto snorted. Now get out before I throw you out the window like the trash you are. Sakura, ever defensive of her teammates, raised her fist. Enough. I won't let you address another Konoha ninja like that. Sarutobi, growing annoyed, intervened. Enough. I will not tolerate such disrespect in my presence. Come on, Hokage-sama, it's just the Uzumaki brat, Kiba dismissed, still not recognizing Naruto's significance. That's Uzumaki Fuin-sama, Sarutobi corrected sharply, his killing intent palpable. He is the head of a clan with 3 active bloodlines. Sakura's eyes widened. 3 bloodlines. Really? Sarutobi smiled at their stunned reactions. Yes, and now, back to the matter at hand. I will assign you a C-rank mission. It's a task that will help you understand the importance of responsibility. He called in Tazuna, a bridge builder from the Land of Waves, who had been waiting outside. Tazuna, an old, somewhat disheveled man, entered the room. This is Tazuna, Sarutobi introduced. Your mission is to protect him until he finishes his current project, which will take about a month. Tazuna looked skeptically at Team 7. Are you sure these brats can handle it? Kakashi reassured him, if they can't, I'll step in. I am a Jonin after all. Naruto added with a grin, and if Ichi has ego and Inuzuka's running away don't scare everyone, you can always use Sakura's forehead as a shield. The old man chuckled, and the room erupted in laughter, much to the chagrin of Team 7. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind, Tazuna said, shaking his head before leaving with Team 7 in tow. After the team departed, Naruto turned to Sarutobi. So, are you free for the rest of the day? Sarutobi thought for a moment before responding, let me check. My schedule just cleared up. What's on your mind? I remember I owe you a tour of my compound, and we could also have lunch, later Naruto suggested. Sounds good. I'm still cooking, Sarutobi said with a smile, accepting the invitation. The two spent several hours together, enjoying a tour of Naruto's compound and a hearty lunch. As they discussed various topics, including the possibility of creating a barrier for the entire village, their conversation was marked by a sense of camaraderie and shared purpose. And Sarutobi felt one of his clones dissipate by the expression on his face was something dangerous or annoying, or both. The S-team needs reinforcements were attacked by two Kyūbi renegade ninjas, the demon brothers both of Chunin rank, said Sarutobi as he headed for the door, because I have the feeling that you are not telling me this just to satisfy my curiosity, Naruto asked with resignation as he followed his example. Why are you the backup? All the other Genin teams, they're busy or they're not ready for combat. I just need to get you the new bingo book and you'll be good to go. I know you can create all the supplies you need if you don't have them with you, Sarutobi replied. Excellent. A few minutes later, Naruto was showing his mission scroll to the village gate guards with one hand while holding the bingo book open with the other. He was investigating the demon brothers' former associates, and he didn't like what he found. 1-bit Mamachi's Abuso, also known as the demon of the blood mist, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, primary weapon, Kubikurum Chm Limeage, none, last known affiliation Kiri, last known rank Han, renegade ninja rank, Akazuha, also known as the demon of the blood armor, primary weapon Katana, bloodline Iron blood. The user has a higher than normal amount of iron ions in their blood, which they can use for both attack and defense. Last known affiliation Kiri, last known rank Honi Air rank, renegade ninja Tamatsuyoshi, also known as Herald of the Squall, main weapon Katana Limeage, none, last known affiliation Kiri, last known rank Chunin B rank, renegade ninja Shikoku Kaido, also known as the Shadow Thief of the Mist, main weapon, none, bloodline pocket dimension creates. The user can create pocket dimensions in which a certain amount of items can be stored. Last known affiliation Kiri, last known rank Chunin B rank, renegade ninja. These guys don't, they are bad, 2 of them even have bloodline, observed Naruto. Yes, but you should think carefully before absorbing any bloodline from now on. Some of them can conflict, while others can have serious disadvantages, advised Kumi. Like what? Naruto asked. Think about this iron bloodline for example. For it to be of any use there must be a fairly large amount of iron in the bloodstream. Not only is it unhealthy, but it also makes the user slow because it is heavy, explained Eva, not mentioning the damage a thunderstorm would cause. Niji laughed. Well, I have company, so I will be able to find out firsthand how things work, Naruto said as he punched the trunk of the tree he was on and jumped to the next one, blocking the Kuna aimed at him with one of his own. Hey Kefus, I was reading about your exploits. Naruto smiled and pointed at the bingo book. You are quite famous. Not bad, kid, you impress me, but this route is forbidden. Go back where you came from and I will pretend I didn't see you today, said Kazuha, but Eren asked me to see what was left of the 3 little monkeys in there. Silver list. You didn't happen to see them, right? Naruto said. You are a funny kid. I can tell you that they passed by here a while ago and they are probably cutting themselves into pieces right now. Now be a good boy and go back home, said Kfu, again putting a hand on the hilt of his sword. No, good kids are boring, being bad is much more fun. Naruto put Kfu on alert when he gave him a predator smile while snapping his fingers. Kafu was about to jump back when the branch beneath him glowed and his legs were suddenly encased in ice. Before he could attempt to break through the ice, the part of the tree trunk that Naruto had touched earlier also glowed and several orbs of lightning shot towards Kazu and hit him in the chest, causing him to drop his sword as he tried to shake off the numbness he heard Naruto's voice and looked at him. Dominus de sonatus on us fulgur conit inu fulgur allens, sang the mustachioed blonde and released the white lightning from his hand as Kazu felt the attack hit him. His hopes of regaining movement became angaic. Forget about the numbness, now he could barely feel anything. He didn't even notice Naruto was beside him until he spoke. You forgot the most important rule: never underestimate an opponent. Goodbye, Naruto uttered before Kazu felt a searing blow to his neck. Before he saw only darkness, Naruto quickly placed his head into a containment scroll and took a blood sample which he immediately froze, as well as all the weapons and valuables he found. Before using a quick Kaiten Gakak 1 jutsu to dispose of the body without looking back, he headed at full speed towards His destination if Azu meant by cutting what do you think she did even Kakashi will be in trouble, that guy has an advantage near water and we just happen to be in the wave, thought Naruto attack Kakashi the ninja who copies from Konoha, was having a bad day, it all started with his 3 brilliant students poking the dragon in the eye when the aforementioned Okage yelled at him to give him a mission. And he was about to end up drowning or another pleasant meant seeing said students being cut into pieces by Momoe Zabuza. No, that's not entirely correct. Mizu Bunshin of Zabuza was kicking their asses, said Bunshin couldn't get too far from the water can I add, and considering that they were on the shore and were yelling at them to run yes, the 3 stooges deserved their fate while thinking that. Kakashi watched as Sasuke arrogantly ordered Zabuza to release his sense, and while Sakura did a good imitation of a leaf during a hurricane, and Kiba changed the color of the water he was standing on. Yes, it was definitely not his day while he was debating between biting his tongue or simply opening his mouth to drown himself and avoid such a display of stupidity. He noticed that Zabuza suddenly focused on something that was to his right. Luckily his head was already partially turned in that direction, so it was quite easy to notice the approaching figure. As Naruto and Kakashi emerged from the dense mist, they could barely make out the shadowy figure of Zabuza Mamachi. The mist, conjured by Zabuza's jutsu, swirled around them, creating an eerie and disorienting atmosphere. The mustachioed blonde ninja's menacing presence was accentuated by the clones he had created, each one brandishing a large sword that gleamed ominously in the dim light. Naruto, with his usual blend of courage and irreverence, stood his ground despite the danger. "Who are you and why are you here, Brett?" demanded Zabuza, his voice cold and commanding. The clones, swords poised, aimed their blades directly at Naruto's neck. "Hello, sir," Naruto began in a tone that belied his age, mixing politeness with a hint of mischief. "I was heading this way and I ran into a nice gentleman who called himself Kazu. He mentioned that 3 mentally challenged monkeys and a one-eyed silver monkey I know were going to be turned into sandwich material in this area, so I decided to step in. He wouldn't mind letting them go, would he?" Zabuza blinked in shock, processing the unusual dialogue. For 30 seconds, he stared at Naruto, struggling to recover from the sheer audacity of the child's words. Finally, he shook his head, trying to focus. "Sorry to disappoint you, boy, but they aren't going anywhere as long as they intend to protect the bridge builder. So get lost or become sandwich material yourself." Naruto's response was as nonchalant as ever. "I'm sorry, I don't taste that good," he declared with a shrug, his voice as casual as if discussing the weather. As he spoke, the mist clones surrounding him dissipated, revealing Naruto's true form. Zabuza's frustration mounted. "Better yet, let's see what your blood tastes like," he growled, hurling 2 kunai toward Naruto. But just as the kunai were about to reach their target, Zabuza noticed a single flash of light from behind him. Reacting swiftly, he turned to block with his sword, just in time to intercept the kunai with a clang. Kakashi, now free from his restraints, took the opportunity to engage. He had managed to recover his composure despite the heavy toll the battle had taken on him. "Good job, Naruto," Kakashi said, his voice strained but appreciative. He glanced at Zabuza, who was now wounded and showing signs of frustration. Those kunai were real, not just clones. Zabuza snarled, "Well then, I guess we can agree on that," his eyes narrowing as he assessed his opponents. He had underestimated their resilience and skill. Before Zabuza could make another move, 2 thin needles struck his neck. His eyes widened in shock before he collapsed, motionless. A masked figure materialized next to Zabuza's body, revealing himself as a hunter ninja from the Hidden Mist village, marked by his distinctive mask and the Kiri emblem. Kakashi sighed in relief as the threat was neutralized. "Thanks for your help," he said, giving a small bow toward the hunter ninja. The hunter ninja had been tracking Zabuza for a while and finally got his chance to bring him down. Naruto eyed the hunter ninja with suspicion. The masked figure's eyes, a piercing blue with a black background and elongated fangs, revealed something unsettling. But before Naruto could say anything, the hunter ninja used the Shunshin technique, vanishing with Zabuza's body. Kakashi, exhausted, let his guard down as he and Naruto moved toward the shore. "Shit, I used my Sharingan too much," Kakashi muttered, wincing from the strain. Naruto noticed Kakashi's struggle and helped him, covering the transplanted eye with a headband. As they rejoined their team, Sasuke and Sakura appeared, with Tazuna close behind. Sasuke, ever the skeptic, asked, "What are you doing here, dope?" "We were managing fine without you," Sakura added, her voice sharp. Kakashi, barely able to stand, grabbed Sasuke by the collar. "I've had enough of your attitude. Now shut up and listen carefully," he said, his voice low but laced with intensity. "I'm in no condition to lead. Naruto will take over until further notice. Disobey orders and you will deeply regret it. Understood?" Sasuke, taken aback by Kakashi's commanding presence, nodded quickly. "Yes." Naruto, now in command, assessed the situation. "Great, I'm not exactly lucky," he muttered under his breath. Turning to Tazuna, he asked, which direction is your house and how far is it? Less than a mile west of here, Tazuna replied promptly. Naruto quickly devised a plan. Alright, this is what we'll do. I'll take the center. Sakura will be on the left with Kakashi and Tazuna among us. Sasuke will take up the rear and Kiba will scout the front. Everyone take a dip in the water to get rid of that smell before anyone notices. The team moved with purpose, each member falling into their assigned roles. After 20 minutes of careful navigation, they arrived at Tazuna's two-story house. Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, greeted them with concern upon seeing Kakashi's unconscious state. Naruto quickly reassured her that Kakashi was merely exhausted, which somewhat eased her worries. They settled Kakashi into a room designated for them and gathered in the living room. Tsunami, puzzled, asked, what happened? I don't know much about ninjas, but they don't usually get this tired just from walking. Naruto took a deep breath and explained, we were attacked by renegade ninjas halfway here. 2 of them were Chunin, so reinforcements were called. We were lucky to have some help from a hunter ninja. The main threat, Zabuza, is finally dealt with. Tsunami's concerns softened slightly as she processed the information. The team settled in for the night, knowing that despite their victories, the mission was far from over and the dangers of the journey were still very real. Naruto sat quietly for a moment, his eyes focused on the intricate pattern of Kakashi's transplanted Sharingan. The room was filled with an uneasy silence as the silver-haired Jonin lay on his back, his usually pompous demeanor showing signs of fatigue and vulnerability. Kakashi's eyes flickered with a mix of irritation and curiosity as he awaited Naruto's response. It's not that simple, Kakashi, Naruto began, finally breaking the silence. The Sharingan you have was transplanted under dire circumstances. Rin Inyazuka did an extraordinary job considering the conditions, but the way you used it, well, that's where things get complicated. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? Naruto's expression was thoughtful. You used the Sharingan non-stop for an entire day, right after it was transplanted. That's an immense strain on the body and the chakra system. Even an Uchiha would struggle with that kind of usage without adequate training and preparation. Kakashi's face reflected a mix of guilt and frustration. I didn't realize the damage I was causing myself at the time. I was a kid, trying to protect my comrades and accomplish the mission. I understand, Naruto said softly. But what you didn't know then was that continuous use of the Sharingan, especially right after transplant, could cause long-term issues. It's not just about the chakra drain, it's about how the eye integrates with your body and your chakra network. Kakashi sighed deeply, the weight of his past decisions evident in his eyes. So, what can be done now? Is there any way to fix it? Naruto nodded. There's something I can do to help, but it won't be a perfect fix. The Sharingan you have is not functioning optimally due to the excessive strain and chakra drain it has experienced. I can perform a technique that will help stabilize the eye's chakra consumption, but you'll need to be cautious with its use. Kakashi looked both relieved and wary. What kind of technique? Naruto's eyes glinted with a mix of determination and unease. It's a specialized jutsu that involves both my chakra and a form of healing energy that's unconventional. It will help in managing the chakra consumption of the Sharingan and might improve its efficiency. Kakashi's curiosity was piqued, but so was his skepticism. Unconventional. What does that mean? It means it's not something conventional ninja would use. It involves chakra from a unique source, Naruto admitted, his voice tinged with a hint of discomfort. But I assure you, it's effective for the situation. Kakashi studied Naruto's face, searching for any hint of deception or hidden motives. He saw none, only a genuine desire to help. Alright, Kakashi conceded. If it can improve the situation, I'm willing to try it. Naruto smiled slightly, appreciating Kakashi's willingness. Good. I'll perform the jutsu now, but remember to be careful. Even with this help, it's important to use the Sharingan sparingly. Naruto placed his hands on Kakashi's chest once again, this time with a focused intent. The room filled with a soft glowing light as Naruto channeled his chakra, weaving the intricate patterns of the healing jutsu. Kakashi closed his eyes and felt a soothing warmth spreading through him. The tension and strain in his body seemed to melt away, replaced by a calming sense of relief. As the jutsu completed, Naruto withdrew his hands and observed Kakashi with a critical eye. That should help with the immediate issues. How do you feel? Kakashi opened his eyes, now devoid of the usual fatigue. I feel significantly better. The pressure on my chakra system has eased. Thank you. Naruto nodded. You should get some rest. The eye needs time to adjust to the changes, and you need to recover fully. I'll start working with your team in the meantime. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a mix of gratitude and a hint of worry. What about the rest of my team? Will they be alright? They'll be fine, Naruto assured him. I'll make sure they get the training they need. Just focus on your recovery and take it easy. Kakashi nodded, a sense of cautious optimism in his expression. Alright, I'll follow your advice. As Naruto left the room, he glanced back at Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin had always been a symbol of strength and resilience, but Naruto knew that even the strongest warriors needed help and understanding. Outside, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the village. Naruto took a deep breath, ready to tackle the next challenge. The mission was far from over, and there were still many hurdles to overcome. But with Kakashi's improved condition and the support of his team, he felt a renewed sense of determination. The path ahead was uncertain, but Naruto was prepared to face it with the same resolve and courage he had always shown. The bonds forged through their trials would be their greatest strength, guiding them through the darkest times and into the light of hope. Chapter 12. Allies and Shin and Ryu. Naruto stared thoughtfully into the dimly lit room, the quiet hum of chakra at work still resonating in his ears. He'd just finished a painstaking procedure on Kakashi's Sharingan eye, meticulously repairing a damaged chakra coil and reinforcing its connections. The process had been draining, but it was necessary to ensure Kakashi's continued effectiveness as a ninja. As he left the room, he removed the privacy seals he'd placed on the door and walked into the living area. The house was alive with activity as the team prepared for dinner. The aroma of cooking food wafted through the air, and Naruto could hear the cheerful banter of his comrades as they busied themselves around the kitchen. He washed his hands and joined them at the table, trying to shake off the fatigue from his earlier task. Tazuna, the bridge builder who had become an unexpected ally, looked up and asked, "Is Kakashi going to be alright?" Naruto nodded reassuringly, "He'll be better than ever in the morning." He turned to Team 7, his gaze firm. "I'll take the night watch. I remain in charge until Kakashi decides otherwise." As the evening settled into a cozy rhythm, Naruto mentally prepared for the night ahead. The battle with Zabuza and the various challenges they had faced were not yet behind them. The night watch was crucial, especially with the heightened danger they had encountered. That night, Naruto entered his mindscape. The familiar surroundings of his inner world felt oddly comforting, even amidst the chaos. He had created a dozen shadow clones to patrol and disguised himself as animals to blend in with his environment. Naruto had spent the hours before listening to a heated argument between Eva and Kurama, the Nine Tails, discussing the merits of different jutsu techniques. Eva had ultimately agreed to learn both Shundo and Shunin, acknowledging the advantages each offered. The sun had barely risen when Naruto emerged from his mindscape. He found himself perched on a tree branch overlooking Tazuna's house. Below, Sakura and Sasuke were tangled in glowing roots, struggling against their bonds. Naruto couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight. It seemed the Uchiha had been ensnared in one of his traps, with no one around to assist him. He dispelled the clones closest to him and headed down to free his teammates. Once he'd released Sakura and Sasuke, he made his way into the house. The sight of Kakashi sitting at the table with a bemused expression greeted him. "That was a Mokuton jutsu, wasn't it?" Kakashi asked, still looking intrigued. Naruto nodded. "Something like that. I can manipulate wood, though it's not exactly the same as the original Mokuton." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "So, you have the same bloodline as the Shodai Hokage?" "No, I don't," Naruto replied, shaking his head. "Anyone with water and earth chakra can use Mokuton if they train hard enough to mix them correctly." The Shodai had two special bloodlines. One that gave him perfect chakra control for Mokuton and another that had a calming influence over the Jubai. Kakashi's eyes widened in understanding. "I see. That explains why Lady Tsunade, his granddaughter, can't use Mokuton. Her ability lies elsewhere." Naruto nodded, acknowledging Kakashi's insight. The conversation shifted as they prepared for the day ahead. Despite the challenges and sacrifices they had endured, the bond between them had only strengthened. Kakashi's recovery and their shared mission were at the forefront of their minds. The team gathered around the table for breakfast, and Naruto took a moment to reflect on the recent events. He thought about Rin's sacrifice, the immense amount of chakra she had given to help him in battle. Her gesture had been more than just a transfer of energy, it was a profound act of camaraderie and selflessness. The night watch continued with Naruto and his shadow clones maintaining vigilance. The bonds forged through hardship and sacrifice were evident in their interactions. As dawn broke and the first light touched the horizon, the team was ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. Their journey was far from over, and with each passing day, the strength of their alliances and the depth of their resolve grew stronger. The road ahead was uncertain, but Naruto and his friends were prepared to face it together, united by their shared purpose and the sacrifices they had made along the way. In the midst of the forest, a familiar hush had settled over Team 7. Naruto had just finished discussing his new ability with Kakashi, his eyes bright with anticipation and curiosity. Tsunade Sama's medical jutsus had made a significant impact on his control, allowing him to extend his use of chakra-based abilities longer than ever before. Kakashi, who had been closely observing Naruto's progress, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and amusement. Naruto had responded with a confident grin when Kakashi asked about the new limits of his chakra control. Defined too long for me, please, Kakashi had inquired, his tone teasing. Naruto had considered this for a moment. Considering your previous limit was about 20 minutes, you should be able to keep using it for up to an hour. Right now, that severed coil was one of the larger ones, and with all the pressure it's had on it over the years, it's even bigger. Kakashi chuckled, an hour. With your current chakra levels, if you increase your total amount of chakra, you'll be able to use it for even longer. But don't push it too hard. Naruto's eyes twinkled with mischievous delight. With your chakra levels, I could keep it activated and sleep with my eyes open. I regain my energy pretty fast, you know. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of mock dread. Remind me to avoid your jutsu, he said, wiping a drop of sweat from his brow. At that moment, Team 7's Genin entered the room. Izuna, the bridge builder, and his grandson Inari followed, their somber expressions evident. Sasuke and Inari, both brooding, sat opposite each other. The room was filled with a thick tension as Naruto and Kakashi exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes in unison. Cool, now it's 2, Naruto said as he glanced at his watch. After breakfast, we need to train. We need to be prepared for the enemies we'll encounter during this mission, Kakashi announced, trying to refocus the team. It was clear to Kakashi that the training was overdue, especially given the recent events. Naruto had mentioned the escape of the infamous Zabuza, a rogue ninja known for his formidable skills. Demon, Naruto muttered, Zabuza is alive, and it seems the supposed ninja hunter helped him escape. Sakura, trying to contribute to the conversation, spoke up. What do you mean? Sasuke pulverized that guy. Naruto looked at Sakura with a mixture of concern and amusement. When we get back, you'll need to have his eyes and head examined. Kakashi leaned in, whispering, I already tried, but his mother said she'd take care of it. Naruto's eyes widened. You left a psychopath in the care of an older one? Kakashi shrugged. Well, he looked at Sakura with starry eyes, mumbling about her. Sasuke definitely took care of Sakura one way or another. The 4 boys exchanged uneasy glances, their mood darkening. Kakashi cleared his throat, redirecting their focus. Yes, Zabuza is alive. The one who fought Sasuke was Msuban's son. The one we need to worry about is the one posing as a hunter ninja. Naruto added thoughtfully, as Kakashi takes care of Zabuza, we'll have to protect Izuna from him or rather her, if my nose didn't deceive me. Sasuke scoffed. Why should we listen to you, dope? Kakashi intervened, because he's right. At your level, the 3 of you are not of much help. Sasuke's pride flared. Did you hear that, dope? Kakashi admits that I'm better than you 3. Naruto replied calmly, I don't think he was talking about his team. Since he has no idea of my actual level. Kakashi nodded. I wouldn't go that far, Naruto. I was there when you showed your bloodline. But considering only what I've seen, I'd say you're at the level of a low Chunin. No Chunin could get behind Zabuza like that. Naruto responded with a shrug. Good point. Anyway, besides that little spar with Sasuke and your Genin exam, that's all I have to rate you. Kakashi turned to Sasuke. What level am I at? Honin, Kakashi answered without hesitation, and the dope Naruto's rank. Well, considering only what I've seen him do, I'd say he's at the level of a low Honin. Naruto nodded, acknowledging the assessment. Well, considering that, I need to prepare. I'm going to train alone. Kakashi agreed, Naruto, since you can do the more advanced exercise of walking on water, you can train on your own. In a clearing filled with wildflowers, Naruto entered a meditation pose. Within his mindscape, Kumi and Eva awaited him. Kumi mused, it seems you finally have a worthy opponent. One who can hit those pressure points from a distance, shows not only talent but a lot of experience. Naruto furrowed his brow. What did you perceive about his chakra? Eva smiled. I felt cold. She's an O2 user, possibly the last of them, with the blood purge and Kiri and all that. Naruto pondered this. Then should I make it smarter and use fire, the very shocking and annoying action that involves fighting ice with ice? Niji, who had been observing, suggested, how about you start with a little fire, add a bit of ice, and then use some really destructive fire? Naruto grinned. I like the way you think, Niji. But I know you can think of something even better. Niji and the others shared a mischievous smile. How about this? A little bit of fire, a lot of ice, and the most dangerous fire you can master until then. Naruto proposed, nodding wisely. Su reminded him, in order to accomplish this, you'll need to increase your speed enough to avoid turning into a pincushion. Naruto agreed. That's true. I'll work on Shundo and Shunin. But for now, I need to get used to the feeling. Niji nodded. Very well. Let's get started. With renewed determination, Naruto set to work, his mind racing with strategies and plans. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but with his newfound abilities and the support of his friends, he was ready to face whatever came his way. The sun was beginning to set over the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the deserted beach. Naruto stood alone, the rhythmic crash of waves against the shore, providing a soothing backdrop to his focused training. His brow was furrowed in concentration as he practiced the Shundo technique, a teleportation move he was determined to master. With every attempt, he felt a mix of frustration and satisfaction as he refined his control over chakra, striving to perfect his technique. Naruto had left Eva and Neji to manage his army of clones, which he had divided into 4 large batches of 2,000 and 1 smaller batch of 100. His instructions had been clear. The clones were to practice the spells and incantations Eva and Neji had outlined. The field where the clones were stationed was a vast expanse of grass, perfect for the type of intensive spell training they would be undergoing. Eva and Neji had assured Naruto they would handle the details, allowing him to focus solely on perfecting the Shundo technique. Eva's voice echoed in Naruto's mindscape, a calm and reassuring presence as she guided him through the process. Naruto-kun, the clones have successfully learned the mid-level spells, including the wind spell. Are you ready to start dispelling them? Naruto took a deep breath, his body still tingling from the last successful attempt at Shundo. Yes, let's begin. Have them dispel 20 at a time with a 10-second interval between each batch. He focused on his breathing, trying to calm the growing headache from the relentless mental effort. Each dispel was accompanied by a faint shimmer of light as the clones dissolved into nothingness. The process was tedious, but Naruto knew it was necessary for their progress. As the clones slowly disappeared, Naruto stood up and stretched, feeling the strain in his muscles from the intense focus. He glanced at the setting sun, noting how the golden light was beginning to fade into twilight. It was time for a break, and he decided to head back to his temporary lodging for a well-deserved meal. Back in the mental landscape, Eva was busy overseeing the final stages of the clones' training. She and Neji had been instrumental in ensuring that each clone absorbed the intricacies of the spells. The process had taken longer than anticipated due to the sheer volume of techniques being taught, but the results were promising. Neji, standing next to Eva, reviewed the progress with a nod of approval. The clones have learned the spells as intended. They're now proficient in the basics, and we've reinforced the spells multiple times. Naruto should be pleased with their performance. Eva smiled, her gaze shifting to the mental image of Naruto still practicing on the beach. He's working hard. Let's make sure we're ready for his next steps. We need to ensure that he's fully prepared to integrate these spells into his repertoire. The mental landscape pulsed with energy as Eva adjusted the flow of time once more, setting it to accelerate to match Naruto's current state of training. She glanced at the progress and then sent a final mental message to Naruto. The clones have completed their training. If you need anything further, let us know. Naruto, having finished his lunch and recovered somewhat from the strain, prepared himself for the next round of dispelling. He had requested Eva to set the time flow back to normal, allowing him to manage his mental and physical energies effectively. As he approached the beach once more, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that mastering these spells and techniques was crucial for his growth and upcoming challenges. With a deep breath, Naruto turned his attention back to his training, determined to perfect his Shundo technique. Each successful teleportation brought him closer to his goal, and he felt a surge of confidence. The day's efforts had been exhausting but rewarding, and he was ready to face the next challenge. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Naruto continued his practice, driven by the promise of mastery and the support of his friends. The journey ahead was long, but with each step, he felt more prepared for whatever lay in wait. At night, as Naruto walked quietly towards the kitchen, he noticed the genin of Team 7 slumped over the table, their exhaustion evident in their slouched postures and the weary sighs escaping their lips. Kakashi, ever the enigma, was absorbed in his familiar orange book, while Tsunade was meticulously reading him the riot act. Naruto couldn't help but smile at the sight of Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor, hiding behind his book while Tsunade chewed him out. As he sat down, Kakashi glanced up, the edge of his book still visible. He took a moment to adjust his mask, using a subtle water manipulation technique to let water pass through it. The seemingly mundane gesture, however, led to a sudden burst of water, dousing Sasuke, who had been directly in front of him. Sasuke jolted awake, his irritation momentarily overcoming his exhaustion. Be careful, he began, but was silenced by the icy glare Kakashi shot his way. The tension between them was palpable, a testament to their complex relationship. Kakashi turned his attention to Naruto, his curiosity piqued. So, what exactly were those clones of yours learning? He asked, his tone nonchalant but his eyes sharp. Naruto shrugged. Oh, just some new jutsu. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. What kind? Naruto's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Let's just say they're the kind the Sharingan can't copy. Kakashi's interest was visibly piqued. He partially lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan, now capable of being activated and deactivated at will, thanks to the healing jutsu Naruto had used. That healing jutsu of yours is impressive, Kakashi remarked. It allows me to activate and deactivate the Sharingan at will now. It's a significant boost. I estimate it saves me about 10% of my chakra reserves. Naruto's eyes widened in interest. Then why are you keeping it covered? Is it just a matter of habit? Tsunade, who had been listening in, interjected. Kakashi needs to adapt to normal light conditions. The Sharingan allowed him to see perfectly in the dark, but his regular eye needs time to adjust. Kakashi nodded. Exactly. And dawn is the perfect time for that adjustment. Naruto glanced at the clock. That makes sense. I'll take the night watch, then. After lunch, Naruto was about to head back to the beach for training when Sasuke, his usual arrogance on full display, confronted him. As the last Uchiha, I demand you teach me the jutsu you used to heal Kakashi, he declared imperiously. Naruto smirked. Only Sasuke-kun deserves it. You have no authority over members of other clans. Sasuke's face flushed with anger. What do you know about my clan? Naruto's smile widened. Yours is pathetic and on the brink of extinction. Mine, on the other hand, is just beginning its rise. Sasuke's eyes narrowed with fury, but before he could retort, Naruto walked away, leaving the Uchiha seething. As he made his way to the beach, he paused occasionally to accumulate more chakra in his feet, his mind focused on his training. He reached the beach, his training interrupted only by an involuntary collision with a tree. Despite this, Naruto continued, his goal to perfect his chakra control unwavering. He realized that the difficulty he faced was due to his need for greater control over the immense chakra his tenants provided. While he had mastered several jutsu, none required the precise control that the water-walking technique demanded. With a sigh, Naruto decided to pursue a more challenging chakra control exercise. He entered his mindscape and headed straight for the jutsu library. Glancing out one of the tower's windows, he saw thousands of clones sleeping in various states of exhaustion, some in massive ice orbs, others in melted craters. He knew he would have to wait for them to dissipate before he could retrieve any additional information. Naruto created a dozen clones and began searching through the scrolls and books Eva had added to the library. He found several chakra control exercises, but only one was specifically designed for ninjas with extraordinarily large amounts of chakra. It had been created by a former host of the Sanbi, known for its ability to harness the demon's power effectively. However, there was a catch. The exercise required walking on lava, a challenge Naruto found daunting given the country of Wave's lack of volcanic activity. Determined, Naruto journeyed to the volcanic region of his mindscape, hoping to find a solution. To his relief, he discovered a small lake of lava formed from recent eruptions. He used his chakra to stabilize the lava and prevent further eruptions, ensuring its temperature remained constant. Despite his initial excitement, Naruto was reminded of a past experience involving Kyūbi and water walking at hot springs. With a chuckle, he created a clone to test walking on the lava. The clone quickly sank 2 feet into the molten rock, confirming how treacherous the exercise would be. He reviewed the scroll again, using his Sharingan to ensure he had not missed any critical details. The scroll explained that individuals with immense chakra like himself often faced difficulties because their chakra was extremely dense. The exercise aimed to increase the size of their tenketsu, allowing for a more controlled flow of chakra. If I can master this, I might be able to use my jutsu more effectively, Naruto mused. With renewed determination, he began the new chakra control exercise. As the night wore on, his only achievement was making his clones feel the intense heat of the lava before they dissipated, but he was undeterred. Tomorrow was another day, and he was ready to face it head-on. The sun was barely rising over the land of waves when Naruto Uzumaki, now a week into his mission, set out to accompany Tazuna to the bridge site. The construction was progressing, but the task of guarding Tazuna was relentless, and Naruto had found a way to make it a bit easier on himself. By creating a few hundred shadow clones, he was able to delegate the mundane tasks of guard duty and construction assistance, allowing him to focus on the more critical aspects of their mission. His goal was clear. Finish the bridge as quickly as possible to avoid any further confrontations with the vengeful Mist Demon, Zabuza. As the days rolled on, Naruto took advantage of his downtime to further his skills. One such day, he found himself back at the glade he had claimed as his training ground. This was his sanctuary, where he could delve into his thoughts and hone his abilities without distraction. Today, he was particularly focused on mastering lava walking, a technique that would enhance his versatility in combat. While in his mindscape, Naruto engaged in a discussion with Neji and the other members of his team. The conversation revolved around his next steps in training. I've been considering learning aerial shunpo before moving on to Chunin, he said, his tone reflective. What do you think? Neji, ever the analytical one, replied, aerial shunpo could give you an edge in both offense and defense. It's a good choice if you're looking to enhance your mobility. But don't rush it, make sure you've fully mastered lava walking first. The debate continued, but Naruto was in the midst of contemplating the advice when an unexpected visitor entered the clearing. A young girl, around 14 or 15 years old, appeared at the edge of the glade. She had long black hair, pale skin, and warm brown eyes. Clad in a kimono and carrying a basket full of plants, she seemed to be gathering herbs. Naruto was lying behind the trunk of a tree, deep in meditation. The girl, absorbed in her task, didn't notice him immediately. It was only when she was less than a meter away that she spotted him. Her face paled, recognizing him as the ninja who had nearly thwarted Zabuza's escape. Her initial instinct was to consider eliminating him to prevent any potential interference. Inflicted by the sight of Naruto's peaceful expression, she hesitated. The thought of harming him weighed heavily on her conscience. She quietly debated the best course of action, but her decision was abruptly interrupted when Naruto, sensing her presence, began to stir. "Hey, if you sleep here, you'll catch a cold," the girl said with a mixture of concern and unease. Naruto, opening one eye to survey her, responded, "Oh, don't worry about it. I wasn't sleeping, just meditating." As the girl's eyes widened in surprise, she noticed 3 of Naruto's clones had dissipated since her arrival, which confirmed her suspicion that he had been aware of her presence the entire time. "Ah, I see. Still, wouldn't it be better to do it inside the house?" she asked, trying to mask her nervousness. Naruto's gaze softened. "No, I like to be outdoors as much as possible. It's quieter, and the air is cleaner. And what about you? What's a girl as pretty as you doing out here?" The girl blushed, her cheeks matching the vibrant hues of the flowers in her basket. "Oh, I'm just gathering some medicinal herbs for someone." Naruto's keen eyes picked up on her embarrassment and the slight blush that painted her cheeks. "Well then, I'd advise against using the one you just picked. It's poisonous." Her blush deepened as she realized he was right. "Are you a doctor?" she asked, a hint of hope in her voice. Naruto chuckled. "Not exactly. I'm actually a ninja. I've just picked up a few things along the way." The girl's eyes widened. "Then who are you collecting these plants for?" "For someone very dear to me," she replied, her voice tinged with worry as she picked a more suitable herb. Naruto nodded. "I understand. Do you have someone valuable to you?" "Yes, I do," she replied softly. "May I know your name?" Naruto asked with a friendly smile. "Isn't it common courtesy to offer your name first?" she countered, raising an eyebrow. "Fair enough. I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he introduced himself with a grin. "Aku," she replied, her cheeks flushing again. "Just Aku." Naruto noticed the sadness in her eyes as she continued, "My parents died when I was little, and I don't really remember my last name since I ran away back then." Naruto felt a pang of sympathy. "I'm sorry to hear that," he said gently, his gaze dropping slightly. "It's okay. You didn't know," Aku replied, trying to smile. As she turned to leave, her neck briefly exposed, Naruto caught a glimpse of a strange mark on her skin. His eyes narrowed with curiosity. "One moment, please," he called out, his voice laced with a hint of urgency. Aku froze, her body trembling slightly. "How did you?" she stammered, her fear palpable. Naruto's tone softened. "I'm very good at detecting and recognizing chakra signatures. A bloodline like yours is easier to recognize, even if it's been dormant for a while." Aku's eyes widened in terror. "Zabuza-sama warned me about what happens to kunoichi with bloodlines when they are captured. They're sold to Kumo, Odo, or taken to other ninja villages." "Please, not Odo," she thought, tears streaming down her face. Naruto, noticing her distress, asked gently, "How old were you when you lost your parents?" 7, she replied, her voice shaking. Naruto's brow furrowed. "You think you don't remember your last name because you were so young?" Aku nodded, her voice barely audible. "Yes, I think so." Naruto took a deep breath and said, "I'd rather think that the memory modification seal on the back of your neck is the cause of your amnesia." He created a round mirror and handed it to her. "You should see for yourself." Aku's eyes widened in shock as she examined the seal. "Who put this here?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I have a pretty good idea," Naruto said, his tone calm but firm. "But it would be better if you saw it yourself. If you need help removing it, I can assist." Aku looked at Naruto with a mixture of relief and hesitation. "Can you really help me?" Naruto nodded reassuringly. "Yes, but we need to act quickly. Zabuza and his men won't be far behind." As Aku stared at the reflection in the mirror, she felt a glimmer of hope amidst her fear. With Naruto's assistance, she might finally reclaim her past and find a path to safety. Naruto's dilemma: the forest clearing was serene, with only the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds breaking the silence. But for Naruto and Aku, the atmosphere was tense. Naruto had just finished drawing a complex sealing technique on Aku's back, a counter seal, meant to protect her memories from being tampered with. Aku, a kunoichi with a tragic past, had been on the run for years. Her childhood had been marked by violence and loss, a fate she had reluctantly accepted. Zabuza, the mercenary ninja, had been a constant threat, having killed her parents and taken her as his tool. Now, Naruto was helping her in her quest for vengeance and closure. Naruto's eyes lingered on the mirror he had provided to Aku. The mirror's reflection gave him an unobstructed view of her ample chest as she had reluctantly pulled down her kimono to allow the sealing process. Embarrassed, he looked away, trying to maintain his composure despite the awkwardness of the situation. "It's okay, Naruto," Aku said, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and gratitude. "You can look." Naruto gave her a reassuring smile. "I normally avoid harming pretty girls like you if I can help it." After a moment, Aku allowed herself to be vulnerable. She nodded, signaling her readiness for the final step. Naruto poured his chakra into the seal, causing a faint glow as the counter seal activated. Despite his efforts to be gentle, Aku winced and tears began to flow uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked, his voice filled with concern. Aku clung to him, her sobs shaking her entire body. "It's not you, Naruto. It's Zabuza, he's the reason for all this pain. My mother refused to join him, so he killed my parents and took me." Naruto held her close, offering comfort despite the awkwardness of her being half naked. "He's not here now. You're safe." They remained like that for several minutes until Aku managed to compose herself. With a deep breath, she realized her state of undress and quickly dressed, albeit with a hint of lingering vulnerability. Naruto washed away the remnants of the seals, his thoughts focused on the mission ahead. "I want to make him pay," Aku said resolutely, her eyes filled with determination. Naruto nodded. "And you will. I will help you if you want. But what about the other two missing ninjas? They're usually by Gato's side as bodyguards, right?" Aku confirmed with a nod. "Yes, that's right." "Then we need a plan," Naruto said, his mind already working through the strategy. "We'll stick to the original plan. You and your partner attacked Izuna, and at that moment, we'll take down Zabuza." Aku hesitated. "But what if Zabuza notices my change in attitude?" Naruto considered this. "I could put another memory seal on you, but it wouldn't be wise. Instead, I suggest you take a calming drug to manage any potential anger. Deception is your art, after all." Aku accepted a bottle of pills from Naruto. "Where did you get these?" Naruto flashed a knowing smile. "Let's just say I have sharp senses. They come in handy." Aku's curiosity was piqued. "You mentioned bloodlines. How many do you have?" Naruto's expression turned serious. "Several. For now, you've seen one of my bloodlines. It allows me to take the abilities of others, well, more accurately, to copy them." Aku's eyes widened. "So, you could take my bloodline too?" Naruto shook his head firmly. "No, I won't take it unless you choose to give it to me. Even if I don't have your specific bloodline, I can still use ice techniques." "Show me," Aku requested, her interest piqued. Naruto nodded, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. "Alright, just once." He performed a series of hand signs and chanted a spell in his mind. With a flick of his wrist, 3 ice arrows shot from his hand, embedding themselves into a nearby tree trunk. The wood around the arrows froze instantly, an impressive display of Naruto's control over ice. "Incredible," Aku whispered in awe. "You can manipulate ice without freezing other objects." Naruto smiled modestly. "I'm still perfecting my technique. Maybe you haven't figured out how to use your bloodline to its full potential yet." Aku's thoughts drifted. "Naruto-kun, what happens to me after Zabuza dies?" Naruto was quiet for a moment, his gaze contemplative. "I don't know for sure. But I'm here to help you, not just in this battle but beyond it." Aku leaned in and gave Naruto a brief kiss on the lips, a gesture of gratitude and trust. "I'm sorry. It's just that I've been living on the run for so long. Trusting someone is difficult for me." Naruto looked at her, a mix of hurt and understanding in his eyes. "Then why do you trust me?" Aku's expression softened. "Your eyes tell me you're genuinely trying to help." Naruto nodded thoughtfully. "So, what do you want to do after all this is over?" Aku hesitated. "I don't really know. Someone else has been making decisions for me for as long as I can remember." Naruto took a deep breath. "Would you consider joining Konoha? I could put in a good word for you with the Hokage." Aku's eyes widened. "You know the Hokage personally?" "Yes," Naruto replied. "And if you want, I can vouch for you." A flicker of hope appeared in Aku's eyes. "I might take you up on that offer." The two of them stood in the clearing, a newfound sense of purpose and hope hanging in the air. Their alliance was more than just a temporary arrangement, it was the beginning of a journey towards justice and healing. Together, they would face the challenges ahead, their paths intertwined in the quest for redemption and a future free from the shadows of their pasts. Naruto's words hung in the air, laden with a melancholy he rarely displayed. "He's the closest thing I have to a grandfather," Naruto said with a sad smile, casting a distant look as if trying to focus on memories long past. Aku, ever observant, hesitated before asking, "And what about your real grandfather?" Naruto's smile faded into a soft sigh. "I don't have one. My whole family died right after I was born." The sympathy in Aku's eyes was palpable and she began to apologize. "Oh, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. It's okay, Naruto interjected gently. I should be the one to apologize. I opened up some painful wounds for you today. But thank you for listening. Aku's eyes softened further, a mixture of concern and curiosity playing across her features. Won't the village try to reproduce me? I'd rather keep wandering instead. Naruto hesitated, trying to weigh his words carefully. Well, if there's a way for you to join the village and avoid such issues. Aku's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. How would that be possible? Naruto thought for a moment before responding. You'd have to be adopted by a clan. Aku raised an eyebrow. And what are the chances of that happening? Naruto sighed, a resigned expression crossing his face. If you want to join my clan, he said, a hint of amusement in his voice, the chances are quite high. Aku's eyes widened. You have a clan? Naruto chuckled, his tone lightening. Would you believe it if I told you it became official right before I left on this mission? Aku was taken aback, her face a mixture of disbelief and hope. You're saying you have multiple active bloodlines? Naruto nodded, his smile widening. Exactly. With the ability to earn more, being the best graduate of the academy in over 15 years, they would be fools not to take me seriously. A quiet realization dawned on Aku. So, you really can adopt me into your clan? Naruto's gaze softened as he considered her hopeful look. Yes, just the adoption part, he said, his voice trailing off. Aku moved a little closer, her expression earnest. Well, it would depend on a lot of things, Naruto continued hesitantly. For example, I'd need to have at least 3 wives by the time I'm 16. Aku's eyes widened again, but before she could react, Naruto felt her soft lips against his in a quick kiss. When they parted, her voice was warm with resolve. Let's start with the adoption, and then we'll see. Naruto nodded, a soft smile on his face. Okay, now I think we should head back before suspicions arise. Stay still for a minute while I recharge your chakra. He placed his glowing hands on Aku's shoulders, enveloping her in a soft, soothing light. We should avoid seeing each other before we take out Zabuza, Aku suggested as she stood up. Yeah, wait a second, Naruto said, his voice suddenly serious. I need to put a fake seal on your neck so you don't notice it. With quick, precise strokes, Naruto painted the seal on Aku's neck. See you in a week and a half, Naruto-kun, she said with a smile before turning and walking away. As Naruto watched her leave, Eva's voice broke through his thoughts. So, you have another one, huh? She teased. It's jealousy I feel, Naruto admitted with a grin. Eva-chan, you're not the only one. Neji, who had been watching the interaction with a knowing smile, added, Anna and Kyūbi are also jealous. Calm down, Tsunui ordered with a chuckle. I guess I can understand where you're coming from. I mean, he will have at least 3 wives. Oh, we're not jealous, Eva clarified with a playful glint in her eye. We're just worried you can't handle so many girls. Naruto chuckled. Neji, can you give her an answer to the problem she raised? Neji's response was simple, yes. Naruto's smile grew wider. Well, Mei, what's wrong? He asked, noticing Mei's discomfort. Mei's face turned crimson as she stuttered Kajbun Shin. The sound of liquid flowing was followed by 3 loud thuds as she passed out from a nosebleed. Naruto laughed heartily. Yeah, you know, I think I'm going to follow your lead when they release some of the other girls, he said, chuckling. Neji smirked. The more you tease, the more you laugh. Naruto nodded, still grinning. Just let me know who your love interests are. I really don't want to get on your bad side. Neji shuddered. Especially after I kicked your ass the first dozen times. Naruto's smile remained, though he was slightly worried about the implications. Ah, that too, he said with a small drop of sweat. Arriving at Izuna's house, Naruto quickly found Kakashi perched on the roof, absorbed in his usual orange book. Kakashi, I need help with something, Naruto called out. Kakashi lowered the book and looked at Naruto. Oh, what's wrong? I need to send a message to Kahama as soon as possible, Naruto explained. Can I borrow one of his ninja dogs? Sure, Kakashi replied, as long as he sees what you're sending or agrees if it's about the mission. Naruto quickly wrote down the message and handed it to Kakashi. The Jonin read the note carefully, his eyes widening as he finished. A very busy day, huh? He remarked, looking up at Naruto. Naruto shrugged. Okay, I'll do it, Kakashi sighed and summoned one of his dogs. Pakin, a small and energetic ninja dog, appeared with a burst of speed. Naruto was impressed by the dog's chakra. How did you know? Pakin asked, curiosity evident in his voice. I examined your chakra, Naruto explained. Ah, where are my manners? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. He offered his hand. Pakin, nice to meet you, the dog replied, shaking Naruto's hand. I need you to deliver this message to Oke-sama and only him. There's no rush, but if you can get an answer in 4 or 5 days, that would be great. 5 days, Pakin confirmed. I'll be back in 3 days at most. Naruto watched as Pakin darted off with impressive speed. He's very lively, he remarked with a smile. That's right, Kakashi agreed. For the next 6 days, you'll be practicing the spells you've learned. The seventh day finally arrived, marking the time to free another group from the crystal prison. Inside his Kyūbi mindscape, Naruto and the others focused on the lucky ones. These three should be the ones to be released today, Eva said, her tone matter of fact. One of them can help you with your kenjutsu training. Naruto nodded, determination in his eyes. Okay, I'm on it. He began the ritual, ready to make progress in both his training and his new responsibilities. A few minutes later, three human figures emerged from the shimmering crystal. Niji's sharp voice cut through the air, Chachimaru-chan. His tone was a mix of urgency and relief. As the green-haired girl slowly regained consciousness, Naruto flashed a reassuring smile at Niji, who was visibly relieved. Yes, Chachimaru-chan, I'm here, Niji said, kneeling beside the girl with a look of deep concern. Oh, thank goodness, Kami. The girl shouted, pulling Niji into a tight embrace. I was so worried. Her voice quivered with emotion. Another girl, looking around frantically, called out, Oji-sama. Her voice echoed with desperation. Right next to you, Chan, answered the third girl, who was now stretching and shaking off the disorientation. Are you okay, Kei-chan? The previously worried girl asked, her eyes full of concern. She turned to the girl who was now stretching. I think Koka is okay, Setsuna remarked, her tone light and amused. Asuna, grinning, hugged the girl she called Oka and then turned to Setsuna. It's good to see you again, Asun-san. Chachimaru said, making a slight bow. Turning to Naruto, she introduced herself with a warm smile. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you. The blonde ninja returned the smile and bowed slightly. Nice to meet you, ladies. Karakuri Chachimaru nodded and replied, no-san, just Naruto, please. I'm Sakurazaka, said the previously worried girl, her voice calming as she introduced herself. And I'm Kano Kanoka, added the third girl, her smile bright and welcoming. Don't forget about us. The voice shouted. A white stoat appeared on Niji's shoulder. My name is Albert Chamomile, and this is my partner, Chamo. We have a game to discuss, and it's not a small matter. Naruto cut in smoothly, anyway, I have a feeling we're going to get along well. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing, Chamo responded with a mischievous grin. The small green-haired doll fluttered into view, flapping its bat wings. Hi, I'm Chichako. It announced cheerfully. Blood was spilled around here, not recently, though, Naruto said, looking around. Speaking of which, where are we? This is my mindscape, Naruto explained, and you are all sealed inside me. He proceeded to recount everything that had transpired so far. Setsuna nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I accept your request for sword training. Thank you, Naruto said sincerely. I haven't found a suitable style or sword yet. Well, I don't know much about styles, Kyūbi interjected with a smirk, but it's time for you to get your sword. Kyūbi's gaze turned serious. But first, the rookies must make spiritual pacts with Naruto-kun. The new arrivals completed their spiritual courtyards without incident as they were occupied with the rituals. Finally, Kyūbi kissed Naruto again, activating the bloodlines he had inherited from the girls. The curly blonde ninja, thinking everything was over, started to walk away from the redeed when Kyūbi called out, Chamo. Chamo, I need a courtyard circle. Before anyone could react, Naruto was pulled into a new circle and Kyūbi kissed him passionately. When they finished, a courtyard card appeared in Naruto's hand. The only difference between his usual outfit and the one on the card was a katana held by the Naruto depicted. So, is this my artifact card? Naruto asked. Yes, Kyūbi confirmed. That's your new weapon. The card transformed into a sleek black sheathed katana. Naruto carefully unsheathed it, his eyes widening in amazement at the razor-sharp edge. Impressive, he murmured, admiring the blade. Chamo's voice broke through his reverie. Do you have any idea what you can do with it? I think so, Naruto said, but I'll need to review the research on swords that we did when you got your sword, sensei. Chachimaru nodded and summoned a large stack of papers. Naruto quickly made several clones to handle the reading while he discussed the Shinmu style with Setsuna. Over the following days or rather, weeks in the mindscape, Naruto's progress was remarkable. He impressed Setsuna with his dedication, hard work, and inherent talent with the sword. He absorbed every lesson eagerly, from stances to secret techniques, pouring immense power into his moves. Despite his efforts to reduce damage, his techniques still wreaked havoc. His overuse of chakra led to him being expelled from the training area occasionally. What surprised everyone was Naruto's ability to perform techniques meant to kill demons, despite the demonic nature of his artifact sword. Naruto was also astounded by Chachimaru's research. The sword, initially forged over 600 years ago, was made from the fang of a powerful ghost dog demon. It was capable of absorbing abilities from slain opponents, manifesting in new forms of the blade. At that point, Naruto could only wield the sword's first form. The sword had a unique sensitivity, and only 3 people had ever managed to use it. Its design was not only complex, but also required a user who was neither fully human nor demon. Naruto's myriad of bloodlines and alterations made him an ideal candidate. After finishing his training in Shinmu, Naruto used the remaining days to exhaustively train with his new sword form. By the day of Zabuza's death, he was so mentally drained from his rigorous practice that he nearly fell asleep. And see you all in my next video, and make sure that you've subscribed to the channel and also like the video, so until then be awesome and goodbye everyone.